future. John Smith the 13th. Let's find out what date it is. Is it 29th? Is it Thursday? I'm always one day early, man. Ha! It's in the name. I'm checking out this. He's not a crow, but let's see. It's kind of like a crow. Yesterday, an actual crow pulled up on me with food in his mouth too. Now this guy, Blackbird, whatever kind of blackbird that is, he got pulled up with food in his mouth again. If I only knew all of my Native American Indian traditions, I probably know what this means. I don't know what it means yet. Shouts to the brother Jonathan Lee. Ascending E. Share a link. Hey. Like, comment, subscribe. Appreciate you peoples. Hold on. God be the glory. Shout out to this guy. I don't know what they are. They're like a crow, but I've seen a crow here. They're bigger here. Their crows out here is fucking... Compared to this guy, I don't know what the fuck this is. Crows are scary out here, boy. This guy is not a crow, but there's more of these per capita. I have his feather already, though. I'm just double checking. Came over here to eat some bread next to some Hennessy bottles. That's crazy. They just be doing anything out here in the desert, boy. I swear. Hopefully you guys are doing fine. I went to doom scroll for a little while, and I wasn't fine doing that, so I said, fuck it. Let me start my live stream before I get too caught up in the matrix my damn self. Man, it's beautiful though. Chilly, but the sun is out. You feel it? Got another feather. Squat. Marco, what does that say? Marco, I don't know, he just fucked up the end of it. I don't know, he just making up stuff. It's M-A-R-C-U, I think that's a G, U-T-A-L-I-T. Marco Galti? Marco, what the hell? What the hell? I don't know what that is. It wasn't there before. If I was a tagger, I wonder what I would tag all through the dancery. Man, oh man. So the government's still not open. So they're really pressing this shit to the limit, ain't they? We got 2 days left before Halloween. I don't see too much people, at least in my algorithm's age group, talking about how excited they are to wear their little costume. Scream, Jason, Donald Trump, and a reason to be promiscuous. We're not seeing none of those. Nope, we're not. I am seeing a lot more single millennials. I didn't see that coming in this economy. And they start to do think pieces. At least our fairer skinned counterparts. About life without kids and how it's different hanging out with their friends. And it's just funny. It's kind of inverted. It's contextual based, it's conditional based. And then it's temporary. Then you're 50. Nah, we ain't preparing for the future at all, man. You don't want to be on that side of 50 by yourself, I'll tell you. I barely want to do it on this side of 30. Got another one, rumor moon, I don't know what the hell that means. But the rumor is a what? Anagram? And if you read it backwards, it's rumor of doom. Ooh, I saw what he did. So they're thinking out here. They're creative out here, but yeah, the millennials trying to figure out that the American dream that they applied for denied them of the benefits. That's like Section 50. When I look at my life, I go, wow, I was just ahead of the curve. That's all. I just met the inevitable demise of the paradigm a little too soon. I could have partied a lot more. Could have. I try to be responsible. What's the point? That's how they sound too. The ones who are corporate though, that's the most interesting one to me. I think they've always had more money than me. And they're not liking it. well, what do you do from there, boss? The messaging isn't helping the zeitgeist at all. Especially we are all the people who will be old people next. The way things are going with quality of life, reproduction, and all these things. We're gonna be in the dancery by ourselves, I think, man, if we survive. That's weird. 9 times out of 10, if that shit ever happened, we have an ungodly amount of immigration to the Americas from somewhere else. I'm voting China. I'm pretty sure they could use extra space in coexisting infrastructure. I don't think anyone's ready for that. That the whole continent, or this part of it, will shift patinas really quickly. Because just because the United States is broke, it doesn't mean those other nations are. And I feel like we've seen this story before. Something about the North, Britain, and then the South and the Indians and the Confederates versus, and then one side took over the whole thing, allegedly. Somehow that ended up with Arizona, Texas, Chicago, and California. They still haven't explained that shit to me just yet, since that was all French territory. But you know, French Indian territory, that means they were mixed. You know, today you call them black people. But whatever the case is, it'll always even out overall. So we might actually live through that. I mean, if this is a loop to American Revolution, and that opened up the doors for everybody that wasn't here originally, you want to see it again, man. You're gonna have to. I don't think Mexico's population dense like that. Mexicans don't fill up Mexico, so it's definitely not that. You might see a lot of South America, man. Which would be the same thing for some of it. I'm telling you, Venezuela, Trinidad, and Tobago, and all that, same people. Ish. Mixed with Africans, I think. But I think their kids, my age, is calling it quits on the American dream, that is. I don't think they'll ever be able to recapture them because, like, it's really hard to program people who don't have kids. And that's going to be the biggest challenge for a government, I guess. It's like, what can you guarantee or promise them that they haven't already lived through? And then the bigger important question is, who the fuck are you? So I'm seeing that unfold. Now, I'm not a fool. I know all they gotta do is cut them a check. All they gotta do is offer some socialism, and they'll get back on code. But the United States does not have that in its power source. You know who does, though? You know who offers some benefits real quick in a hurry? China and Russia. You know why? Because they already do that. Then you got some of those other smaller countries with the same type of social compact. They just don't have the resources or the people. Guess who does? So we are speed rolling into some 2026 version of a socialism, communism, and a spinoff. I can almost feel it. And I can tell you, the same majority that let all this shit happen will let the worst version of that happen too. So I'm not that optimistic. If I start hearing any rumblings about that shit, oh no. When Debo around, I'll be quiet. But as soon as he's gone, I'm on a goddamn airplane somewhere else. Fuck that. Hell no. You can't have the people who are bred to be evil in capitalism to be peaceful in socialism. Because they're hungry a few days. Nah. My memory too intact. I know what that shit looked like. Kid Charlemagne, damn. Hell nah. But that's if you know nothing else from the UAPs or supernatural encounter. The United States will just lose the United States. I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it. Them 70-year-olds can't fight me. Right? If they start going after the rich, they're going after people who are 70 and up, bro. That's over, boy. That ain't a war. For real. When you think about the issue with people, it's not foreign. It's all internal infrastructure going around here. They didn't want to tax those people because they're those people, the beneficiaries of World War I and World War II. Not the American Revolution, and sure so not the Civil War. Like I said, what the fuck that got to do with Texas, California, and Chicago? But they'll act like that's not, important. So I'll figure it out. Trust me. I normally figure this shit out early. We'll see. What else going on besides them trying to switch sides? Layoffs. It's the year of layoffs for the rumor we heard called job security. It's important to know that those jobs are new. Those positions are new. Hey, how you doing, brother? There wasn't always computers in the office. So a lot of shit's brand new. It's like it was custom tailored for us. And now it's not there no more. And their narrative is, well, we were raised to do this, that, and the third, to believe this, that, and the third, and life will be like this. And then AI comes and takes all our jobs away. Got bad news for you. AI didn't take your jobs yet. They just had another data center shut down because there's no more energy. Can you imagine that? A data center shutting down because there is no energy. What about the rest of that neighborhood is in? Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. We don't have the energy system. Look, we're blocking people from nuclear power in other countries minding their business. But we supposed to have nuclear power. Nuclear power ain't got shit to do with weapons, right? When I was a kid, there's rumors of scientists, and they say some shit like this. A cup of water could power the whole city of Texas or the state of Texas for X amount of time. A cup of fucking water, can you fucking imagine? On an atomic level. Where the fuck is that shit at? That was 30 years ago. So you tell me, the geniuses in Silicon Valley and technocracy have access to the same scientists, and they still trying to do it the old way? Nah, AI cooked. How you doing computers but you don't care about your power source? You never built a computer before? You ever had the wrong power source for a bitch? Yeah, you buy one of them fancy motherboards, what you need? A fancy power source, power supply, PSU, man. You can't just put any old power supply in that bitch. When you start adding NVIDIA graphics cards and shit, and high-speed RAM, oh, them 30 watts, 70 watts, kiss it goodbye. What you talking about? So they're doing that with data centers. They're building data centers with Gateway 2000 power supplies on motherfucking Windows 7. It ain't supposed to be like that. You can run DOS. You can host some websites on MySpace with that. You ain't doing what they need, and it's in real time. Like, it closed this week. And the way they're doing it, they're trying to get the surrounding people to pay the extra money that's drawing from it. And then the power company, dumbass that did that shit, they're not gonna make no more money because there ain't no more fucking power to sell. What the fuck? Goofy as hell, dumb as hell, stupid as hell. And then they're gonna go out of business, American dream shit, and then sell that shit to a privatized company. Maybe private rhymes with military industrial complex. Maybe they have the nuclear power. Maybe that's what they're gonna do. But somehow it's still gonna be on your bill. Nah, that's evil. Who the fuck said United States citizens have to pay for any of that? If all it is leading to them losing their jobs, ruining their land immediately, water, and then they don't get no benefits on it, not even tax-wise, right? Motherfuckers love the nice little tax benefit, although they didn't know what taxes were and that they were illegal. But we'll go there. And then you go, wait, solar panels, you get a credit? You're gonna get a credit for a data center robbing you and your kids of the next 20 years of clean water and power? That sounds fucking stupid. What can we do about it? Nothing. That's the word of the day. Everything I'm hearing is that people are voicing their frustrations. We always do that. People are coming up with different conspiracies or mental gymnastics to run through to see how it got here. Finally, right? 2025. Now they're like, oh shit, I think. They start every video like this. I don't want to sound like a conspiracy theorist, but I'm starting to believe. Starting? When there's nothing else we can do about it. Now we're starting. Okay. I've been starting to talk about this my whole damn life on the internet. And everyone else just argued about it. Like, I'm the guy that would just come out of nowhere just talking about a bunch of dumb crazy shit that don't happen. With my track record, with my posts and my threads and my tweets locked into time, you gotta remember because you argued about it. It made you think. I put a new wrinkle in your brain. And then it goes, I'm starting to think, what? I had just said something yesterday's video. Forgot what the fuck I said. I go on the fucking Instagram. There's some other brother out there saying the same damn thing. Like he just figured it out. He just put it together. Well, that's that 100 monkeys at work. Nah, brother, I figured that shit out. But thank you for the confirmation. It's like that now. That wireless connection between us. We're all on the same vibration or channel or bandwidth at the very least. You know, you could play Sonic the Hedgehog on Channel 3 or Channel 4. I don't know if Channel 4 is better, but sometimes I did that just to be different. And then, actually it's so that you can have two things, a VCR and a Sega. But you know, we didn't know no better. Do you remember that? Before you had input buttons on your remote, you actually had to like physically change the channel. Like a clock. 3, 4. You had to fuck up your hands, twisting in some metal shit. How you doing, man? Good morning. Don't choke now. You got some water? He a little, what's the word? It's a nice word. He's nice. He's living with a bunch of other people who probably don't give a fuck about him. Just his money. Oh, what else is new in this world? But I be seeing him come to the store and always asking me for a lighter as he's picking up all the cigarette butts. He's not even homeless. He just don't have his own money to buy cigarettes. Addicted to nicotine, so imagine how responsible his caregivers are. But anyway, fucking up your hands and shit, twisting shit. And now people don't even want to switch to Channel 3. Seeing people lament about video games. Even the streamers. They're streaming shit that's old. I see way more PS2 content than anything. I'm like, really? PS2 got some cool online games? Did I miss something? They act like we was on fucking PS2 online or some shit like that. No, we wasn't. Because we were reasonable humans. We had computer video games. StarCraft, Counter-Strike, and all that other real online shit. Like 50 to hundreds of thousands of people. I know about the 8 people in SOCOM, man. That's a rumor, bro. That's not what we're doing. Once Counter-Strike came out, we replaced that. It's a cool game. Rainbow Six, Tom Clancy's old one, Ghost Recon, the first one. Xbox One. That was different. Xbox Live, the first one. Based on Web TV, by the way. So Ghost Recon Online, that was crazy. We didn't know what latency and ping was all the way just yet. So you snipe somebody. You spend 15 minutes crawling around and shit because everyone got night vision goggles. You might kill somebody in the control tower. But that was it, man. It was simple. Now some other shit. DJ. Hold on. So yeah, my man said FBA all the way. I'm not FBA. My good dear brother, I can never be FBA. This is my country. So FBA would assume that you built my country and I wasn't here. That's not true. For King James is a Moor, a Khan. I'm a Khan too. Khans are not black people. You call us black. You probably looked at me and saw a black guy with a feather in his head. That's because that's what all the Indians are. We built this country. That's why it's a country. That's why there's buildings and temples. That's why you have English. My grandfather brought you English. So foundational what? Foundational betraying us? The foundation of betraying the kingdom to have a United States Service Corporation so that your ancestors can have benefits like Dred Scott? If you know the history, most people who say FBA, Tariq Nasheed, they'll put Moors on the cover, but then say black. And then there'll be Masons on top of that. You gotta cut that up. That's why I never manifest anything. You never get reparations. Where you gonna get reparations from? Y'all stole everything already. And then the people that came in because it was mismanaged by those Moors, Barbary Wars. That's why you would have a Homestead Act and all that, because of the Barbary Wars. Y'all didn't speak no English. Why would y'all speak our language if y'all not from our kingdom? And if you're from our kingdom, why would you call it black? It wasn't a kingdom of black people. It was the kingdom of Israel and Jerusalem. Y'all confuse that shit with Christianity, and that's crazy. Y'all the ones with all the churches. So, for the sake of the truth, I wouldn't say that no more. Especially if your grandmother said she was Indian, it's disrespectful. That means she's the inheritor of the land, and you're applying for federal foreign benefits while you're there. We gotta change our mind a little bit, because they got us going the wrong direction, looking for relief. Our relief is not gonna come from more benefits from the federal government. The federal government doesn't belong here if this is a kingdom. So if you're foundational, where your ancestors were, and I don't doubt it, and not all of them were bad people, I'm sure. We have plenty of room, as you see, we still do. But foundational black Americans overthrew the kingdom because there's no white people here at that time. So you guys turned on God. I'm just saying in the timeline, right? You would have to have. If there's no kingdom, you don't remember it. So those ancestors had to turn against God and why they're here. Now, you can say slave ships. Well, you guys don't speak Portuguese either, so that's not your story. Y'all don't speak no Spanish either. So on Carlos V, so that ain't your story. Y'all speak English, and in English you say foundational black. Black is not an English word. For in English, German, black means pale, bleach, Blake, B-L-A-E-C, same root word of bleach, pale. How do you pale a black person? Incest. So you're saying foundational, Whitley, passing white, incest, Africans after 1700s. They ain't got shit to do with America. So why is there foundational black in America all in one word? If you're foundational black, white, American, then you're Native American. Technically, they're white compared to me. And they're foundational. They're alleged to be there longer than the test tube babies, the orphan trains, and the Cabbage Patch Kids. That's all 1800s. So maybe they were here. They forgot the kingdom too. So once you understand that part, you go back, you look at your maps and the names of the places. None of that is from Africa. Shit, none of that's from white people either. I mean, everyone tells their story and what their benefits are based with ignoring that we're here in our land. And that's crazy. That's crazy. Y'all skip Indians every time. Like, y'all want more benefits today in the land of Indians while you live amongst Indians still. So if you do the line, all right, you got the new white people who don't know nothing. You got the Hispanic Latino people who are mixed in with other people. I'm not sure what their exact origin is. And then you have the Moors, black, who are here recently. Barbary Wars, 100-Year War, West Indian, East Indian, all that shit. You go to the Caribbean, a lot of Africans mixed in. They'll tell you whole islands were empty when Spain was finished. Remember, it's the Spain after the fall of Andalusia. So it's Andalusia until 1493. Then Christopher Columbus shows up, and then it's España. Ferdinand and Isabella. Remember, they're born before the fall of Granada, so that means genetically they're still Moors. Before they lighten up, I don't know, in the last 100 years, like they do everywhere on this planet. If you look for the pictures in the 1800s, you'll understand what I'm saying about clear. So the whole planet is black. So if you say foundational black American, well, what's in Africa? What's in Europa? Yoruba, Yoruba is a big black woman, right? She's a goddess. She's an angel. She's a giant. At that time, Albion, Breton is a giant. So all of that is a different species. So we'll be going far back in time, and we'll be reading about giants, and then we'll be like, no, that's the racial dispersion of our time. It's not. It wasn't that many little people at their time, obviously. If those are all their kingdoms, and they built all of them, everywhere around this world, built by giants. So unless you're saying you're a foundational black giant, then I'm like, oh, so you're a descendant of angels, so your ass is in the Bible. What the fuck's I gotta do with black or African? Once you understand, you know what I'm saying? It's a program, bro. It's just the wrong one. And it's okay. No one teaches it. Thank God. It's not theirs to teach. But we'll do that. Shout out to the chat real quick. Jonathan Lee, Ascending E. JPX, 009 LCE. TBFB, Peace to the Tribe. Kiroshin, Peace with the Feathers. TBFB 3, we're back. 3. They've been wearing a costume 365 days a year, hypothecating on this moon. Come on now, they almost got it. He said they ain't got to worry about Halloween. They've been trick-or-treating this whole time. Sizzle 560, I see you. Miss Penny 0, I'm about to say 007. Miss Penny 077, 14-5. Mr. Now says peace at 656, Foley 5, PM in the boot. Jonathan Lee says 3. Canada's going to head into digital socialism and communism, feudalism. It has to. Mr. Now says, one way or another, people getting fired in the year of Jubilee, and that is sick work. Miss Penny says, it goes back to the ground level of a real history from certain times that meant something to actually understand where things started. Yeah. Foundational awareness, right? Sharon Art says, salute to you, my brother. Mr. Now says, if they're starting, then I'm starting to think they're retarded. They're a little slow. They ain't retarded. The distraction was working for them, man. I'm not hating on that. It's just crazy that when it doesn't work, now they're in this box and they're going to take up all the airwaves of 3 a.m. and conspiracies with shit from 20 years ago. Steve O. Stoner, shout out to you. Gorilla Gospel. Sheogorath says, doing the right thing the wrong way for 500, Alex. They always do, bro. Anytime you put a brother who knows a little church and a little street hustle and a camera and the internet and a MySpace page, you are going to get a Dr. Umar and Tariq Nasheed, man. But that's cultural. That's because they Gen X. That's from their, that's how it was, man. That's just how it was, for better or for worse. At least that version of it and them touring around and trying to make money off of this shit exposed us to the lexicon, exposed us to the language model, and then, Lord forbid, we read it. When you get the books they're referring to, you read it yourself, and they kind of skipped over this part. I feel like this part right here is way more important than anything else we're talking about. And you run into those dynamics, and then you have no reference point, and then you got to read more books, and then you start connecting all their reference points, and you go, oh, that's a totally different image. Yeah, that is called mind control or programming or MK Ultra or Project Mockingbird or all these things, where the narrative supersedes the truth. That is the CIA's job, admittedly by CIA. So a lot of us are infiltrated. Can you imagine? Under occupation and infiltrated, how hard that would be by people who look a certain way, who are a totally different thing. Same thing with Africans. You see Africans with our haircuts, and dressing up in the mall clothes, and they might have all the jewelry and all the things. But then when they talk, if you get them passionate, then their accent shifts, their value shift, and you'll see like, oh, this is them subscribing to culture. This is not who they are. So a lot of history is written by people who subscribe to the culture, but they're not writing a history about who they are. They're writing a history about who they're subscribed to. And then you have other people doing the same thing, subscribe to another culture. It's also not who they are. So you have the two subscribers battling about which one is better, Paramount or Netflix. Meanwhile, none of them are the studios that produce the movies, or the books, or the kingdoms, or the maps, or the technology, or the recipes, or the traditions, or the language itself, or mathematics, or the art. You just have two foreigners, if you will, to the original concept, benefiting from it, obviously, because we shared it with everybody in proximity. And then they forget where it comes from, generations maybe, or maybe it's an agenda, because I'm telling you, there's all kinds of secret societies from back then. There's all types of religions and churches that have some type of fundamental pass me down version of it since then. And then you have a whole bunch of people who also read, who kind of determine and figure out what's what, and although they may not accept it, they still carry on as if they didn't read it. So you have all those different actors and people at play, because at the end of the day, all the second party or third party, and by now fourth and fifth party people, are just trying to figure out this one thing, like, well, how does that apply to me and how do I benefit from it? And the thing is, if it doesn't apply to you, you don't benefit from it, right? So you have all these people who believed, even in the 70s and 80s and 90s, that they came from Africa. Even if they didn't. That's what school said, that's what TV said, that's what PBS said with Roots and Amistad, and that was referenced by Alex Haley from a Jewish writer. Why the fuck would he be referencing him? The nigga was just in fucking Germany and Poland. Like, how the fuck would he know what's going on in fucking South Carolina, Alabama, at any time in human history? So then you see, like, well, take that, make a movie, create a narrative, put it on fucking PBS, all the children, all the adults, and then people reference everything else they read with that filter, a fucking TV show and a movie. And Bobby Hemmett tells you, ain't nobody think about that damn story until the 60s. It wasn't in our zeitgeist here. And then if you ask an African who grew up in Nigeria, that's a millennial, you say, hey, when you go to school, did they teach you about the transatlantic slave trade and how you guys were being brought to, I don't know, Charleston, South Carolina? And they're like, what the fuck is Charleston, South Carolina? And what the fuck is going on? They don't learn that unless they come here and get educated. So you would think that, yeah, you can victimize the people here because they were slaves, but what about the people who were turned into slaves? Are they still not on this earth with us to this day? What happened to the Mayans? What happened to the Aztecs? No. What happened to all the Africans that stayed behind in West Africa who lost, I don't know, millions of their family members? How come there's not one fucking note, story, pass me down in African about such things? Because it didn't fucking happen that way. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. So once you start to understand the nuance of like common sense of it, like, well, if this happened, then these things should be available. Just like 100 years ago, allegedly something happened in Poland and Germany to a certain group of people who seem to have all the free benefits of all of us here to go do what the fuck they want, and it ends up being reprobate, homosexual, pedophilic, and fucking evil. And we're like, but people were mean to us because we declared war on Germans. Oh, you declared war on Germans and you lost? Take all of our tax money, please. Like over and over and over again, right? So the same thing over here, right? American Revolution. Oh, King George the Sissy was really mean to you. So throw all his tea into our water and pollute it and kill all of our fucking fish. And then when you're done fighting the Indians and the French, go ahead and move on in and take all of our shit over for us. Oh, the people over there way across the Atlantic Ocean minding their fucking business in a totally different language with their own gold and rare earth minerals that they should be able to self-determine who they can sell it to. They need some democracy. Let's send the CIA over there and destabilize them and teach them all about the gay stuff and have them go against their traditions. And then when everything is fucking decrepit and ruined, just in, I don't know, since 9/11, oh my God, our kids are dying in an endless war. We need a new president. Like, it's the same shit over and over and over with the people of the generations today. And that's the crazy shit is, in the 1800s, it was probably none of that. In the 1700s, even less of that. It wasn't densely populated. America's still not densely populated. So just go backwards in time without so many foreign people, and you're just dealing with a root tribe of people, 12 plus 3, and then you just go, okay, they can move wherever the fuck they want from the top of the map to the bottom of it. Fire islands all the way to Antarctica, wherever the fuck they wanted to go, right? They had weapons. They knew the food. I mean, how old are the fucking buildings you find here? Tens of thousands of years old. So can you fucking imagine a whole history of America older than wherever the fuck they think they come from in Europe, which is just a fucking rock? It's never been diverse in agriculture and animals and things like that. Half of that shit is from America. We go to Africa, actually, and do the same thing. Most of the shit that they grow to eat, its seed, its germ, its root, comes from America. We can do the same thing, go to East Africa and fucking grave rob, because what kind of fucking reprobate psychopath human does that? And then they study their teeth. And it's like, oh, there's cacao in here. All right, on Mayan God M. On Mayan God M, of course, there's cacao in their fucking roots. Where the fuck did they get that from? It had to be America, right? So I don't understand how they say they discovered America and then believed it and then go, but we find all this evidence of all these things from the Americas everywhere else. I wonder what that story is. And that's where they gridlock their bullshit. The people today gridlock their bullshit by believing America was discovered by Portuguese Catholics and Christians and conversos and crypto Jews, which they don't know what none of that means. But they'll go, well, it makes sense to me because when I was in third grade, they said it once on Halloween, and we had this old cool little cutouts in our classroom, and we saw some things on cartoons on TV produced by Jewish people. Jewish people who declared war on the Germans that let them in and lost, and they got America and all of our dumbasses to go back them up. Can you imagine? It just keeps happening and happening over again with these people, and this is a recent phenomenon after the Civil War. So before the Civil War, we have none of these phenomenons because of them. And so the history, what's going on, and the truth is going to be so different. And then the further you back up, you run into a kingdom. So there is no governments and states and voting and all this bullshit going on anyway. Anyway. Communism, socialism, Karl Marx, the more. What year was that anyway? So it didn't exist prior to that anyway. Hence, all this shit made up by some fucking idiots who have a lot of control over debt because they're fucking idiots who are never going to pay back whoever they borrowed from. Those type of people. Ghetto, hood rats, psychopaths, sociopaths. We're the freest country ever. Shut the fuck. You know what I mean? So most people are waking up to some version of that illusion being an illusion. Can you fucking imagine in 2025? 100 years later, like, damn, maybe we didn't calculate this shit right. No, we never calculated it. We were sat down in the school for 8 or more hours a day, told to shut the fuck up, sit down, raise your hand to do everything. Pavlo dog. Who the fuck you think where do you think that school system idea came from, besides these dickheads? Exactly. Even your school system, the way it's conducted, the prison in the school is a fucking Jewish idea. The whole thing, guys, our whole paradigm of what it means to be a millennial is like the best of the worst of Jewish ideas. But as long as everyone has enough Oreos and food, a nice something, a trajectory in which to climb to get another nice something just to lose it, and then all the social programming the same people are doing between men and women to make everyone lose everything so that they can have more, right? And then you go, wait, our government, it's not your government, you dickhead. This is Zionism. This is a religious, military, subversive, a patina, a flavor of civilization. And it's fucking stupid. To the tune of negative 138 trillion. It's not profitable. Literally, right? Like a negative 138 trillion. That means that shit was spent already. And they spent all of that. I said T trillion. 138 trillion spent in the last 50 years. What do we have to show for it? All right, what do they have to show for Poland and Germany? Now you see where this is going. That mentality, it's narcissism at the end of the day. I don't know how their whole ruling class and leaders and people who can influence and get in these positions, anyway, I don't know how white people couldn't see that, but it's narcissism. It's not supposed to make sense because it fucking doesn't. It's a fucking mental illness. It's a mentally ill flavored version of organization and civilization and business. And we're wondering why mentally ill fucking people who are sociopathic, psychopathic, like little girls, like little boys, and do all the weird shit we keep saying release the files of, gotten us into this position playing fucking patty cake with these niggas in 2025. Let alone any other subgroup, nation, or tribe who's also lost their cultural identity in where their grandmother stayed because of the same values. At least we all can gain agreement on that one, is that it's really Jewish people versus the world. And I'm not saying that as a hate monger or anything like that. I'm not even suggesting that you do something or hurt them or anything like that, because they're hurting themselves. Negative 138 trillion. And they're losing all their wars. And we're running out of our resources, so they're not going to have the biggest bully on the block to back them up either. They don't get punched in their fucking face with their own fucking fist and their own fucking mouth. Anytime now. Anytime now. Because you can't borrow more if you have nothing to leverage. So I'm not even worrying about their fucking perverse idea of AI in the future and automation and all that. With what money? Automate what? How you gonna automate $38 trillion of debt? It'll be 40 trillion by next year. How you gonna? What's automating gonna do? Help people get goods and services? People who can't afford them? What's AI gonna do? You still have to pay off that 38 trillion. Like, I hope no one forgets that. Like, no matter what the fuck they do and make more convenient, nothing automated, since nothing human ever addressed the debt. So if your system in your office hasn't addressed the debt ever, automating that faster to not address the debt doesn't get the debt paid off. And then the United States, through the leveraging of World War II, don't forget it, the Jewish people started the war with Germans while they're in Poland. Auschwitz is in Poland. Did y'all know that? And that's the Holy Roman Empire, by the way. So none of them niggas are copper, but you do everything. If you look at the coat of arms, it don't look like them. Doesn't matter. But today, 1900s, up until now, it's still not them. But they are acting as if when they controlled your school system and they wrote their books in fucked up English to convince you that that's the story of a place that has no English. When the fuck did they learn 3 or 4 languages, bitch, if there's no schools to learn them? Make up your fucking mind. I know, but that's more of a common sense thing. I don't think we understand what common is, right? But whatever the case may be, all of that has to take place already. That prompt has been entered. It rendered. We're dealing with their kids, their kids, their kids, our kids, some of us, the mixes thereof, and we got to go forward. That's what I'm saying. We can't afford to turn it into a world war, civil war, revolutionary war, because the premise of it is stupid. There's no kings, there's no bankers, there's nothing there's no one up there that's beneficial to anyone that's alive, listening, watching today. Even amongst so-called Jewish people, which, what the fuck does that even mean? How you Jewish and you're not related to me? I'm Jew. I'm you, Y-E-W. U-E, Y-3-3, angels. Like, what are we talking about? We're 33-degree angels, get it? Jesus was a 33-degree angel, nigga. Like, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? What is the mystery to this? The mystery is Jewish people lie about fucking everything. And the lie that they told is the fucking history that they brought. So if it's a Jewish person that created these lies and these narratives and marketing and Bernays and all that shit, then yes, I can confidently say it wasn't me. I can confidently say it wasn't the white man, whoever fuck he is, Caucasian, I guess. Especially if the Jewish man and the Caucasian is saying they're not related. I believe them. I don't know where none of them come from. But if they don't come from the same place, cool, fuck the story. Why over here with American Indians supposed to be copper colored, telling us what the fuck to do? To this day, no one fucking asked you. To this fucking day, on my ancestors, on God, on angels, on Jesus. No one fucking asked you to help us do anything. How the fuck did you help us turning our fucking kingdom of Tartary into whatever the fuck this bullshit is, where your ass don't want to have the kids and want to commit suicide, to the fucking graph on your fucking Cashapp go down too low? Fuck out my face. You know what I'm talking about? That's my energy, that's my attitude. But I cannot apply that to anybody in the streets because they have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about. That's the part, the mask, the dream. So I have to be even more fucking patient. I gotta be patient for my ancestors. I gotta be patient for the fucking kingdoms. I gotta be patient for the civilization that I was grown up around, that I grew to appreciate, that I grew to learn how to, what's that called, integrate with, that I played Counter-Strike with, that I went to school with, that I worked with. And that's the part that's most evil about all of it. You gotta undo even that and go, wait, let's put all this shit on the table and look at it for what it is. I can't even do nothing to these niggas. I know they stupid. when it comes to this. So when we go forth and unmultiply, it's so much important. That's the whole reason thing about people who don't know their history are doomed to repeat it. So 1920 to 2020, those same people in Poland and Germany don't know their history because they lied about who did what and who won, and actually Russia won. And now we're doomed and we're repeating it. Because of them, though. Because of them. This version of reality is because of them. Without them, without somehow America skipping over everything and then co-opting with Germans and Polands again, after I could have fucking sworn. 100 years prior, you were separating yourself from those kingdoms. And 100 fucking years later, you want to send all your children to die to help the people who remained that you separated from? Do the science, guys. Do the fucking science. King George III. It wasn't just English land. New England already here, so it wasn't even England then, was it? New England here was here in 1611. When's the American Revolution? 1775. Is that enough for 3 generations to go back to the 1500s? No. So those are the people who remained behind. And then by 1775, they betrayed him. Right? I don't know what happened to King George III, to his son, his cousins, his brothers, and all the other kings, if he had kingdoms, right? But I know where they would be. Over there, fucking there. Where we went to World War I and World War II. So you're telling me the people who defected from those regions just 100 years prior went back over there to fight them people and free them people and brought these niggas over here who ain't even related to them? Where the fuck we get a new race of people in those 100 years of the 1700s? Someone fucking give me a Kit Kat bar, bro. I need a fucking break. Y'all the same niggas. If either one of your stories are true. If either of you come from the British, if either of you come from Germany and Poland, Holy Roman Empire, if either of you coexisted on this board for that 100 fucking years, y'all the same fucking people. Where did either side get new genetics from? The answer is none of you motherfuckers are those people. Because King George III would have to be a descendant of Moors with his sassy, passing white ass. Why the fuck else would he be in a Moorish, imperial, majestic city, Muhammad territory, doing business all the fuck the way in Boston? If overthrowing his tea led to George Washington writing a fucking letter to City Muhammad in the same fucking time period. Imperial Majestic versus King George. Do the science. They can't. They don't know the history. They don't have a placeholder for that. And more importantly, they ain't none of their people. But they speak English. And we know English has a lot of root words from Germany. What we call Germany. Alamance, Alamy. Whatever, right? Whatever the fuck. Even the word German in Germany is an English word. But anyway, they're none of those people. Because you know how we know? For Proto-Indo-European, Proto-Indo, like Indian, indigenous, European. Proto, the first. Proto-Indo, indigenous, Europeans. We're on this fucking planet, an indigenous person does not have dominant genes. We're on this fucking green Europa, does an indigenous person not have dominant genes? So if it's a Proto-Indo-European language, what are they saying about who created that language? You want to know the name of it? You want to look at the thumbnail of this video. You want to know the name of it? It's called Vinca script. Ooh, V-I, there it is. V-I-N-C-A. Angel, right? Inca. And then, the Vikings, they had Viking script. No, nigga. The Vikings would be Proto-Indo-Europeans as well. They're in Proto-Indo-Europa, nigga. They're giants. Vikings are my height and taller, dog. They have Allah on their breastplates. Arabic, right? Sanskrito, right? I would go fucking, they would try to call me in the middle of some dumb shit. Vinca script, Viking script, Proto-Indo-European, giants with Allah on their breastplate. What does that got to do with Jewish people or white people? So how the fuck could the root of their damn language belong to anyone that's not my color, knowing damn well I'm King James' grandson? And because they can't land that backflip right there, all of this shit is fake. In the sense that all humans gained agreement on a false narrative and built from it. That's the fake part of it, is that we're pretending. It's not that it doesn't have tangibility, it's that it's based on the wrong root. It's a Proto-Indo-European language. They're not Proto-Indo-Europeans. That's common sense. Are they Proto-Indo-Europeans? Spain, the root and the flower, book off of Amazon. It tells you in the first chapter that the oldest caves there, the paintings are of what? Black people. And we know Andalusia is Moors. Stop fucking playing with us. So Moors are in place where the oldest artifacts are still black. And as of 1492, Moors are in the same fucking place. Can you fucking imagine the science on that shit? You don't even need sub-Saharan Africa to stack that. Because they keep acting like niggas before them were just stagnant. They're so stagnant, let's rob and kill and rape and steal everything from them. Is that not the story here? They so pussy that they're going to make up an Indian that don't exist, that's not here anymore, that they stole it from. No, nigga, you stole it from me. My blood. I got ancestors. If we played Assassin's Creed with my fucking character, nigga, we in every one of your stories. We are in all of your stories. You're not in all of ours. That's the key difference. Kingdoms. So, I don't know, bro. I don't know if I don't know that they care enough as a consensus, as a general population. I don't know if their indoctrination, I don't know if their MK Ultra, when it cracks, where does it land if they don't have their own story? That's more dangerous than any other problem that they face. Westworld, they have to face this life without a root narrative, because their root narrative is that we stole, killed, and destroyed everyone else to have what we have. And now that we're losing it, what do you think the fucking default answer is? To kill, loot, and destroy someone else. But in this case, with parasite behavior and narcissistic leaning leaders, that thing that you're going to kill, eat, and destroy next is yourself. If you don't snap out of that matrix right there, if you don't get the right root of that flower, you're going to be a figless fig tree. And it's already happening as a correspondence in the genetics. It's not that everybody can't have kids, it's that most people won't. So it's already going to be shrink. It's going to shrink the population, and they're not going to know why. They're going to blame it on money and Trump. Cool story. Just like they probably gaslit us to blame something else that never happened because we didn't understand what the fuck they were doing. You understand? Like, and why would we? They're visitors. How the fuck can you visit some fucking body that always been around and then you start making rules anyway? In what civil order does that happen? And then said the church is what did that, and it did. And then once you're done doing that with and for the church, you decide to stay, but you don't need church anymore. Like, how fucking opportunistic and parasitic is that shit? I'm going to be protected under the umbrella of the church. I'm going to get away from that because I'm an indecent piece of shit human, obviously, because I'm killing all these Indians and hanging all the niggas. Same story. And then now things are getting a little bit better because we have them working and giving us all the food and resources. And now we can trade with our little evil cousins across the water. We're lit. We got to keep them down so they don't take their shit back, because we got to look over our back every fucking day for the past 250 years. And now we're at a point where there's nothing to look behind because we burnt all those bridges. Where the fuck you think this shit gonna go with an AI? They haven't paid for those sins yet. They haven't paid that $138 trillion back. They can't just run to the moon and Mars. You seen all these UAPs slicing up Elon shit? You stuck, baby. You stuck. It's all good, though. I am, too. Shit. Why you think we made the best of what we had, nigga? We ain't been to heaven in a long time, obviously. So, suffice it to say, at the end of the day, eat, drink, be merry. On my grandfather, that's what he said. All right. All right, we might do it better next time. Ah, shit, who knows? We got a lot of potential, man. We got a lot of potential out here, boy. Everybody in a fucking sociopath, psychopath, narcissist, but damn near everybody indoctrinated with some bullshit. That's all. Take some time. Rewrite the script. Law of revision on Neville Goddard. We'll be all right. I'm confident. Look how good we did believing bullshit. Now imagine. So, we'll be all right. This is a little chastisement, that's all. Just gotta go through the blues and figure out how the fuck, why the fuck. And then it's what the fuck's next. Mm-hmm. But that movie ain't gonna move until the rest of that loop catches up with the people who contrived all these things. That's what you gotta watch out for. These rumored families, these rumored bankers. And don't skip the religious people. For some fucking reason, there's still churches and religions. They have some type of vested interest in existing, and it definitely ain't saving, feeding, and taking care of people or holding politicians accountable. So you'll understand that occupying force is still here. You ain't got go no further than Utah. None of the Mormons and none of those people fucking belong in my goddamn country. Utah ain't fucking theirs. Won't no fucking Mormons here. They just made that shit up, didn't they? All right then. So what the fuck we talking about? So you have a lot of that too. Separation in church and state. Nah. There's gonna be separation of the real from the fake, nigga. Stop fucking playing with us. Nah, they don't believe in angels. Too bad. We didn't ask them. Nobody be asking nobody to believe nothing. That's some religious, zealot, still hang and kill and eat niggas type of ideology. That's what belief gets you. Eating humans. Well, some of the tribes were cannibals and humane sacrifices. Yeah, how convenient you know those stories, but you don't know the kingdoms right up north from them. Real fucking convenient. Everybody know a Diddy party, but no one knows about Bohemian Grove parties. Real fucking convenient. How come y'all don't have a reference point to anyone decent in the story? Don't say they wasn't here if your whole fucking economy existed off of us creating what the fuck you use your economy with. The fuck? Cannibals created all this fucking cotton gin and Levi jeans and fringes. Cut it out. The lost tribes of Dan. I wonder who they are. Shut the man. The fuck you think we are, boy? Who lost us? Were we lost? Because our story go a little bit different. We were minding our fucking business. And there was a reset. Environmentally. It wiped out so many of us. Including some of our old friends. The giants. And then after that, we were taken to the Andes. And after that, we came down off of those mountains and swam across those lakes and started to recover things. You know, the recovery of Aristotle, 1400s? Yeah, it's in more science too. They talk about a recovery of Aristotle. Why would you have to recover that? Oh, they had to dig. And then you go to 1800s, you see all these World Fair sites. You look at the roads. Ain't they all muddy? Oh, it must have been a flood or something. Again. All those buildings weren't buried, so it wasn't the whole world. That wasn't a Noah flood, but it was still a flood nonetheless. Hurricanes or something, nigga. I don't know. Try your best. I seen what these floods do recently. Now imagine all those everywhere that we lived. Yeah, there's even stories about that with the Mammies in Jamaica. They had a crazy category, whatever the fuck category it was, hurricane out there in Jamaica. Back then. The Mammy and Maroon colonies. Talking about the spiritual wickedness of their little pirate ship shops out there. Those are Moors, by the way. Yeah, weird. Before anyone called it Yamaka. So imagine why Jamaica would be named after something Israelite. Right there in the middle of Caribbean, right where Christopher Columbus, the Portuguese, ought to be. You want to name a whole fucking landmass after Israel? Shut your goofy ass up. Jamaica is Yamaka. There's no J in Hebrew. Okay, yeah. Yamaha, right there. King James, by the way. And what do they say? They're the tribe of Judah. Cut it out. Cut it out. So their island is named after my grandfather. Oh, okay. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. So all I'm saying is, just because everybody's related, and just because everybody comes from the same stock and breed of people, just like how all white people ought to be related, but they're not all the same white people. Yeah, just because all of us Israelites are related, doesn't mean we're all doing the same thing. No. That's why do you can go to the fucking island and do that shit. Don't do that shit in front of grandma. What are you fucking crazy, nigga? You better take all them hoes over there somewhere. Ain't nobody gonna raise your kids. What has changed? Not a damn thing for us, apparently. Bahama, Brahma, Abraham. You don't keep running into it. You don't keep running into it. All the root words is our language. So if all the root words point to Israel, who fucking language is it? Exactly. I ain't spelling motherfucking Churchill. I ain't spelling fucking anything in Russia. I'm not spelling anything but Israel, 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 root word Israel, everything in the damn Bible. The Bible is not English and it's not Christian. It's Judean. The prophets in that book tell you specifically who they are. That's why they give you their damn bloodline. So you read it, you're like, oh, this book about this bloodline of people is saying something. Cool story, bitch. It's their story. The fuck you in it for? First of all, don't tell me religion. Don't tell me it's religion the reason why you even give a fuck about that book. Because then you misunderstood that whole fucking book. Exactly. That's the problem with religion today. Is that it never existed. That book is not a religion. What the fuck's a religion? Some foreigners cosplaying, telling people what to do on their new plantations to mind control them, to get them to generate a profit without asking questions, at fear of going to hell or something worse. And then you blame that on me, God, angels, and our people when y'all fucking doing it to us? Fuck out my face. Religion bad for all the fucking reasons that they exist. They don't like the religion, God, and the Bible and all that shit based on how they thought they were treated. Meanwhile, they treating the Indians exactly the same. Who came from religion? So there's that. But it's cool, like I said. I'm just speaking truth to the power of it all. There ain't nobody personal, except for the motherfuckers in my way. I'm speaking for the kingdom. I'm not talking about me. No, they've been playing this game a little bit too long with my ancestors. They've been too little willy-nilly with my bloodline. I don't know their conditions. I don't know why they didn't do this earlier. Yeah, I do. It's the same word as everyone else. Benefits. You gotta forget, you can't forget this. The people who built it all for us are not the people who lost it. Jesus didn't lose all those kingdoms after he got them. Do you not remember? Is it not written that he was offered all the kingdoms of the world if he just bowed down? That was a wager, similar to the book of Job, right? I will render all these things unto you, right? A test of faith. So the wager was, don't do what God says and I'll give you the kingdoms. Because if you do what God says, what's the other end of the sentence? They're yours anyway. That's why he's the King of Kings. All those kingdoms are his. He won the bet. Just in that metaphor, just in that little experience, just in that third party writing about something. What does it profit a man to gain the whole world and lose his soul in the process? He didn't lose his soul. So you flip it. He gained the whole world and kept his soul in the process. Genghis Khan, Temujin, the soul, the flame, genie, Solomon, same story. That's our parable, by the way, right? It ain't theirs. It's not their interpretation of English literature devices used by former kingdoms of angels. But you know what I'm saying? Like, it's a Hebrew Bible, dog. How do you invoke English to mean white anyway? Why would white people create English and the first thing they want to do is translate a bunch of nigger shit for niggas they haven't met yet because they never been to America, allegedly, and that's how they learn English without us? So how the fuck were they studying our shit? Don't fucking tell me Egypt buried into the 1880s. Exactly. Someone made some shit up again. But they didn't just make it up out of scratch. They're taking it, they're hypothecating it, they're remixing it, they're borrowing, they're stealing, they're selling it. It's not just some random thing. The reference point is us. Literally. We are their reference point, whoever the fuck that church is. I mean, literally, whoever it is. Not the people who they enslaved or offered benefits or hired in their army of believers. I'm not talking about civilians. I'm talking about whoever their inheritor is now to keep it going. Because obviously none of their civilians follow this shit. And as far as the United States history goes, never fucking have. They don't even go to church on Saturday. So I know they ain't fucking read that book on a Sunday. What Bible did they study on? Bible study, my nigga. Do they even do Bible study on Sabbath? That'd be reasonable. That'd be reasonable. If their Bible studies were fucking Friday night to Saturday evening, I'm like, okay. Nope. Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Thursday night, choir rehearsal. Everything but Sabbath. Everything but Sabbath. Is that not one of the 10 Commandments? So what the fuck have they been studying? How do you miss that commandment? How the fuck can you miss Sabbath, Sabado, Saturday? Like, how do you miss that? And what does it mean if someone ritualizes a different day but reference it? That's a curse. You gotta switch over to spellcraft since that book is written by spellcrafters. Could have sworn. So yeah, I think that's what I'm saying. You can't even be mad at the individuals. Because even what they think they believe and what they dogma and indoctrination might be through a religion or book based on our ancestors, they still got that part wrong. So imagine if they can't get their religion right, you know they didn't get the source right. People are frustrated with religion because they're frustrated with ignorance. They ain't got shit to do with us. That's why I'm on my business. Had me looking at my fucking grandfather sideways until I realized that none of these motherfuckers ever met him. They still think Jesus is a white guy somewhere that never existed. Anyway, Genghis, how you doing? Yang. My name's Dwayne. Same fucking story. The Lost Tribe of Dan, Dwayne, D-N, D-A-N, Dason, D-A-N, Dan, Smith, Semite. I'm not a lost tribe, nigga. No one's fucking listening to us. I'm proof. I went to them. Ain't no one had to come find me, boy. I got my own YouTube channel, social media, thousands of people, millions of views, talking the same shit, all the way to the top of the pyramid of the social ladder. Private phone calls with all them niggas who have all they niggas under other chapters. I am talking to their leaders, their captains, their chiefs. I am not talking to people who want to believe things. I'm talking to people who have their own belief thing based on it. And if I tell them who I am, it's a cool story. It is not a cool story if you read our story. Because if any of us tell you who we are in a backdrop such as this society, that means you're facing judgment. I'm a descendant of judges. It's a different story if you read it. Jesus is justice. What does Genghis Khan say? You have a white Jesus and you have a white Genghis Khan, I know. But what is his quote? If you have not sinned greatly, your God would not have sent a punishment like me. Genghis Khan's appearance was a judgment. I'm Genghis Khan's grandson. This world is judged already, then. That's the shit I've been talking about. I don't know if anyone heard me. I was like, nah, fam, this shit cooked already. They just haven't realized it yet. They're trying to say, oh, I feel like we all died in 2020. Maybe. But you're still here in Europa paying bills and shit just like we. But that is not what the judgment is. He's not judging civilians. He's judging the leaders. He's not judging you. He's judging the false leaders, the synagogue of Satan, as it is written. Is it not written? They're expecting to see a flashbang and fireworks and all kinds of things. We're talking about people, Hebrews 13. Be careful who you entertain. You may be entertaining angels. Can you imagine if the kingdom of heaven has tribes down here, that there's still a kingdom of heaven somewhere else? Can you imagine if they wanted to get a ride down here? They probably could. Now imagine that everyone you look at that you don't quite see, even on YouTube TV, imagine how many others would be all around this bitch in the government, in the churches, in the hospitals, all around. They waiting for the wrong spaceship, nigga. We here already. That's what I mean by we. We are here already. We're not waiting. They're not waiting. It's already done. When God says it, it is. The distance between what was said, judgment, and how it manifests is us. Like we're waiting. We're living through the tribulations. These are tribulations, right? By anybody's standard in any religion, these times would be classified classically as tribulations. Why are we in tribulations? Because we didn't save enough money? Why are we in tribulations? Because we didn't get enough college? Why are we in tribulations? Because we got married and had kids? Why are we in tribulations then? I mean, everybody. We got our personal tribulations and our personal journeys. And we still alive, so we're coming out of them, right? But then you have the collective. With the Bible's about the collective, right? The judgment is about the collective, not an individual. God could have just judged King Ahab, made his ass sick, and he could have died right there. War, battle will never happen, but maybe his sons would have carried on. But the judgment was for his entire army. Because Ahab had the game fucked up, his whole army got fucked up. One more time. Because Ahab had the game fucked up, his whole army got fucked up. They were bloodthirsty. God said, chill, rest, Sabbath. Ahab like, nah, we can get a little bit more. Then I always go back to, the Bible always reminds you. But let me take y'all back to this part right here. What did God say? I'll do the science for you. How do you know what God says? God sends prophets. He's in the kingdom of Israel and the kingdom of Jerusalem. You know, brothers, cousins. And They'll go to a prophet of God, and this is the king knows this. The king of Israel knows. You understand? He's the king of Israel. He knows who prophets are. That's why he's a king anyway. But in his timeline, generation, he has a prophet. And they know who they are. They moved his ass outside the city like a shaman. Because prophesying his fucking fate ain't the only thing we do. They're healers. On Jesus. On Daniel. Like, it's all the same bloodline of people. So they know who those bloodlines are. Ahab, he's part of them. But he's on the king's side. Rulership, warriors, people who beat giants, their kids, versus everyone else that's running from them. That's right, it's 12 tribes and 3 khans, baby. Everybody ain't the fighter. So when you look at kings, you're looking at fighters. Remember, I said Genghis Khan. That's who you're reading about. You're reading about Genghis Khan. One more time, when you're reading that book, you're reading about the Mongolian horde. When you're reading that book, you're talking about the army of Tartary. That book is from Tartaria. That's who you're reading about. You're reading about the people that they erased from history. Us. We still had a bastion over here, a continent they've never been to. They're like, fuck. But we weren't in that war with them because we were here. But we're still the same people. Specifically me. I'm the people from over there coming back to his family over here and rebreeding again. Both sides. Again. Again. Not for the first time. Again. He went back home. Mama Inga, Inca, Vinca, Vikings went back home. Prodigal son shit. Queen Elizabeth. My grandmother. They designate her over there. But yeah, anyway, she was over here. I'm a Smith. That's how I'm here. We weren't born in England. The fuck? That was also their kingdom. They don't understand what an emperor is. A king of kingdoms. Anyway. Those are all Khan's kids, bro. They can never be white people. A Khan is an Afro-Asiatic. An Afro-Asiatic is a Semite. A Semite is a Jew. Very specific. It's horizontal. It's the same thing. They're not even just synonyms. They're all the same fucking thing. They're not like oranges and tangerines. No, they're the orange, the orange, the orange, the orange, orange, naranja, dark yellow, light red. You're reading about Khans. That's a Khan's Bible. It's a Khan Jameson Bible. It's a king's Bible. The Bible intonates kingdom if it's a King James Bible, right? So that book would be given to his kingdoms. What the fuck's I gotta do? A church, a religion, or a democracy? Why would kingdoms form democracies? Why would kingdoms form a republic? Why would kingdoms form a pirate ship? Are you serious, niggas? It's the King James Family Bible. So they say the King James family's in it. That means his family's a kingdom. I thought that shit was common sense. So Israelites, Hebrews, and Jerusalem Jews are all part of a kingdom already, as of that Bible. So as of 1611. So 400 years ago, everybody in my patina is a result of a kingdom. That's why I'm insulted about being African American. That's why I'm insulted about being a black person. That's why I'm insulted by just being, you mean a Native American? No, nigga. I'm talking about our kingdom. God promised us a kingdom. We've been manifesting corporations. We've been manifesting businesses. We've been manifesting LLCs. We've been manifesting Federal Reserve debt notes. God's promise is a kingdom on earth as it is in heaven. But they do the Bible study and they read the commandments. They believe in Jesus and recite the Lord's Prayer. And then have fucking protests 2 weeks ago with a fucking former Jewish boy, Soros, talking about no kings. I'm supposed to be fucking retarded? Dwayne Smith's supposed to be fucking retarded because these people can't fucking read? I just can't do that. I'm not off that shit. So if a Jesus was to return, what is he returning? His kingdoms. If there was a return, I could have sworn he brought friends down. If there was a return, something about the skies and UAPs, something about diseases and plagues and rivers turn red and floods all over this bitch. If the book was written by such to predict a time as this, and it looks like the time that it is, and it's in that book, King James book, my grandfather's book, then what fucking time it is? They're comparing their time to our timing. You see how fucking retarded this shit is? They're talking about what they believe in the religions and gods and whites and blacks and all this shit. Real quick, you're living through the time that was prophesied already by my grandfather. What are we talking about? After that is over. Nope, no, I don't, none of that. None of the theories. Stop. No more theories. Is it not written? Council Nicaea be damned. Constantine be damned. Add a few more characters. Just add them up. Add a white boy, add a pope, add everybody that's touching little kids. Add them up, add them up, add them up, add them up. Did any of them write that shit? All right, then. Who did? Cool fucking story on my grandfather. So my grandfather told me to tell you, right, in the Bible, like, if any of that resembles your timeline, and you're going to use it symbolically to mean a return of somebody, and what does the return mean? It's the return of the Holy Kingdom, right? In order to restore something, we love reparations. Let's turn it up to restorations and reclamations. In order for you to restore, reclaim, or repair something, wouldn't the current existing thing blocking it need to go away? Question. Is Unum Sanctum United States Service Corporation Human Trafficking Org squatting on the land of the angels? Wouldn't they fucking have to go away if anything crazy in that book was real? That's how I gotta think about it. I'm like, yo, my family wrote that. Like my family. The guy with the same gift. That's where the shit got weird for me. I got that from my family, nigga. Oh my God. I hate these motherfucking liars. Oh, no. If these people on TikTok and the internet got it, nigga, I got it. Like, oh, that's what this is. I'm another Jew boy born into slavery. Every single time. If it's one of us. That's just what my ancestors said about us. I removed myself from everyone else's belief systems and versions of history at that point. So when I talk, my conviction, my anger, my audacity isn't really rooted in feeling better than anything or anyone else. It's just me standing in what the fuck they said it was. And that's really hard to do with the other paradigm and patina that they painted on us, black guys in America who ain't shit, who ain't smart enough, who IQs aren't high enough, who's only good for athletics, music, and creating fatherless households. And then that might not be true for you as a little boy, but you have to grow up and prove that wrong somehow in your actions and behaviors, correct? Correct. And you may win or fail at that, but that's your reference point. And we base our success on that reference point. Like, yo, I got a good job, I got a wife, my kids in my house, you know, it ain't the biggest house ever, but, you know, I'm holding it down, you know, I'm proud of myself, and, you know, I'm either like my father or I'm better than my father. And because of my father, whatever direction it is, I'm just trying to be a fucking father here. Because there is no other fucking positions to fill, apparently. Even our women don't want us in that position, apparently. So what's left for niggas? Anyway, right? At a time like this, we didn't even have that much to get. And we still couldn't fucking get it. What college degree do you need for that? Work and take care of your family. Not because we was running the streets. Nigga, I wasn't in the streets, I was outside. I wasn't running in everyone's houses and bedrooms. I wasn't chasing bitches. I was in a relationship for at least a damn decade. Because of the little bit that we had as a chance for pride. You know, being a man, taking care of someone, being consistent. Such a small portion of dummy missions. 2025. I mean, look back on it. So it wasn't a matter of if we could do any of these things right. Is that even in doing the right things, something else outside of us fucks it up for us. And all that programming is Jewish. And I'm telling you that as a Jew. Ain't no fucking mystery to me what happened. I get it. As a reference point. Go to war over God if you want. Tough. Ain't no fucking prophets or messiahs coming from over there, nigga. We weren't over there, nigga. 1611. It's like we moved. And then we told them we moved. And we got a book that said we moved. But they're like, nah, they still over here. Are they stupid, nigga? It's fucking them up because they acting like they just discovered America 400 years ago. Bitch, we ain't they. What the fuck that got to do with us? Right. But you see how the whole world got this fucked up? So what kind of education they got? China don't know what's in Tartaria? But they got 5,000 years of history with no niggas there? Please. We start seeing the communism trying to start to take effect in the history. Yeah, so none of them is better than the other one for any of those things. They're all some damn liars on God. They're making God to be a liar. In their shenanigans, they're saying God's a liar. They're telling me God's a liar. Like, if this Jesus white, you saying God lied to us. If these things come from some white man, and when I say white man, you have to understand, like, what's a white man? Genetically, none of the tribes of Israel. So you telling me my God is not an Israelite? You get your concept of God from Israelites. We keep changing the law of gender or something. But you understand what I'm saying? They're reversing all the variables, which to me would suggest to me, if I believe them, that my God's a liar. That my grandfather's a liar. That the prophets in that Bible that they highlighted are liars. So that everything else cannot be us. Like, that's the only objective, right? The objective is to take the ball from us. Because that's the only thing we're protecting. Right? All I'm saying is, no, that's my family. And I take that back. And then I look at what they said and what they did for hundreds of years in front of us. And it's all none of us. So the whole fucking world got me fucked up. Using English? Talking about kings and shit and gods and shit? I feel like Soulja Boy. Play by play. Drake? Like, what are we talking about? Drake? We talking about some Drakes, aren't we? What's he composed of? So natural. So you understand everything. Sell their own mama out, steal your mama just to make a profit. And we're wondering why shit is going backwards. These niggas have been ass backwards. It was us keeping it up, apparently. Reprobate mind. Tower of Babel, same story, all over again. We back. The fuck? I know my grandma no liar, since it was our women who were the writers of this shit on Shakespeare, nigga. King James and Shakespeare was like best friends, they said. Bullshit. Shakespeare was a band of writers who were females. Same time as King James Bible. Can you fucking imagine plays in King James English? I wonder who wrote them. Niggas make me sick. Othello the Moor. Well, white people didn't know black people were ruling their kingdoms, but they love Shakespeare. Where did y'all learn English? You learn English where Shakespeare takes place? In kingdoms full of niggas? On Romeo and Juliet, nigga. Jewel. No Jane Hebrew. Yuli. Julieta. She's a Jew. Rome. Romero. Amora. Roman. The forbidden love between Jews and Romans. Can you fucking imagine if they read the Bible? Nigga, this ain't even more science. You feel me? Like, that's common fucking sense now, isn't it? That's what I be saying. They must not know how to read. Dr. Umar, Tariq Nasheed, even Taj, man. You don't talk about the Bible too much. Weird. The tribes that he said he's a Moor of come from the damn Bible, nigga. At the very least. Or you want to have their fucking names in King James English. But I'm not supposed to say that and claim that because someone else didn't notice the obvious. Fuck them niggas. The fuck are they talking about? Am I King James' grandson or not? See what I'm saying? I can't even listen to these niggas. I hate being in that position. But there is no other option for me. And it proves itself to be true. They have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. Because it's not them. It's third party still. They could still be Indians though. Obviously. But they're obviously not King James' grandsons. Because they wouldn't be trying to fucking do all of this for some fucking benefits. To restore the kingdom. Not your own nationality and citizenship. Fucking sellouts. Them niggas just want special privileges within the same dominion. But the Bible says, and the Quran says, this is a kingdom. So how the fuck would the prophet come, my grandfather, and suggest to them they would need a 501c3 or something under the federal government? Them niggas, man, we just had church on a fucking Sunday. That's what I'm saying. They don't read nothing. They find all the benefits and all the laws and the lines. That's why I know USC and UCC codes. And you learn like what they're trying to do is have limited contact within the system and benefit from it. They're not trying to figure out how to restore their kingdom at all. They must be fucking foreigners to that kingdom. Ain't no nigga gonna try to restore the thing he stole from. 38 trillion. Very unique, a very fucked up problem. I'm in America as an Indian of the empire level of them. None of these motherfuckers history talking to us. How the fuck? I just rebooted it. Booted it. Y'all put that on 1.5x. Y'all put that on 1.5x. It'll come back to you. 333. Orange is the new black. And leaders try to bind themselves to their people to drag them down when they go down too. Just like them damn fallen angels. Lying by omission. PT Cruising 3, shout out to you. Compose Slim, salute, salute. Kingdom Well, I see you. Everybody, Gorilla Gospel, oh shit. We got everybody up in here. Jonathan Lee, Mr. Now, Shogun Kid, MGZ. I'm out here, bro. Shit crazy out here, boy. I want to see how they going to get around this shit. Because the way the ancestors wrote it, this shit ain't get aroundable. This shit ain't get aroundable. They trying to get around some shit. All of a sudden, nah, this ain't a get aroundable problem, boy. This one of them shits where it's a mountain. You gotta tell this mountain to move. But the mountain ain't listening to you. Because you ain't doing nothing you supposed to do. So like, they had that part of the story. This is an unget aroundable mountain. Like Mount Zion is. It's unget aroundable. That's why all of the social problems are piling up. It's forming a bigger mountain. It's snowballing. Mm-hmm. But I think the valuable lesson in humanity is like when I look back on it, whoever's ideas that was to be so fucking reprobate and stupid about civilization, they really didn't really do it to me. Like, hmm, it affected me and my people, obviously, and everyone else's. But they didn't do it against. They didn't do it against humans. And maybe today they've lost count or they've lost track of the fact that the opposing force had its own deity. They leave that out. You know, Persinia and all of them were dealing with a different energy source, if you will, for lack of context. So Persinia and all of them, and all of those other reprobate armies, obviously full of Mamelukes and eunuchs, their core, the god, if you will, that they're talking about, could never be ours. That's humanly impossible. That's timeline, geography, everything's impossible about that sentiment. So they had their own thing battling us, just like the story of Job. You know, now you just got to look at that as a kingdom level. And they said instead of going after Job, we're gonna go after your 12 tribes of Israel, but they have walled cities and shit now. But if you let those walls down, we can get them to convert. And God was like, go for it. Metaphor wise, that's kind of how it is. It's more like that shit. They weren't going against us. What's there to go against? If you know who the God of Israel is, that's not even a right way of looking at life. If these people come from that time period and they know what it's about, you wouldn't do that. That doesn't make sense unless you're trying to provoke the God of Israel. And everything doing right now is provoking the God of Israel, right? Ukraine, Israel, Jew agendas, APAC, all that. That's all on. They all playing in the God of Israel. None of those niggas are from Israel, but they're using his names. That was YouTube that time. YouTube hit me back. That was YouTube that time. YouTube hit me with the reconnecty. Because I said they're playing in the God of Israel's face. And they are. That's what this whole story seems to be about to me. They brought their ass over here to the kingdom of Israel. Mr. L says, YouTube keeps booting me out on a live saying unavailable, then I click on it and it's fine. Yeah. So yeah, if they came to the kingdom of New Israel and did all this to its people, then they're playing in God's face, man. And I just don't think they wagered what that means. Maybe they thought that was a superstition and that they were smarter, better, and above it. Narcissism, classic psychopaths. And maybe that's just all it is. It's like, oh, you fucked around. Why wouldn't it be? She took literally. But the God itself, nah, that's where we draw the line at. Yeah, we're still the rituals, the names, the titles, the stuff, the land, the people, the narrative, the history. All of that's good to go, man, because we got the whole world wrapped up around it. But the God that is referring to and the powers thereof, that's where we draw the line at. Accountability. Nah, that's just one of those silly belief systems. But you're stealing all the things from the people who believe that system, and that's how they have all those things that yo broke ass need to steal. Obviously, your system fucking sucked. So I don't even understand the belief part of this. When their theft and colonialization is real, they really colonized Israel. What the fuck going on? And then we seen them do a mock version of it again in the last 100 years. The same fucking people, as far as I can see. I be seeing colors and shit, so I don't understand. Like the fuck? Like, so play in God's face once and then play in God's face again. Wow. I wonder how that's going to end for them. People speaking English based on the Bible. The fuck? They don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, they built themselves, like, if they were completely foreign and strange and had their own little deranged occasion on some Halo shit, then you'd be like, oh, this sucks. Why did God leave us stranded? But nah. These people had to reference the book, the people, the land itself, and then still said, fuck all this. Cool. God heard you. I did. That's why he sends down judges. I get it now. That's all I've been doing my whole life. Wondering why. Not a day go by. I don't even be giving a fuck about what sometimes. Why? How that makes sense? Where they do that at? Why? Where does that come from? Why is it in our shit? Why is it on our land? Why is it in our language? Crickets, crickets, crickets. No answers. Blank page. The history itself don't make sense. The history they came up with is not linear. It doesn't connect to shit. It skips so many lands and people. Like, hello, what was going on in Brazil, nigga? It looked just like us. Same story. But if they're rallying around the kingdom, I can tell you exactly where they ought to be. They'd be on the East Coast, in the Virginia, Maryland colonies. The Valley, the Vale, is a location. Yep. The first so-called colony of North Carolina alleged is New Bern. Nah, that'd be Newburgh. New Petersburg. Asheville Valley. Biltmore. Right there. Tuscarora. You return to North Carolina. They did. They did. I'm telling you. They did. They did. From New York down to South Carolina. They did. That's exactly where all those kids are born in the last 200 years. For the kingdom. I'm talking about the royal bloodlines. I think they would get closer to Jesus. Jamestown, Virgin, Maryland, colonies. The originals. Newburgh, North Carolina. It's one of the originals. Mm-hmm. You could tell. And I went to his museum. Bunch of Masonic shit. I asked the guy, the tour guide, yo, where'd they get this building from? It looked very Victorian. Well, we got the blueprints from London. Stop the story. I got it. Thank you. So they burned this shit down. Really? Who burnt this down? Why is it surrounded by slave houses? So who burnt it down, genius? Whoever the fuck was living in those slave houses. That big house didn't need slave houses around it. They're two different architectural designs anyway. That's just bad fucking vibes and aesthetics either way you think about it. So they burnt down this house, they burnt down the White House, they burnt down all the houses on the East Coast that belongs to the Kingdom of Jews. And then converted them to plantations. Well, that's the weird thing about this story. They didn't convert them to plantations. The planters and the slavers and whoever the fuck was rushing into this country during that time period, I don't know, after 1750, they didn't have shit, so they built around the shit that already had infrastructure. Lazy nigga shit. Obviously. When you know the history of this country, and not the history they tell you about some motherfuckers who just got here, telling the history of this country. Nah. White House is Benjamin Banneker's house. Newburgh, North Carolina. That's a nigga's house. Newark, New Jersey. Those tall buildings. That's a nigga's house. And they're all Jews. Hence the Victorian, KJV. V for Victorian. Victory. 5. Carlos V. Easy. The guy who went to South Carolina, or South America. And the same fucking buildings are there. It's all there. It's Carlos V is a Jew, though. And he's the reason why these buildings are here. So those buildings belong to who? Jews. Mm-hmm. So who are these white people? And why do they don't know that these Jewish people ain't those people in a fucking building built by Jews? And neither one of they dumbasses know that. Obviously. Like, it's obvious. One Google image, it'll fix everything. It could be nothing else. Literally, could not be. Montezuma is in front of the same fucking buildings. They describe him as Moorish. All right, all 12 tribes of Israel. What else is next? What do he look like? That's a nigga if I've never seen one. He definitely don't look Native American. And he older than the so-called Native Americans. So how do they get light if he ain't? Fuck all that. Those buildings behind him are Moorish on King James. See what I'm saying? Ain't no fucking guessing around here. It is what the fuck it is. It can be nothing else, in fact. Not enough time to. How do you meet a nigga that already got your buildings, but you said you came from England and brought those buildings here? Make your damn mind up. That's what's wrong with these niggas. On Sabrina Wallace, Michelle Gibson, and everyone in between us. Mudflood Tartaria. Even Mr. John himself. I can't. Nigga, you're looking at niggas in front of those buildings in America. The same buildings that are in Rome, Italy, Europe, and everywhere else. And the same niggas you call Indians. I guess they've been all around the world. They ain't discovered shit. Too bad you don't know the bigger. Y'all made Jew mean something else, stupid. Not us. Right? Like if you... They're all stuck at that level. They don't want to turn the people of the Bible to copper colored. The same way they describe Jesus is the same way they describe Americans. Can you fucking imagine that? They're trying to say they're not African. I know. Or Afro-Asiatic. They enslave Afro-Asiatics? That's weird. They enslave Jews. But they got a problem. Wait a minute. The history of America is enslaving Jews. What's up with these German reparations? How come the United States has not played Israel everything yet? Or is that what they're trying to do? Are they claiming to be giving Israel secret reparations? All your tax dollars, if you understand anything. Now imagine if the real Jews are here, hi, I'm one of them, and all that money that's supposed to be going to Israel is them trying to placate to me? Wow, that's a lot of fucking money. We got records of it. They're willing to give them billions for being Jews, right? Right, right, right. They're not Jews though. But the United States proved that it's willing, for some reason, not being a Christian nation, to give Jews reparations. And we're right fucking here. But food stamps. Paying for their education and their healthcare. But food stamps. And the Jews are here. We are here. I have family here. I know. And we have all kinds of people, cousins and brothers all over the goddamn universe, especially here in Europa. So, yeah. They just sending money back and forth or something? The United States sending our resources back and forth to the people who ain't Jews. Can you imagine this story? You're robbing the Jews to pay the people who are not the Jews. If you could just read George Washington's letter, you know who you're supposed to be talking to, nigga. They got a city Muhammad. Your president do. Your first president got a city Muhammad. They got a city Muhammad. Muhammad is Israeli. Muhammad is Jewish. Which one is it? They going to war with Mohammedans. That's weird. That's fucking weird. If they're under the empire of Muhammad, that's weird. That's fucking weird. It wouldn't make no fucking sense if we know how to read. That's why you know this shit don't make sense. And the crazier part, it doesn't have to them. They're the reason why it doesn't make sense. They're not trying to make it make sense. That's what the whole world's problem is, depending on them. People who just move the goalposts as long as they benefit. They're psychopaths. They're psychopathy. That's dark triad shit. Across a whole swath of people, that is a gang of psychopaths, bro, and sociopaths. This is not, we're no longer dealing with skin colors. But at least I know what skin color they're not. Jesus Christ. So I know who they're not. And then I got to worry about those people in our skin color. Jesus Christ. So 1 and 2. You got 2. Remember, the Jews voted against the Jews now. So you got to worry about yourself. And then you got to worry about all those other people too. We keep fucking playing in your names. They're playing with my names specifically. So like, fuck them. That's evil. Fuck it. Like, I ain't fucking placating the evil. Fuck them. As long as they standing on that. It is not a crime to be yourself. I thought that was the principle of freedom. Justice, Libra. Back to our book again. It's always going to circle back. Because that's where they stole it from. Gridlock to being thieves. Put into slavery because they're thieves. Penal colonies. Penalty. Forced slavery. They're criminals. That's the story of the United States. The penal colonies in itself. We got all the rednecks from. They're prisoners. They were slaves. That's why those white, racist white people are down there. Yeah. They come from descendants of prisoners. They're not Portuguese, are they? They're not Spanish, are they? They're not Moors, are they? They're not French, are they? All right, then. You only got one option left, nigga. Slaves. If there's white people there who are not Moorish, they're slaves. If they're here. They only brought slaves here. There's no such concept of free white people in kingdoms. They would have to come from a white kingdom. But they went from one kingdom over there, apparently, and they brought over here to penal colonies. They didn't discover anything. They're not Portuguese, right? They didn't discover anything. English ain't theirs either. They didn't discover anything, and they didn't speak Spanish. And they didn't speak French. And this is all those territories in their history. So you're a bunch of white people in kingdoms claiming land. And when they all stopped fighting, your ass was left, but nobody from France? How the fuck would you be white in Louisiana and own anything if it was just French territory? Are you French? What about your cousin in Alabama, in Philadelphia? Y'all French. See what I'm saying? But they speak English there. Ain't that a bitch? That must have been recent. When was Napoleon there? Oh yeah, 1800s. So they must have just learned English recently. And you're trying to figure out why they have an accent. They have an accent because they were slaves, speaking a different kingdom's language, and had to learn English. Recent. My English doesn't have an accent. Thank you for coming by touch up. All them hills and mountains, people. Appalachia. Those are runaway slaves. Those stories is about everybody but Israel. So leave us out of it, please. Unless you're going to put us back into it. So they're French slaves. Suave. And those are the things that fought in the Civil War. On land owned by Jews and Indians. And somehow white people got it? Do the science. Make that make sense. At a time period where no one who looked like me was called black. Not one. The word that was being used is Negro. The fuck? They're calling us Negroes. We're not Negroes. We're Jews and Indians. We have nationalities. Where do Negroes come from? Negropedia? Negropolis? It's not a place. So Negro isn't a nationality. And there's no concept of race. They made it up lately. So Negro wasn't a race in that history or that document because those people did not have a concept of race that way. They're kingdoms. Easy. So if you read about Negroes back then, it wouldn't mean the same thing as now since they came up with that lately. But they used the word Negro first. You know, Spanish. So these white people are Spanish and they had Negro slaves. So white people from Europe who are not Spanish or Portuguese went to Africa, bought people or took people to South Carolina, and then used a Spanish word called Negro to describe an African while speaking English. That's what you're telling me? A white slave master calling his Africans something in Spanish. The only people speaking Spanish at that time were Moors. So Negroes are Moors if it's Spanish. Negro is Spanish. So Negroes are Moors. So they're saying that they enslaved Moors? This is common sense. So the South Carolina Virginia laws against Negroes was against Moors. This is common sense. You can prove it to yourself just by going to Abraham Lincoln court case Moore. This is during the Civil War. And he has to argue property ownership, a land dispute between a Moor and the rest of his family. And Lincoln told the judge, it's not a crime for you to be darker than us. We're not assuming that your boy Abraham Lincoln is a white person either, since he's on a copper penny. But I tell you, my client here is not a Negro. He's a Moor. That owns land in Pennsylvania. So if it's a land dispute and the premise pivot is whether he's a Negro or a Moor is in question, had nothing to do with him not being a white person. None of those categories are talking about them. So if it's one type of black person versus one type of black person, then those words must not be talking about just being black people. If the difference in his case was whether he was a Moor or a Negro nigga, right? Negro Spanish. So they're trying to say someone who's called black, Negro, Spanish by and all the mixing of the Congo back and forth, which is a totally different story during Kingdoms. Grave Maurice, you can read about it on Google Books. Stop playing with me. They wanted us to read history. Well, shit. Imagine if we did. Like, all right. So you're trying to say the people who are on these lands that happen to be black people, imagine Al-Andalusia and all kind of shit, and crypto Jews and everyone in between us, that those people are now on a land that's now a constitutional republic, and these Negroes are not part of it. That makes sense. America belonged to Indians. Why would it belong to any Negro or Spanish decreed person from across the fucking ocean? Because why would it be a land that belongs to Indians? Which is why he's in court. They're assuming he's an immigrant. In a land full of Jews, Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh, Petersburg, Egyptburg, Petersburg, Pittsburgh, the pit. It's a biblical concept. Myersdale, Jew name, Pennsylvania. Day one niggas, right? And they Jesus is copper colored. Imagine being in court around them. They've come to my TED Talk. This is before the United States. There is no United States. There's North versus South. That's not united. This is before, right? When Abraham Lincoln was a lawyer. Moors and property claims in Pennsylvania. So there's Moors in Pennsylvania before the Civil War. Do the science on Abraham Lincoln on a copper penny, Indian, right? Yeah, he would have to be. He tall, ain't he? I'm tall. His name is fucking Abraham. Do you think his mother was a Jew in Pennsylvania? With a tall Judean with a fully connected beard? Oh yeah, that painting ain't Abraham Lincoln. Just ain't that painting ain't George Washington, and that painting ain't Jesus. When did we get all these paintings? Oh, when white people got here. It must have been after the Civil War. Apparently. Mm-hmm. You understand? Apparently. They don't call Negro, they don't call Africans Negroes. Because if Africans were Negroes, then they would stop calling us African Americans. They just call the because remember they're renaming Negroes. They renamed Negroes to African Americans. They could have just renamed Negroes to African if they were calling Africans Negroes. What's the extra step? We're talking about civil rights. That is a subset of indentured servitude after the Civil War. If you're becoming a citizen of a new United States, because that's not what the American Revolution was for. Now, was it? Was Florida an American Revolution? Then that wasn't the United States, was it? I could have sworn they spoke Spanish in Florida. I could have fucking sworn. There's France right there and Spain right next to it. I could have fucking sworn that's what that was. I could have fucking swore. So if you're a Negro, you're from down south. Can you fucking imagine that? Can you fucking imagine a nigga that's living closer to the equator is darker, speaking fucking Spanish in the Spanish territory, and then a whole bunch of other wars divided up, obviously, the South, right? And now they're moving around and about and expanding, Seminoles. Oh my God. Can you fucking imagine? You see someone just look like me and yeah, I'm Seminole. Can you fucking imagine? I meet them all the time. They look just like me. Seminoles. You're down south. You're being reclassified by the federal government, which wasn't here. The fuck? These are federal classifications. There's no federal classification of us until when? 1880s. We're not part of the United States. They did not control Florida. And they definitely didn't control Louisiana. Don't they have all those Indian parades there? Stop fucking playing with us. This is history. Like, they just made the whole thing white in your head, I guess. They whitewashed it. Like, it couldn't be. They're not French and they're not Spanish. They would have to say they're Moors. And then their racism towards black people would make no sense. Nigga, you left black people to move next to black people. Why didn't you go somewhere else? I should be back already. That was a short call. The World Fair's photos. Mine unveiled the same thing. Well researched, but the newest video about National World Fair photos being photoshopped. He assumed they photoshopped the people in because there was no one there. Nah, he photoshopped white people into it. I know. They love doing that. They're composites. That's why they're always like dressed in all black and there's no shadows and they look out of place. Because that's not where they took their picture at. Yeah. You know, a land full of Moorish buildings. Could you fucking imagine? They're dedicating it to Muhammad and shit, but they're like, no, we're Christians. Like, they can't even fucking make their mind up 100 years ago. I'll be right back. I got a delivery. forever, man. But for good reasons. Good fucking reasons. Y'all still here? Shit. Remember I was just talking about something about I gotta go to White Castle? You can't make this shit up, man. We still in these streets. I'm coming back, bro. Give me 30 more seconds. Don't tell Dr. Umar, but it's a white castle, brother. Not a white house. Anyway. Well, we good. Mine unveiled the same thing, Jonathan Lee. Well researched, but the newest video about Nashville with the photoshops. When the math equals, they were photoshopping to validate a bad math. We back. Special delivery. Shot to G-Dep. And the Golden Alliance. Mr. Now says, and then wonder why they're women the most with bipolar disorder, depersonalization, and multiple personality disorders. Different code switches. Palladian, starseeds, Muslim Christians that are all also granddaughters of Elvis Presley, waiting for the return of white Jesus on election day while planning business ventures in the middle of a recession. Mr. Now. You said a lot, brother. That was a fucking lot. LOL. The Galactic Confederation and all that. On Abraham Hicks. Abraham Hicks is channeling a nigga named Abraham. I do the science on this shit. Oh yeah, forgot they're interstellar travelers with a Hindu awakening to rewrite their soul contract as well. Oh man, they just adding levels to this shit while looking for a new job. There's now media waiting for them to find out what's really going on. Hey yo, I'm not the only one going crazy here. Shout to Rel, shout to chat. MG, what's good? What's good, Rel, man? Peace, family. Hope you all good. Shit, man. Are we, bro? Are we alive? Is this real? Is this thing on? I was talking about White Castle and someone sent me some microwavable White Castles. Can you fucking imagine how my face felt? You know how my face felt. It's 111 somewhere. Simulate, damn right. And that's a nice way of saying it. Because you know it's simulating stupid shit. That makes it very unsimulation-like. Because computers are smart. Or at least efficient. So our simulation is really a psychosis. A shared one. We lost our minds a long time ago. But thank God we have a chance to give them back. That's all that is. I think that's all this is, period. Getting your right mind back. Stop believing in silly shit. You're taking yourself serious as a foundational value. Can you fucking imagine? I could. I don't even know what that looked like. What they say, but still I rise. Still I rise. Still I rise, I guess. It'd be cool if we can stop falling down. That's why we wouldn't have to rise so much. Alright. I'm back. Maybe I'm not. That ain't gonna work. Hold on. One thing at a time, part two. That won't work. Nothing will work. I must be in Amazon right now. Almost. He's a genius. Legos. What's the pressure point, bitch? I hate refrigerators. Did I get it? Man versus refrigerator, undefeated. All right. What the hell was I talking about? I was so pleasantly interrupted. Life feel like an RPG. Peace, family. Hope you're good. Oh no, Umar police mission. Look out. Cool story, African brother. You're crazy. Cool story, African brother is nuts. I wonder if he knows what it was called before Africa. And that you're older than when it was called Africa. So how could you be African? You wouldn't have called yourself African. if someone else is calling it Africa. So what were you? More African, whatever the hell he talking about. Why they skip over African through all the 17 and 1800s? Why was it Negro the whole time in Spanish if it was African? They didn't think about it. A whole continent, not country, a whole continent of Moorish Latin speaking people. Moriscos. Those are the plantations and sugar canes and all that shit. Yeah, they had nothing else to do. Could you fucking imagine no one was hiring where they're from? Like, what the fuck going on in this story, bro? They don't think about it. They think like everyone on the planet was just. I know. As soon as Haroot says frozen, it's really frozen. As soon as Haroot type frozen, I'm talking. I say in person. This is annoying. Is not having Wi-Fi back up, but we'll get there. Hopefully, we have. God is good. Part 3. So yeah, I'm still going to White Castle on my goddamn birthday though. Lord willing. That's how I'm gonna spend my birthday. I'm gonna go to fucking White Castle instead of strip club. Don't buy me some alcohol though. Don't get twisted. Shit, that sound like I gotta go to White Castle on the strip then, cause then I can hit the beer spot. I'm at a liquor store right there. They got Parmesan and the little one. I might buy tequila though. I might get tacos and White Castle. Oh no, I ain't trying to be no good on December 10th, huh? No, I can't do both. I gotta choose a hustle here. Either it's White Castle and beer, not a good combination. It's tequila, White Castles, and a margarita. There we go. Just a bad combination. I gotta make my mind up. I don't think you're supposed to do both in the same day. Bad. But if there's any do bad algebra, it would be your birthday. So YOLO. You only turn that age once. Yep. Go into this bitch with a bang, boy. We bike. Haroot, Mr. Now, everybody else. What were y'all talking about? Or y'all weren't talking? What happened? What did I miss? What's in the refresh? What's in the feed? What are they lying about their greed today? I still can't believe they're saying their own business about those food stamps, though. That would be very depressing for me. I thought more of them. Terran Art back. Shout to you. Terran. Battle Cruiser Online. They definitely are, man. I seen the battle cruiser out here a few weeks ago, boy. That's still the scariest thing I've seen. Not scary. Ominous. That's a better word. It's not scary. It was ominous. That's the most ominous thing I've seen in person. Nah. This can't be real life. This has to be a simulation. There's a battle cruiser in the sky that don't belong there. You know how you got unlock camos in Call of Duty? It prestige all of its camos. Whatever camo that shit got, we ain't got that. You always tell it's them because they're obsidian black. You could almost not see it. If it wasn't so fucking wide, you wouldn't, actually. If it wasn't so fucking close either. So I can't imagine when it actually gets higher in the sky, you wouldn't see it. It's so black. It doesn't reflect any of the light. And it is above streetlights too, so it didn't help see it. If it wasn't for that mountain in the background and the goddamn 2 red lights on it, your eyes would barely have contrast points to see something moving. And all the damn traffic lights. I think the traffic lights is the only way I was able to see its silhouette. That's why the camera couldn't pick it up. But it picked up the lights though. And I'm telling you, those red lights you saw, that's just one craft. That ain't 3 different craft. They ain't multiple craft moving in circles. None of the fancy shit. That bitch was gliding like a battle cruiser. It's huge. Like if you play StarCraft, the battle cruisers are huge on that map. It was one of those. Like, and it had that camo. It had that LED camo. I was like, the fuck is this? I've been cool with it. I know Area 51 over there. I know Nellis over there somewhere. I know we around the shit where they be testing shit. Nah, they ain't testing that shit. You don't test that shit at 7 o'clock at night, 9 o'clock at night, whatever the fuck time it was, around all this traffic. As low as that mountain right there. I'm talking about that mountain right there. That bitch was parallel with that tallest part. As tall as that mountain is, it was barely taller than that. Scale wise, it was closer to me though. I was like, yo, you shouldn't be that big. That mountain's big, bro. That's a big fucking mountain. The closer you get to it, that ship is big. And it's got the exotic camo on it. That's a waste of money. That's flexing. That's a flex camo. I can't imagine. I couldn't imagine having to fasten all those LED lights for no fucking reason. Mm-mm. And then it's communicating with those lights, by the way. Most of these traffic patterns, if all of them, because I look at them every night, I be looking for it. They're like, I see a red light blinking. Oh, then a green one. Oh, I see a red light blinking, but mainly a white one. Oh, I seen yellow light, red light, green light. Oh shit, I played this game when I was a kid. This motherfucker only had red lights. All it had was red lights. And I am not even sure if that color was called red. It looked red. The iPhone camera made it look redder, but it wasn't little foggy lights. They were clear as fuck. They're like, whoa, what in the fucking, what's that movie? That art director does that shit in the fucking, goddamn, all the movies, all the cyberpunk movies, but especially, the one with the androids. Oh shit, here we go. Blade Runner. That shit was more like Blade Runner than it was The Fifth Element. No, thank you. No, thank you. Heroes of Cybertron be damned. No, thank you. That is an advance that I know. It's anti-physics. that drawing, like if you drew that shit on paper, you brought that to a CAD shop or woodworking shop, like nigga, please. You need something way more narrower, aerodynamic, light wings like a beetle or a bird or something, and all this shit. This nigga said, nope. I 3D print anything I want, and I put fancy lights on it, and I get as close as I want, and you have no wind, no drag, no sound. That's anti-physics. That is not using our physics. That is a whole different math class right there, boy. And that material, the material is the most coolest thing about it, because our materials can't do that noise. The materials that they have on our periodic table you couldn't build it with our materials. That's what makes it spooky. And then you see it's obsidian black, and then it gets spookier. It's like a lens flare. Nah, those lights are patterned. It's not like a Knight Rider. You know, a Knight Rider has the red lights go by, but the way they did it, it lets you know that it was like conscious, like cybernetic red, like Star Wars. It's more space like. Space Force? Kenan likes to think so. It could be. I mean, they have some bases around here. I'm pretty sure it could be Space Force. But Space Force has reverse engineered some other planet's thing, and that's what I want to get to the bottom of. Those materials ain't from here. Them lights ain't from here. There's no lights on it. That's what I'm trying to say. Its skin was blinking red. It's to us it's like red lights, but it wasn't like light fixtures. They weren't on. They weren't like a switch is hit and the light comes on and then comes off. It was like it breathing, like a more like a sea creature. You know how like sometimes you see those pictures and there's like a lot of sea creatures close to the water, and it's like very iridescent blues and light blues or purples or even red sometimes. Like octopus sometimes or deep sea creatures have like this other lighting pattern with them because they're in the pitch black. So it's like a red that you would use in the pitch black. It's like something that would be at the bottom of the ocean. Like I saw one of them fly right here. Like they're in the sky there. Butterfly in the sky. They're supposed to be underwater. That's what I'm trying to describe. Like if you go deep underwater and you see those weird creatures that we don't have names of yet, and they have like lights inside of them, they're like translucent bodies and shit like that, but they're lighting the way that light looks. It doesn't look like lights we create. Not the same, I guess, what heat or My man said the reverse of Walmart is martial law. My man, that's deep. I don't know what that means for me, but that's deep. They love a martial law story, as if they're not in martial law already, being from a kingdom of people who are occupied. That's how I know our people retarded still. How we of all people gonna be worried about martial law when our story is slaves in captivity and secondhand citizenship because we have nowhere to go. But martial law is going to be the deal breaker for us. We are in martial law, nigga. We need a license to live here, and they're not from here. We need their papers on some Nazi Germany shit. We have to apply to their banks. We have to use their money. Nigga, this is martial law. The fuck is going on out here, bro? What the fuck do people be talking about? I think they're projecting like, you know, that's the game they play. That's why it never happens, because it did. You are in martial law. You are in martial law. This is martial law. This ain't martial law. This ain't Michael, but it's like it. It's, you know what I'm saying? They've occupied the descendants of Michael. It's in all the words. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know what we be talking about. Brother, we are in martial law. You are a fucking citizen of an occupying force. It gets no more martial than that. They can kidnap you and arraign you on charges that don't make fucking sense because you ain't got shit to do with their shit. So how the fuck they gonna judge you in their shit? By their peers. You're in martial law. You're afraid to go to certain neighborhoods in your grandmother's backyard. You are in martial law. You can't just start your own government without them attacking you. You are in martial law. You can't start your own local economy with your own shit. You can't even get Selly who sells seashells and make a new economy. You are in martial law. Guard and ICE going around sending people out. You are in martial law. Keep saying it's about to be martial law. It is fuck. You have a government that's backed by a military. That's martial law, my nigga. Everything else prior was a kingdom. These are not knights. These are not kings. The only thing left is a government of a republic of people. Republics of kingdoms. But now you have a republic of people, and the only way you can enforce that is with violence. Have you noticed our story here so far in the last 250 years, but mainly the last 100? Yeah, martial law, dude. We are in martial law. These people are panicking because they're losing the martial law benefits. Not because martial law didn't get here yet. They declare a state of emergency every year. Martial law, dude. It's always been martial law, bro. Your commander-in-chief is commander of the military, too. You're under martial law, dude. You're under occupation by a military force. Not by your people. You notice they're not your people? You notice you keep hearing rumors that the first 8 presidents ain't those people? Yeah, you've been in martial law since. The fuck is going on down here? An illegitimate government is going to control its people. Man, they don't have no people. They're government. They're not nationals or sovereigns. They're foreigners. How they have anything? Military, enforcement, martial law. What? Don't get your ass court-martialed. You might be under a system that has martial law. Like, what the fuck is going on? You have a foreign law, a foreign judge, and a foreign people. Martial law. Let's be fucking serious, right? Not you, King Unwell, but just the sentiment of that people who are worrying and doing content like that. What is this? You're getting illegally taxed without representation. What is this? They're running down on you like the mafia ran down on numbers. What is this? What's the difference between the IRS and the mafia enforcers? Now, what connection do they have to Catholics? Thank you for joining my TED Talk. You're in martial law. It just doesn't bother the people doing it to you. Y'all panicking because they feel like they about to have martial law. Oh, goddamn. What would they ever do? Tell them to stop making excuses. Ain't that what they tell us under martial law? The fuck? They tell us not to make excuses under martial law. Then what they afraid of? If martial law is a plane of no excuses, you just got to work harder. Well, when they find their martial law version of martial law towards them, just tell them to work harder. The fuck? Ain't that what we've been talking about the whole time we've been alive? Like, yo, I kind of feel like we're not treated the same. Hey, yo, how come the funding don't go to us? Hey, yo, how come they always cover the news like us this way? Yeah, that's martial law, bro. That's called propaganda against a certain targeted group of people. Why they targeted us in 2025, nigga? Where in the story do they fit? Nowhere. So they just doing this shit for no reason. They got a reason, all right. Ain't nothing that you seen in history, though. They ain't write this book yet. Martial law. They're worrying about martial law and bunkers and Walmarts out here. That's crazy. They're afraid that the ruling controllers of martial law are going to run away and hide. Then we actually get to live for ourselves. The fucking terror here. Can you fucking imagine? All the dickheads who don't know how to run a government or a society are going to run away and hide in their bunkers because they're afraid that people are going to come after they bitch ass. Meanwhile, everyone on the surface is just going to find a way for life to continue. Can you fucking imagine how scary that is? All you got to do is go to a farmland and start farming without asking, just like them. You know what I'm talking about? No one forces this time because they're in bunkers. Well, maybe you'll be able to feed your fucking family. Can you imagine the horror here? Maybe people remember the way that things used to be, I don't know, just a year ago, and set up their own trade routes and pipelines. Could you fucking imagine someone gets on a phone or a telegram and send a message to China and Russia down the street from Florida and say, hey, can you help us out with this sign? Like, can you fucking imagine how trembling and fearful a martial law would be in 2025 with no fucking money, aka we can't pay nobody to enforce shit? Have you seen Rick and Morty yet? That's the horror. No, it's only horrible for them because they only do this to control people. So losing control of people is a nightmare. That ain't our fucking problem. We were not born to control someone. So martial law sounds like good fucking news. From a kid that's in martial law already. I know how to multiply. You're going to multiply martial law times martial law, and you end up dividing something. And then that means less martial law, right? Cut it out. Cut it the fuck out. You're going to lose all the things that are enforcing martial law if martial law goes into place. Like, come on. Stop. Whoever these fucking doomsday preppers are, cut your shit out. Every time you doomsday prep something, you end up hitting a nigga in the head and stealing his shit. I gotta watch you. Law. They ended up here, and I ended up in it. I'm good on that. They can be scared all by themselves about that goofy shit. Jonathan 3. Read it right back. Guerrilla Gospel. That is not our nightmare. Yeah. Martial law. On Allah. Yeah, buddy. That's what they've been saying. In a land full of Mohammedans, can you imagine? They're gonna do to anyone who tried to do their own thing what they did to Gaddafi, trying to do his own thing. On Hillary Clinton, not even a fucking president. Yep, the Peter Thiel is an anagram of the reptile. And they're aging like that too. That's the same thing JFK is doing with the methylene blue. They're becoming very scaly and sweaty. And these are people who are not known for sweating. So it's weird that they're scaly and sweaty, just sitting down in front of a camera. They're not even overweight. I can see if the LEDs was hot. No, that's genetics. Maybe they have reptilian genetics. It wouldn't be the first time we heard that story. Shit, I just heard a story about someone running into a reptile just damn last week. They're on substances, but they said, I got to saw who he really was. He looked like some type of snake person. I was like, oh, the veil showed you a reptilian inside. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. Be careful who you entertain. You might be entertaining reptilians too. Shit, might as well add that. to the story somewhere in their book. Meanwhile, in King James Bible, I could have sworn we're casting demons out of somebody. You have your father the devil. If you got a different daddy, you got different genetics. If you got different genetics, man, I mean, shit, I can't help you. Depending on who your daddy is. Depending on who, the seed, the fruit. The seed determines the fruit now. If you got a different daddy, you a different Fruit Loop. That's all I got to say. So whatever the case may be, it just is what it is. Mind you, as I'm describing spaceships, as close as that mountain is. Look, they ain't got to convince me there's something else. We just don't know what it is just yet. We got something else too. So, you know what I'm saying? Maybe they got something else. That's at least 4 different things right there, boy. At the very least, it's us and something else, and it's them, and obviously something else put them there. So I'm already there at 4, man. There's a whole bunch of something else's down here. So, I mean, we put that shit on 12, man. That's at least 24 right there. Shit. If this is the game of us and something else. Shit. If this is the game of us and something else, boy, can you imagine the options we have available to us? We're trying to figure out where this cold-blooded, psychopathic, sociopathic, narcissism, reptilian-like degree is from. If it's genetic, I think we're getting close. Because that is very reptilian. The way that they, not us, describe reptilians. And they lose the essence of the fact that they're describing themselves and how they treat everyone else. So to me, it's never been a mystery. They're trying to describe it through their own lens, since they're the ones that came up with that concept. They're the ones that run into them the most. So based on what they see, they describe it as such. And then I go, oh, you talking about Donald Trump? Stop fucking playing with me. How's a reptilian described? Draconian, right? Draconian rule, like, I don't know, like martial law. Loop. Even that concept is reptilian, right? Very draconian, right? Alpha Draconis, right? Very reptilian, right? It's all in the language, boy. You go to the Vatican today and they built a new thing that looked like a woman full of snakes and reptiles. I'm like, these niggas playing StarCraft on Kerrigan. Like, they're describing Kerrigan? A Medusa? A reptilian? That's crazy. Head full of snakes. I could have sworn our story was a Venetian woman, but we'll take it. Dreads. But you understand everything. Snake people, leprechauns, those are just little niggas with dreads. I know Picts and Dubs and Tartan clans. We got the books already before you started lying about it. You can't undo the book and what they said by lying about it. You don't know them. They have no reason to lie to you. Stop telling stories that are not yours. They're not true. Part 2. But they nailed the reptilian thing, boy. I believe them. I believe there's such a concept because I see it every damn day of my life, kid. Selfish, cold-hearted, cold-blooded, don't give a fuck about nothing but itself, and it takes its energy from everyone else. You describe reptilian, you get narcissist every time. You don't miss. It's snake-like. And what happens when a person betrays you? You say they snaked you. I guess the Indians knew about snake people. Could have sworn we did. The only problem is they weren't white at the time. Wonder what that's about. In 2025 is the year of the snake. Can you imagine it? Year of restrictions. Who's being restricted besides the snake, though? Human lexicon go burr. Yep. We're describing the fall of lizard people. I can't even call them serpents. I can't, shit, I might be disrespecting the snake people, actually. These are lizard people. Reptilians fight their own battles. Shit. Reptilians fight their own battles. That's what I heard. I mean, have you heard about their technology? Oh yeah, there's some fighters. These people ain't reptilian enough for me. I'd understand it. if they want any of their own shit, we still be speaking reptilian. We speaking King James English for some reason. Are we the reptilians? Probably. I mean, shit. Now, who are they? Same problem part two. Law of polarity. They're always going to move. We can be reptilians. I don't care. We'll be serpentarians since we said serpent. We didn't say reptile. We said serpent. Serpents are different. Yeah, that's an ancient word too for dragon. We're dragon people. We're not snake people. Snakes move on their belly. Ain't that what the Genesis told you right there, didn't it? Oh my God. Genesis said it right there. It said it right there. We're going to do something to this guy. We're going to strip something from him. Going to be like a snake. But he wanted a snake originally. Yeah. Mark a Cain type shit. We want to mark you too so they don't get you. Understand everything. That snake person had snake people, obviously. And he had some knowledge because he kicking it to Eve. Now imagine the science. A snake got cursed. His seed versus her seed. And then the grandson comes and says, you're of your father, the devil. Throwback to some snake people. Yeah, those would be black. So who the other people are, I don't know just yet. I don't know just yet. I don't know just yet. I don't think we're ready for that one. We barely got the Genesis right. It told you already there was more than one type of man here. Genetics. Adam, Eve, and the snake. The snake had descendants. That's what the whole curse was. And then that's why Noah came and it corrected that. Remember? That's why Noah came, to correct that. That right there. There was nothing else after. So before, Noah is the redemption of that story. And how was that story redeemed with Noah? Flooded all the goddamn snake people. The end. And then it just kept going. Yep. That sound like Inky and Lil Marduk's story too, man. It sounds like the same story actually, but we're not paying attention to anything about it because we got to listen to someone else tell our story through their narrative, and none of it, their narrative ain't right, and their interpretation of our story ain't right, and then we be confused like, I wonder what's classified, what they're hiding from us. The truth. The fuck. The secret isn't new. If they're liars, right? All their lies in that classification would be things that you're supposed to know already. So it's not like, ooh, that's game changer. No, what changed the game is the lie you believe. There's no reason to change the game. If the game is what it is and it's based on the truth. And it's not, and it's not, and it's not. And that's what the problem is. That's what the Matrix is. That's what the illusion is. That's what the spell is. That's what the dream is. That's what everybody is shaking loose. They just gonna land somewhere different based on what they know or what they learned or what they felt inside of them already. And if they don't align with themselves, then they ain't gonna align with anybody. It's decolonized or decentralized or degeneralized. It's kind of like every man for himself, just in terms of mental health and narrative things. They can't afford it. They from another planet, reptilians, but their ass went broke. How you go broke using everything for free? I want y'all to do the science on this shit. People who never had to make money because they were borrowing it, and all they had to do was flip it into profits, and they went broke. Let's run this shit back one more time. Imagine if you could borrow $1 trillion to start businesses, and then at the end of all the businesses you started, you're negative 138 trillion. Like, we talking about people like that. We talking about those type of people. We talking about what we live in right now. We talking about people who had a head start on labor, land, and credit. Built all of this shit just to lose it. That fast. Federal Reserve is like after 1933, right? Off the gold standard is 1960. So just in 60 goddamn years. In 60 goddamn years. Remember, their debt clock of 38 trillion started in the 80s. So in 40 goddamn years. In 40 goddamn years, they had the head start, the land, the narrative, the religions, and everything in control, and the taxes, and still are dead broke. And I mean dead broke, like negative 38 trillion broke. Not negative 300 GDP broke. They're still broke. Their best business that they did in the last couple of years is still negative 300 billion a year, with $50 billion of debt a day. Like, how do you end up running backwards in debt? What did you do with the money you borrowed? How is your debt higher than the money you borrowed? What did you do with it? What did you flip? Did you create businesses or not? And what would you do? They said the economy right now is like whatever $1 trillion going back and forth between 10 corporations. One more time. The flow of our economy currently is a cycle of money going between 10 corporations. There's 300 plus million people, and there's just 10 corporations that are transferring what we call the economy around currently, like today in 2025, on negative 38 trillion. Let's do negative 38 trillion divided by 10 corporations. Since they're cycling this money, that's about $3 trillion each. They're all negative. So each corporation is accounting for negative $3 trillion. And their GDP altogether up to last year was negative 300 billion. But they already owe 3 trillion each. That is what our problem is, guys. They're not trying to get profits. They're trying to not go to negative 4 trillion each, by December. Because, that 3 to 1 trillion jump is a lot of money, guys. I don't know y'all know how much a T is, but when you go from one T to the next T, that's a lot more money. So money they'll never fucking make. Why? Because they never fucking made it before. They're down 3. They never made 1. They've never paid the interest off. It's $50 billion a day. It's climbing because they never got to their interest. Principal. They haven't done it yet. They haven't paid nothing off yet. Y'all, the United States was built on credit card debt. If y'all don't understand what I'm saying. It's like the people who got the PPP loans and they didn't do nothing with their business. Yeah, just like father, like son. They're father the devil. They're United States citizens for real. Because the United States does the same fucking thing. They're cutting off the SNAP credit card. There is no SNAP tax surplus. It's all credit. They budget the credit every year. They're budgeting their credit card. We're going to let this amount go to this. We're going to let this amount go to housing. We're going to let this amount go to our coffers. We're going to let this amount go to our friends. We're going to let this amount go to Ukraine. We're going to let this amount go to Israel. We're going to let this amount go to the Jewish people who took over Argentina after World War II. We're going to take care of all the Jewish people first. And they're never going to pay it back because they've never paid anyone back. That's why they lost Poland. And good business practice. But you, the citizen holding your 0.0003% crypto value of the debt total, you're like, man, if I just worked harder and saved some money, I could probably buy something. Shut up. You know what I'm talking about? Like, this shit goofy. You're never buying anything. You're never owning anything. You're consuming. It's a credit-based system. Consumption. Consumerism, right? Consumerism is the same thing as saying you're a fucking parasite. It's just a more beautiful word, I guess. That's what I'm talking about. We even call it consumerism. Consumer debt. Consumer is not a planter. A consumer is not a builder. A consumer is not a grower. Have you noticed that people are not building or growing things? They're consuming. So as the top of the ladder is consuming the land and its people, its citizens are consumers individually. They're the little teeth in the shark's mouth. It's in the language. Consumers. A consumer economy. Where in the law of the word consumption does something get put back? Right. So they're in too much debt too fast. And there's nothing left to consume but themselves. So what are they doing? They're letting people go. They're consuming themselves. The snake is eating its own tail. So all those people that they cancel off of Medicare, they're saying goodbye. All those people they're acting like they're not about to feed before a riot, they're saying goodbye to you. They're serving burn notices to their own federal employees, which include citizens. They're sending burn notices. All their top 10 corporations doing mass layoffs. They're serving burn notices, man. I am Michael Weston. You know what I'm talking about? Michael from the West Side, boy. And this is Burn Notice. That was a good show, by the way. That was a good little rinse and repeat formula show. I like that one. Burn Notice. But yeah. Yeah, man. Modern day MacGyver, man. In Miami, of all places. Burn Notice. Michael Weston. Can you imagine? That's all this is on paper. Now what the feelings are and the politics are, I didn't fucking ask some people. They didn't even go to college to run these places. Really think about it. I want to get their fucking report cards for real. I want to see. Can they do algebra 3? I could. I got straight A's in algebra 3. So yeah, I don't know, man. Martial law. That's cute. That and like the people in control still have control of something. They make the bad guy seem so strong no matter what it is. Consumer. They use the Discover credit card for real. Come on now. the doctrine of Discovery credit card. That's exactly what it is. Gorilla says, I've killed snakes in the past, and when you burn them, their feet appear. That's crazy. BRB. Not our martial law on it, not our nightmare. Boom, boom, boom. That's crazy. You burn a snake and feet appear. That's scary. We're in what they call us? We're in the belly of the beast. No Jonah. Belly of the beast. No Jonah Hill. Tell you something. How did our Bible describe a whale before they discovered whales too? If you haven't been paying attention to life. Our Bible has a whale in it. They don't have whales in their history. They would have oil already, remember? So where were we to metaphor a story about a whale? It'd be right there in front of you, boy. We have a story about a whale. We have a story about Leviathan. These people that came over here weren't in waters before, or they would have discovered us. So when the fuck did they see whale landlocked? When did they see a whale in the Dead Sea? When did they see a whale ever to write this story? We know they didn't write the story. But what I'm just saying is that these people who hypothecate every fucking thing that ain't theirs, like for me, it's easy to see where they fuck up at. Nigga, you shouldn't have a whale where you come from. Caucasus Mountains with whales? Over there? They got whales over there? For real? I didn't know. Maybe they do. I don't know. Migration patterns with Jews. I don't know. But I know who had whales, though. I know who got whales in their traditions. Who built boats? So the West Africans had boats the whole time since the Bible. But you found them and brought them over in boats for the first time, and they never went in a boat by their damn self? AKA, now they're burning and they start to run. Feet. Gorilla says, we are to use whatever we have been given for God's purposes. They're facing biblical karmas. Oh my God, aren't they? It is a biblical karma. I mean, if you refer to the biblical reference point. From a biblical reference point, it does seem, because it is, a biblical type of karma. Meaning they didn't piss off us, they pissed God off. And I'm telling you, boy, I don't know how that story go. If I only had Wi-Fi, I can find it and read it to you. I think they use their waterways over there too. It looks like it. Yeah. But when they're doing all that exploring after dumb diverses and doctrinal discovery, they're acting like whales are brand new to them. Remember all that time period? They said this book about 6,000 years old. They're just now getting to whales? They just now building boats. A book about whales. All right. About a guy getting on a boat. And then you call him a Hebrew. Because they got boats. And they're not Hebrews. So the Hebrews got boats and a book about whales. And they come over here with Darwin and all the other shit about their ships and their sails. And they want to tell us about the humpback whales. We already We already documented that thousands of years ago out of Egypt. I thought that was in Africa. Wait, which one is it, Bruce? Are y'all African? Are Jewish people from the continent of Africa? That'd be a cool fucking story. If the Jewish people are saying that they started in Africa, Egypt, Africa, then they're saying they're Africans. They don't look like no Africans to me. I saw the noses. I saw the hair. That ain't African to me. Maybe it is. I'll fuck it again and again and again and again. What the fuck's that to do with King James and those people in that book? Nothing. Because ain't nobody there African. And ain't nobody there Jewish. No matter how I loop this shit, it'll never make sense. It breaks with common sense. I know it's an evil game we playing. 3, I have to go to church. Not go to church. That'll catch. I have to go, man. Shout out to you. I'll catch the rest of the stream tonight. Cool. Peace of the King, pounds of love. Let's see what I can find in the Bible. What story this is? I was talking about the Bible, the King James Bible, or a King James Bible. And one just manifested, as they tend to do in this story. I have to go find the Bible. The Bible found me. So I can get to the New Testament. Same story, part 3. So, all right. I didn't have to worry about that. What's in this Bible? They got some different versions of things, but it's all going to be the same story. I'm almost done. Jonah, 1308. Let me read Jonah as an adult and see if I notice anything. 1209. Lamentations for O dear Tyre. You have said, I am perfect in beauty. Your borders are in the midst of seas. An island. Your builders have perfected your beauty. Builders. They made all your planks on fir trees from Senir. Oh, it's a boat. They took a cedar from Lebanon to make you a mast. Where was Lebanon thousands of years ago? Of oaks from Bashan, they made your oars. Ooh, drivers. Mowers. The company of Asherites. Ooh, there's a tribe. Have inlaid your planks with ivory from the coast of Cyprus. Ooh, Asherites with ivory. You mean from elephants? Khan loved elephants, didn't he? Fire embroidered linen from Egypt. Ooh, so we have a time period. Was what you spread for your sails. So the fanciest sails. Egyptian cotton, can you fucking imagine? Blue and purple. Moors, oh my God, they done told on themselves. Lapis lazuli and purple. Oh, you out there in the Caribbean, aren't you? Just like the fucking America's book said when they approached the island of the giants that the people were wearing purple. Must have been in the Bible, right? From the coast of Elisha. Ooh, one of the prophets. Oh my God. Taken up into space like Enoch and shit. Was what covered you. Remember, Elisha's covering, he won it from Elijah, his mentor. Oh my God. These things he did, I will do and more. Part 1. It was a prequel to the same story. Can you imagine that? Wait a minute. I wasn't there for that. They mentioned Libya, Africa. They mentioned Persia. Ooh. Parisian.
Thousands of years ago.
Ass niggas. Man, if they don't get the fuck out my face. This shit recent. But anyway, in our language. But, we would have our own history keeping track of similar things with kingdoms. But let me see if I can find Jonah. Jonah must be a very short story because I keep skipping it somehow. Haggai, Nahum, Micah, Jamaica. You'll understand everything one day. All right, and then I gotta find Amos. How did I skip this thing? Hold on. How did I skip it? I keep skipping Jonah. The fuck? This book was presented to Sister Elizabeth by Pastor Hazel. You know what's scarier? Wherever this Bible came from, it came from somewhere recently. And I don't know if Pastor Hazel or Elizabeth. They gave it to them on September 24th. 2025. That's an old new Bible. Edition. Let's see. Because Amos talking about fish too. Fish hooks and all kind of shit. Here we go. Obadiah. Nah, you tricked me. Obadiah short too. Jonah short too. Let's run through Jonah real quick. Libra. Let's get to it. Oh. Jonah. Now the word of the Lord came to Jonah, the son of Amittai. And that's important to someone, probably the reader, right? Or the writer. Saying, arise, go to Nineveh, that great city. So it's a great city, so it's developed. And cry out against it. AKA, you about to bring judgment to that motherfucker. For their wickedness has come up before me. But Jonah arose to flee to Tarshish from the presence of the Lord. So he's trying to run away from his calling. He went down to Joppa and found a ship going to Tarshish. So he paid the fare and he went down into it. So now he's paying for a ride now. That's pretty modern. That's not no people in the jungle, sub-Saharan Africa, wandering around the forest of the United States either. Because the people of that story and of this location wrote this one. So we were already paying fares to go on boats, nigga. All right. To go with them from the presence of the Lord. But the Lord sent out a great wind of the sea, like a hurricane. And there was a mighty tempest, there it is, so that the ship was about to be broken up. Like, oh shit, we about to go overboard. Capsail, or what do they call it, capsize. Then the mariners, Moors, were afraid. And every man cried out to his God, foreigners, and threw the cargo that was in the ship into the sea to lighten the load. That makes sense. But Jonah had gone down into the lowest parts of the ship. Oh, he hiding. See, he ain't very brave, is he? Had lain down and was fast asleep. That nigga was dreaming during the tempest. So the captain came to him and said to him, what do you mean, sleeper? He said, the audacity of this nigga. Arise, call on your God, perhaps your God, so they understand that he's different if he has his own God. Don't miss it. Will consider us so that we may not perish. So he's acknowledging his bloodline because it's saying their God ain't working. But you're different. What about your God? And they said unto one another, come, let us cast lots. Cast lots is like gambling. So like, you know how you get the short end of the stick? That's casting lots. That we may know for whose cause this trouble has come upon us. Oh, they're doing divination to single him out. So they cast lots and the lot fell on Jonah. Divination in the Bible. Can you fucking imagine if we knew about witchcraft? Then they said to him, please tell us for whose cause is this trouble upon us? So now they narrow down who the guy is through casting lots, divination. And then they saying, if it's you, what the problem is? Why are we do this trip all the time? Why are we having why are we having these troubles? Because of yo ass, Jonah. Please tell us. And they said, please. They ain't trying to die. They ain't no bullshit. They doing their job. For whose cause is this trouble upon us? What is your occupation? Like, nigga, where you come from? Where your grandmother stay? Where do you come from? What is your country? And of what people are you? Oh, shit. So he said to them, I am a Hebrew. Oh, my God. It's right there. Afro-Asiatic. Can you fucking imagine a book full of Hebrews? But they granddaddy Jonah, right? They white, though. So a white guy wrote a book about Hebrews? England, British man made a book about Hebrews? A Jewish man from Poland wrote about Hebrews? John. So stop fucking playing. He said to them, I am Hebrew, and I fear the Lord, the God of heaven, who made the sea and the dry land. Their God must have been different. These men were exceedingly afraid and said to him, why have you done this? For the men knew that he fled from the presence of the Lord because he had told them that already. Then they said to him, what shall we do to you that the sea may be calm for us? For the sea was growing even more tempestuous. Meaning like they're trying to deal with the spirit of the sea. Like, what does it want? Like, the fuck? What's going on, bro? You tell us. Your God could this thing. What are we supposed to do? And he said unto him, pick me up and throw me into the sea. Then the sea will become calm for you. For I know that this great tempest is because of me. Oh, so he's taking accountability. He's like, kill me. He really don't want to do this. Nevertheless, the men rowed hard to return to land. But because they could not, for the sea continued to grow more tempestuous against them, therefore they cried out to the Lord and said, we pray, O Lord, please do not let us perish for this man's life. So they didn't want to throw him overboard. So now they're praying. And do not charge us with innocent blood, for you, O Lord, have done it as pleased you. So he must be on there with some other Hebrews then. So they picked up Jonah and threw him into the sea. Oh, so they're sacrificing his ass. They're saying, hey, we got to do it, so please. And the sea indeed ceased its raging. Then the men feared the Lord exceedingly and offered a sacrifice to the Lord and took vows. Isn't that interesting? So they had a ritual, even with their own God. Can you imagine? Now the Lord had prepared a great fish to swallow Jonah. And Jonah was in the belly of the fish 3 days and 3 nights. 3 days and 3 nights. Where have we seen that story before? Almost like Jesus being in the tomb at the bottom of the belly of the abyss to the keys of the death. And then after 3 days, he rose again. Jonah was describing 3 days and 3 nights. He was dead. He was being sacrificed by his own people. Like Jonah was being sacrificed by his own people. And then he was dead for 3 days and 3 nights. And it's in the book of Jonah. John. That's a weird story. Anyway, I cried out to the Lord. No. Then Jonah prayed to the Lord, his God. And they put that one in capital G, Lord God. They're just saying Lord here. And then they have little case God here. So they're substituting out the names, by the way. That's why sometimes this reads confusing. But we know we're referring to a Hebrew and his Lord. So at least we know that much. Then Jonah prayed to the Lord, his God, from the fish's belly. So the fish didn't drown him out. They're saying that Jonah's fish is a whale because it's big enough to hold a man. But anyway, it might not have been too on Leviathan. I cried out to the Lord because of my affliction, and he answered me. Out of the belly of Sheol, there it is. He went to hell just like Jesus did. Come on now, 3 days, 3 nights. Jonah now. Sheol is right there. Ain't no cap in my rap. I cried and you heard my voice, for you cast me into the deep, the abyss, into the heart of the seas, and the flood surrounded me. All your billows and your waves passed over me. Passover is right there, ain't it? Then I said, I have been cast out of your sight, yet I will look again towards your holy temple. The water surrounded, and they're not talking about a church. The water surrounded me, even to my soul. So now we getting deep. Weeds were wrapped around my head. All right, Mohammedan. I went down to the moorings. All right, more. On to the mountains. The earth with its bars closed behind me forever. You have brought me up from the life from the pit. Okay, Joseph. Oh, Lord, my God. Mind you, this makes sense. All his alliteration is based on the fact that he is Hebrew. When my soul fainted within me, I remembered the Lord, and my prayer went up to you. It went up into your holy temple. So he fainted. So he's in the dream realm now, right? On a Cashapp, right? Those who regard worthless idols forsake their own mercy. Now this is like one of those little moments where Peter Griffin wanted to kick knowledge on the side of the story. Those who regard worthless idols forsake their own mercy. But I will sacrifice to you with the voice of thanksgiving. I will pay what I have vowed. Salvation is of the Lord. So the Lord spoke to the fish, and it vomited Jonah onto dry land. So he prayed first. So when you're in a situation where you feel like you're being swallowed up, and when you're running into something, you feel like you're dying, you're depressed, you're stuck, you're in your subconscious mind, you can't get out, and then all of a sudden you start to remember. You start to meditate. You start to pray. And then God moves. All right, now on some mountain type shit. You feel it? The word of the Lord came to Jonah the second time. Because remember, he running from the first time. Saying, now arise, yet again, reborn, right? Go to Nineveh, that great city. That's how the story starts. And preach to it the message that I tell you. They don't tell us what that message is. So Jonah arose and went to Nineveh according to the word of the Lord. Now Nineveh was exceedingly a great city. It was a 3-day journey in extent. Oh my God, can you imagine the science on this shit? And Jonah began to enter. the city on the first day's walk. Then he cried out and said, 40 days. Oh my God. God got a schedule, don't he? Yet 40 days, Nineveh shall be overthrown. So he a prophet, obviously. And he's like, yo, I didn't want to tell you all this because this is such a beautiful, huge city. It takes 3 days to walk around that bitch. But in 40 days, because of your wickedness, your shit's going to be overthrown. And we can do the little spiritual thing. Well, 40 is just a completion. Shut your ass up and don't forget who is talking. So the people of Nineveh believed God, capital G, proclaimed a fast. All right, so this is their symptoms, right? They're wicked already. So they're getting a warning on some Noah shit in a book called Jonah. I wonder if they're related, right? But you got to think about this is what they're going to respond to that with. So the people of Nineveh believed God, proclaimed a fast, and put on a sackcloth. And this is the same thing that one of the aunties did in her story. From the greatest to the least of them. Oh, so they're familiar with the culture then. So these Hebrews had a great fucking city, and they know all the traditions and customs of the old kingdom, right? All right then. Then the word came to the king of Nineveh, and he arose from his throne, and he laid aside his robe, he covered himself with a sackcloth, and he sat in ashes. That's the same thing his grandmother did. And he caused it to be proclaimed and published throughout Nineveh by decree of the king and his nobles, nobles royally, and the king, the royals. You see how they're together? Saying, let neither man nor beast, herd nor flock taste anything. That's a fast. Do not let them drink, eat or drink water. That's a dry fast. But let man and beast be covered with sackcloth, so they're humiliating themselves or humbling themselves, and cry mightily to God, right? Because they're doing this extremity because they feel like they did something wrong. This is a judgment. So this is not just like your everyday prayer, right? Let everyone turn from his evil way and from the violence, so the blood spills usually gets the attention of the gods, I don't know, pandemic, that is in his hands. Who can tell if God will turn and relent and turn away from his fierce anger so that we may not perish? So he's asking a rhetorical question. Maybe this is enough for God to change his mind and hold back this 40-day judgment. Then God saw their works. Faith without works is dead. So they actually did it. That they turned from their evil ways, and God relented from the disaster that he had said he would bring upon them, and he did not do that. So it's going to be worse. But it displeased Jonah exceedingly, and he became angry. So he prayed to the Lord and said, Ah, Lord, was not this what I said when I was still in my country? He said before all his troubles. Therefore I fled previously to Tarshish, for I know that you're a gracious and merciful God. So he's trying to duck accountability. He bitter because he's saying like, yo, they already know what you're about, and it's going to be fine. So why are you going to trouble me to travel all the way over there, tell all these people things, and you know I'm a fucking anxious, nervous wreck on Moses, and you made me do all of that just to go exactly how I thought and said it would go. Because you're awesome, by the way. For whatever reason, you're so awesome, I didn't feel like listening. Slow to anger and abundant in loving kindness, one who is relentless from doing harm, who relents from doing harm. Therefore now, O Lord, please take my life from me, for it is better for me to die than to live. So whatever condition that's on him that has him talking and being able to do all this shit, he just ain't feeling it no matter what. Then the Lord said, is it right for you to be angry? So he's asking him to measure himself. Is it right for you to be angry? Like, what the fuck wrong with you, boy? So Jonah went out the city and sat on the east side of the city. There he made himself a shelter and sat under it in the shade, till he might see what would become of the city. So he's trying to remove you. And the Lord God prepared a plant and made it come up over Jonah. So it sounded like he was smoking something. Oh man, he and my family for real. And that it might be shade for his head to deliver him from his misery. Oh, he's about to pass out. So Jonah was very grateful for that plant. But as morning dawned the next day, God prepared a worm, and it so damaged the plant that it withered. Shit, look how much fast changed overnight, man. You had a false sense of security. And it happened when the sun arose that God prepared a vehement wind, and the sun beat on Jonah's head, so that he grew faint. Oh shit, he about to have another vision. Then he wished death again for himself, and he said, it'd be better for me to die than to live. So he had temporary relief, and then the shit started tagging his ass again as soon as he woke up. And then God said to Jonah, is it right for you to be angry about the plant? So it's like the same way he asked him, is it right for you to be used as a messenger? Now this new shit happened in 12 hours, and he's asking now, is it right for you to be angry towards the plant? So we're attempting to take these two principles and virtues and compare them together. And he said, Is it right for me to be angry, even to death? Oh, he being sassy. But the Lord said, you have had pity on the plant for which you have not labored. You felt bad that the plant died, but you didn't grow it, I did. Nor did you make it grow, which came up in a night, and it perished in a night. And should I not pity Nineveh, that great city, in which are more than 120,000 persons? Oh, that's a lot for a kingdom. There's a king with 120,000 people who cannot discern between their right hand and their left, so much their livestock. And it ends like that. He got sassy with God and God got sassy back. Oh, so now I understand. He was saying, what's the point of even going to these fucking reprobate people? Because all you're going to do is forgive them anyway. He's tired of God forgiving people who don't know their left from their right. He's tired of reprobate people or ignorant people. And they have such a fucking great city and they can have all these things and they barely know the difference between these things. So he's upset that he's following it, that he's doing the work, that he's the shaman, if you will, that he's one of those guys trying to follow the rules. But anytime someone else doesn't follow the rules, God is so fucking quick to forgive them. And then God is answering all the questions. How dare you forget that I made you? Do you have the right to be angry? You felt more for a plant that barely lived a day than for people who couldn't discern between their right hand and their left hands. Why should I not pity them if you could pity a plant? Get the speck out your own eye, little man. Who are you talking to? If you know what I'm about, then what you want to die for? That seemed very enlightening. They be acting like the Bible won't take their rights away. They said they use that story for slavery. What? Come on, guys. Like, come on, man. On Hebrews, what are we talking about? On Hebrews 13, what are we talking about? Jonah at Hebrews 13, that's all. Jonah at Hebrews 13, that's all. Because he knows his difference between left and right. So he must be something a little different. Since his whole story patterned after another Hebrews 13, Jesus. You know, God kind of does that to all the prophets they write about. I noticed something. We got to die while we're alive to come back again. And death doesn't always mean hanging from a cross or being in the belly of a beast. But it all means transformation. You must transform. Matter of fact, if God's using you according to his purpose, it's almost guaranteed that you will transform. And you will go through dark nights of the soul, 3 days and 3 nights and 40 days in the desert. And if you follow that pattern in your life, tag, you're it. Notice all those books are different people. Don't miss the science. It's more than one of us. It usually is. That's how a kingdom of us works. But he mad at his relatives that they ain't gotta live up to the, you know what I'm saying? All they gotta do is do a little ritual and ceremony and repent, and all of a sudden that shit's still lit. That's why his goofy ass was outside the east side, like I'm on the east side of this mountain. And that's why his goofy ass was like, I'm trying to envision what's gonna happen to them. And God was like, why shouldn't I pity them? You pity plants. You ain't got nothing to do with that. Law of gender. Yeah, so like, what we talking about, boss? And they said, period. They just left it there. And you gotta think of the ingenuity of the person who wrote that story on top of that. A king Bible. So that's a royal idea. You gotta stack that shit. So again, where the fuck did we get all these royal ideas and principles and philosophies if we're just wandering around a desert? Yeah, thank you for coming on TED Talk, man. That was Jonah and the whale, or Jonah and the giant fish. And the mariners, and the people who travel from great walled cities across the ocean and shit. Yeah, I wonder. It takes 3 days to walk through a city and shit. It take 3 days to walk through a village. Villages grow to 120,000 people. I like to see that trick. Tribes don't even grow that big. Tribes split up like Ram. 128, 256, things like that. Like people, the sun or whoever who feel like they're bigger and better will go on and people will follow them. Just like when Lucifer left heaven and a third of the angels followed them. Wow. Yeah, that's what a Hebrew is. Those who crossed the water. Uncle Eber, his son left. Took those with him. What happens when the son returns? Prodigal son. The father treats him like he never left. He doesn't take it personally. You know why? Because the father did the same thing. Who knows the son better than his father? The son knew he would return. The father knew his son would return. I mean, we talking about these people who be knowing shit. So it's like he'll be back. Don't worry about it. He gonna try his best. He think he know everything. Cool. And what happened? He came back. And who was hating on him? His big brother. Why is his big brother hating on him? Same way Jonah's hating on them. Because he had to stay behind, help his mom and dad out, do the family business, be responsible, be that guy. And he's upset that his brother can do whatever the fuck he wants. He's expanding territory. But he's mad that he can go out there and do it his way without the overbearingness. And then comes back, and what does his father do? Put new clothes, put a ring on him, and he crowns him a man. His older brother was acting like a servant. Kanye West, slavery choice. Yeah, his father still gave him his inheritance. So when he go back, you know he had some bitches out there, stop playing with me. He probably had some kids. You imagine these. He's like, all right, Dad, I see what you mean. This shit ain't easy. He's telling his dad, I'm back because this shit ain't easy. Dad was like, yo, somebody feed this nigga. Yo, someone feed and bathe this nigga. He been through it. Yeah. He couldn't tell his left from his right. Maybe. Or maybe he did something great. We don't know. We're talking about principles, values, traditions, recipes. So for a parent, what is it telling you? That there'll be a time where your son or your daughter will want to go find out for themselves. They're going to have to fuck around. So I gave him a ring. He knighted him on King John. Same story. Yep. Can you imagine he can go back and forth as an emperor? Can you imagine? Imagine a king with boats. Like, I go anywhere I want. Can you imagine that story? Yeah. You won't have to. That's how we ended up here. Yep. So, I don't know, man. That book don't seem like a religion to me. It seemed like a whole bunch of helpful common senses that is referencing a God that created you. If you don't believe a God created you, I guess it wouldn't make sense. What created you? A big bang that they came up with 60 years ago with their best brains that led to this? I reevaluated. And I did. Previously on X. 4D, 5D, super discernment. Shout out to M Diesel. God really said, sit your ass down. Indiana Lewis said, yo, that was deep. All those stories are deep. All them stories are deep, bro. Or sister, I think. One of them. Both of y'all. Like, all them shits is deep. That's why I be laughing. I be like, yo, they ain't read this book yet, boy. We arguing about the narratives. Nah, fucking read that shit, boy. That shit will help you out. Because it's giving you the formula too on how to get yourself out of that situation. Because it's being written in third party for someone else to read it. It's written that way so that you read it, so that you get something from it, so that there's substance. It's a living word, mana, rama. Like, it's for you, whoever you are. Like, yo, if you're ever stuck in a jam or a pickle and it resembles these things, which side of this do you land on? Cast the lots. Like, which one? Are you Jonah in this story? Or are you the people dealing with a Jonah in this story? There's a way to go about it. So it's kind of like their way of going about shit. And them going about things that way is what led them to like one of the biggest kingdoms in recent history. If Abraham has as many kids as their stars and sand, grains of sand, I mean, that's the biggest goddamn kingdom in history. Abraham's the biggest king in history. Charles I, Ottoman Empire. Genghis Khan's granddaddy. The biggest kingdom in history, Tartaria. It's so big that they can't fit it into their history. Because we have to tell a whole bunch of stories with they ass ain't in. They burnt down libraries with an S out of books they didn't make. Imagine. Thank God we at least have that. That ain't the only book we wrote. Obviously. We probably had a book on how to file taxes. We probably had a book on exercise and diet. I know we got scrolls about martial arts. Shaolin be damn. You should see the pictures of us then. Afro-Asiatics, Khans, Khan James. Yep, same story, same people. Buddha and all of them. Khans, Afro-Asiatics, same story, same people. Everything that deals with anything more than 3 dimensions, same story, same people. And then the whole world gets to pretend like we don't fucking exist. But they reference some of the greatest people ever and they think they lost a genetic lottery. Some shit just don't make sense. Colonization, 1800s. This just happened. They just happened. It just happened. This is not an old story. Thank God. Thank God. I hope our people wasn't as fucking lost for 400 years. No, they just got to us. They just got to us at a very curious moment in the Earth's history itself because of the New Madrid earthquake. They don't teach that either. That was the worst earthquake ever. New Madrid. You know, like Madrid, Spain. You know, like Spain that would have Negroes. New Madrid. Do me a favor. Someone Google for me, where is New Madrid earthquake? Where is that? Because it's Spanish. And there's Negroes here. So where's New Madrid? Real quick. Trying to figure out something. Don't tell me New Madrid, Spain. New Madrid, Spain. New Jerusalem, New England. New Haven, New Estoitland. Don't tell me new. The whole New Europe of the United Kingdoms of Israel. Don't tell me that was here. Don't tell me the New Madrid was southeast of Missouri in America. Don't tell me New Madrid, Spain. New Madrid earthquake. New Madrid. New, not old Madrid. New Madrid, not current Madrid. New Madrid in the 1800s. New Madrid, New Spain, New Negroes. New Spain, New Negroes, New Madrid, New earthquake. Missouri, fuck out my face. What the fuck's that got to do with American Revolution or Civil War? But we got New Spain here. Missouri? New Spain in Missouri. New Spain, España, Moriscos, Moors, and Indian Associates. Right here. Annexation of Texas, 50 years later. The land properly belongs to the Moorish people and their Indian associates. You know, Negroes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wonder why. Because they weren't Christians. Can you fucking imagine? Christians are who's calling people Negroes, by the way. Christians are who calling people Indians, by the way. So a Christian is telling you they're Moors and Indians. Mm-hmm. They're telling you they're black. Because Christians are not black people. Black people would be Africans in their own traditions, or Hebrews and Israelites. Thank you. Same fucking story. So yeah, that's us. We were here already. New Spain was here. New France was here. So if it's the New Spain and the New France, doesn't mean it was previously white. Cut it out. Cut it the fuck out. No, it was black then. So you take the date of New Spain, New Madrid, and go backwards. It didn't change until afterwards. So all these things they call these names are not those things anyway. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. They're brand new. They're going backwards. How fucking stupid. Why the fuck would you be going backwards in English if you were here the whole time in English? Cosplaying ass niggas, boy. French Louisiana. New Spain, Missouri. Like, come on. La Florida Kingdoms. Come on, dog. The fuck going on? Yamaka? Jamaica. Come on, dog. What the fuck going on? Montezuma, Mexico. Come on, dog. What the fuck going on? Queen Khalifa, Caliphate, Mohammedans, California. Come on, dog. What the fuck going on? This whole fucking continent had the whole fucking world they talk about. And all their kids right here at once. Just like the fuck we said we did. 13 tribes. 13 kingdoms. As time moved on. Can you fucking imagine? It started with 13 tribes, now it's 13 kingdoms? Can you fucking imagine? Can you fucking imagine if we were left to mind our fucking business? That we would level up from a tribe to a kingdom? Can you, a book about kingdoms and tribes, can you, Indians got tribes. I could have sworn we did. I could have fucking sworn we did. They naming languages after maps. These people are retarded, boy. It's French because it's in France. Fuck you. What is the root of that language? Say it. Say it. Phonetic. Phoenicians. Phoenicians are boat people. Are there boats in that book? All right. And in that book with boat people, there's Hebrews using a phonetic language. Can you fucking imagine their relationship as the same fucking thing in yet a different language? You know the difference? Phoenician is during Egypt. Hebrew is after. New kingdoms. Not the old guys. Not the old ones. Yeah. It's us now. The survivors, obviously. Pharaoh and his army kind of drowned in the ocean. Kind of hard to keep up a kingdom when you're fucking drowning. Okay then. Same story. Except for we're not at the bottom of an ocean. So I don't think anyone beat us per se. Especially if this just happened after the New Madrid earthquake. And if we do the New Madrid earthquake, you can't be amiss to figure out what caused it. Tecumseh's Comet. Ooh, same story. Tecumseh is an Indian. Tecumseh, that's very Hebrew Arabic if you ask me, boy. But that's no one asked me. But Tecumseh's Comet is what he said. Who keep bumping the table? Fucking YouTube. Missouri is Azamori. Yeah, that's San Francisco. It is. It's Carlos V. Tecumseh's Comet. Yep, Tecumseh's Comet. It's in the region of Montezuma, Mount Zion. It's Israel. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Christopher Columbus was a Jew. That's what I'm saying. Those kingdom names ain't got shit to do with nothing but Israel. Not languages. They AI boy. Their AI relentless. As soon as I say the J word, it's out of here. As soon as I say the J word, they want a buffer. Like, I wonder what that word means. All three letters of Jew. Nigga, me. Stop censoring me, AI. I am a Jew. I can talk about myself, I'm pretty sure. I can't be anti myself. Yeah, so all those tribes, all those different names, they form kingdoms. Now they're trying a new thing. They have Bibles. Jews would. The New Testament is not written by Christians. You don't get Christians until after the New Testament. Well, if you don't get Christians until after the New Testament, and my family wrote the New Testament, then that means we've been had it. We did not get it by becoming Christians. If we're the ones that wrote it, like, they're goofy. They're goofy, man. They'd rather be goofy than live. We gotta be retarded to play the game. That's what I hate about it. Like, we gotta play stupid to be something else so that everyone else can live in stupidity. Idiocracy is a choice. Not feeding 40 million people is a choice. The United States is going to lose all of its clout and all of its valor if it starves that many people, y'all. It ain't got shit on the Nazis, ain't got shit on the Holocaust, it ain't got shit on Africa, ain't got shit on nothing else at all. The United States decides that it's not wise to feed its own people, but it can feed everybody else's. If you check their budgets and who they've been spending with, then it's over. For real. All dimensions. Like, that right there is the end of their road. There is no bringing it back together and continuing with whoever's left. No. No one's going to play with them. It's going to become a war crime. I'm telling you. It won't last long. They got enough weapons for that. We keep thinking we live in a vacuum. Like, if this government did some weird tyrannical shit, that the rest of the world just sit idle. Nah, it won't. Too much TikTok for that. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I'd be so surprised if they said fuck all these people, man, and really let them starve. Not give them money, but like not do nothing about food. However, they convert the solution. If they don't come up with a solution, is what I'm getting at. I'd be so surprised because that move right there is like a cyberpunk video game. Your last mission. It's called The Point of No Return. November 1st, boy. Like I said, you give it a few days for them pantries to burn up. But if the narrative is still, and we're on the 29th, ain't we? We got 3 to 5, we got a week to figure out how serious they are about going to hell. This is Charlemagne Rob God, boy. The Bible tell you, the place where they came and stole the Bible from. The Bible tell you, listen, you're gonna be cursed with a curse if you don't feed those orphans and those widows. I could have sworn that was the main beneficiary of SNAP. Orphans and widows. All that means in a world where you ought to be paired up and partnered up and married is single households. You know, the mother and the child. Orphans and widows. It's like a Tribe Called Quest. They're together. They're orphaned because their father died. Remember? The father's the one that's working. So they're orphan and a widow. Yep, same story. So if the United States doesn't feed the orphan and widows, symbolically, it's going to be cursed even further. That's what I'm saying. They're going deeper and deeper into the, if you read the Bible, like the things that prevent a kingdom, if you will, from falling. They're doubling down on the thing that causes the kingdom to fall. And we're in the middle of it. You feel me? That's why that shit feel weird and intense. And I think that's why everyone's like waking up and it's like, whoa, something's about to change soon because the vibes, the aesthetics are off. The United States is making a decision to disrespect God again. That's the simple answer. Everything else is side effect. I'm pretty sure. I'm confident of it. I mean, I know where they are. So you're in the kingdom of heavens, people, and you haven't been very heavenly. You may have been able to lie without the internet and controlling TV and media, but now all center stage. And then you got the mRNA, people being themselves, right? They can't even hide their narcissism. They just sound ill. Like, you realize what you sound like? Like, you sound like a damn user. Even the girls on the dating things, their masks, their way of delivering their bullshit is not even there no more. You can see right through it. Not because we woke up even further, it's because their mask fell off. They're not hiding it. It's making people dizzy and nauseous. Like, what happened to people? That's the illest thing about this game. Nothing new happened. What has happened to people is that you're noticing how many people have been full of shit. Their transformation seems inconsistent with the past. That means they had a mask on. It's harder to wear a mask when you're hurt, when you're sick, when you're broke, when things ain't going your way. That's more of who the person really is, because they need the money, the things, the stuff, the distractions to feel like who you met them as. You understand? It's the same thing between a drug addict who's not burnt out yet and then a burnt out homeless person. You would not recognize them. Isn't that what everyone says when they see a homeless person? You're so unrecognizable. Oh my God, when you're younger, you're so much beautiful. When they were younger and more beautiful, they were doing drugs. And then it finally caught up to them. And then you don't remember who they were. Yeah, same story with this country. You're looking at people the way they always were without their makeup on. Damn, girl, you need a filter. Exactly. Those personalities were assembled through a filter of education and media. Of course they weren't real. The education and media wasn't real. So they lived their whole life without principles. No traditions, right? No recipes. So that means they made this shit up. And the shit that they made up don't work no more. Harut says more money never fix shit. It was always a mess, just a mess. You did the shit. And you're in Denmark. So that's why it's system wide. That's what I'm saying. The pandemic exposed people for who they really are. It's not about how much money they had ever. We already know money doesn't make a good person good. And it doesn't make a bad person bad either. It's indifferent. It's a whole different variable. We're just talking about the people. We've been talking about their things. People who talk about things, idols, what's going on, things. They talk about nouns all the time. They're not talking about themselves. It's projection for the protection. They use projection for the protection of their egos. And then we say, yeah, it's the inner child wounds. Shut the hell up. These are grown-ass people wounding other grown-ass people. Everyone knows what's going on so far. Nah, addressing that shit is one thing. You still gotta address all the people you're affecting. Either way. I learned that from women. I be knowing women who be saying they're going through therapy or those type of steps to, get clear. I was like, girl, I remember you when you were fucking everybody from here to there from 15 to 25. What you're healing at 35 is the residual effects. You have not gotten to the root issue yet. All those men's faces you played in front of, it had a lasting effect. You know how men are. You change their life trajectories trying to find your inner child again. All of them weren't dogs. Only 20% out of men can be. We got the stats on this. 1 out of 5 at best. You on 105. Let's do the science. 20 dogs, 80 people giving a fuck. That's what you got to pay for. We could do 10. 1 to 5. We could do 20 now. Come on now. 4 to 16. Come on now. What about them 16 normal guys? You just ruined their lives. Don't forget about all the kids, the baby daddies, and the broken marriages. That is not inner child wounds. That's a grown-ass woman who didn't get her way. Your inner child wasn't supposed to get anything but its damn self. Independent, get it? So anyway, I don't know. We'll figure it out. And that's a metaphor, not for all women, of course, but it's definitely a metaphor for the system itself. With the top 1% own 50% of everything and blaming the 99% for not having enough. Very hypergamous, if you ask me. All the jobs, all the education, all the stuff, but men need to bring more to the table. What else is there left? What else can a man bring to you? You got the education, you got the job, you got your own shit, and you got the stuff. So what is a man bringing to you? Don't tell me more money, because now you're talking about you trying to get married to an ATM machine and wonder why that shit ain't working for you in a world full of people. Yeah, man. I know. Yeah. So if that's because of men, and you adapted to it by acting like men, then you cannot identify as women. I learned that from DEI. You identify as men and wonder where the real men are. So you're not just identifying as men, you're identifying as gay men. Like, the fuck going on? We're talking about social dynamics here. You're doms or you're tops. You're looking for a bottom bitch with money. Oh, you looking for a simp? Yo, they get worn out after 28. It's like, yo, I'm looking for a simp. Someone who's serious about getting married, dating with a purpose. Shut your ass up. Ain't nobody dating with no damn purpose. The fuck you talking about? Dating is not part of... Where's dating in the Bible, nigga? Stop playing with me. You think people were dating with a purpose when your grandmother got married? You goofy as hell. You making up shit as you go. Like I'm saying, am I supposed to be mad at white people and Jewish people? Or is that my sisters making this shit up as we go? I seen it just change in 20 years. Just in 20 years. I know where they got that feminism from, though. Oh, there you go, Jewish people. That's all y'all get. Y'all thought y'all was hiding. Y'all want to save. But our sisters, man, if they did not take the bait, and they were like, it's not working for me. My grandmother was something different. My aunt was, yeah, they are all your age, happily married with kids and shit. And the few that weren't dating niggas on Tinder. You're brand new, sis. This is your walkthrough. This is your playthrough. We never seen this game before. Particularly the men. The men have never seen this game before. If your mother was married, so were the men. You know what I'm saying? The men were married early. Your grandmother was young. Your grandfather was young. Like, they weren't dating in their 30s and 40s if grandma has a house that they can keep when they die. What the fuck going on out here? Most of the men had houses. Most of the men had women. Most of the men had families. And then some of the men had two families. None of them was dating on Tinder. What the fuck going on? Who they gonna date? Married women? Nah, they had that Sally. Well, the pussy's only available if her ass wasn't married. What the fuck was she doing with her life? Yeah, blame the men for all the single women his age that aren't trying to be, married. Since they're sleeping with married men. We always forget that part. Well, if it wasn't for the man's penis, she couldn't be a whore. Shut up. Y'all honoring the legacy of whores that ruin families and blaming men as if men could abandon their families without another woman. In the age of consent and shit. Like, the woman has to choose too, don't she? Then why do so many women refer to a generation with so many loose women ruining families? Drugs, remember? Of course. Of course they're on drugs. Of course. They're selling their body. Of course. Sister to sister, of course. We ain't talking about when they're 19 and competing for the nigga. We talking about all them other years that people be grieving about. Yeah. So, I don't know. Man. I don't know what they call that shit. What's that show called? Whose Line Is It Anyway? I don't fucking know. I'm just trying to figure out why we created a whole subculture based off of those dynamics. Why didn't we just stick to the fucking plan? Like, that's what they do. Because back then they knew their results. Shit, we know these results now because we're the ones talking about it. Like, damn, all these broken families, all whores, all these things, all these niggas who don't know what to do, can't read a damn book. Yeah, sound like they ain't got no parents. Sound like they ain't got no fucking stability in their household. I'm trying to figure out how we did that. We know it was funded now, but who took the bait? Who left the families? Who left the households? Who wanted to pay taxes times two? Who wanted their benefits from the government and be independent? That's all women, if you ask me. You can't blame that shit on slavery, you Jew. So, that's what I'm saying. We gotta clean our own backyard on this shit. It's our backyard after all. The whole thing, it seems. So, we ain't got no other backyard. We'll get there eventually. What a time to be alive, Jonathan. He said 3. So many 40-plus-year-old singles with no intention of dating even. Exactly. Once money was taken out, it was just stupid and narc left behind it. Terran art doubled up with Mr. Niles. AKA, they mapped this whole thing around money only. You got it. And the whole time their money was debt because of the Federal Reserve. So they based their whole civilization and lifestyles off of credit cards. That's a crazy fucking story, boy. They tell you that's the dumbest thing to do, and your whole fucking country did it. The smartest country in the world. Cut it out. Off of connotative linguistics, too. That's the illest thing about it. They think it makes sense because they're using the words wrong. It only makes sense if you use the words wrong. So you're wrong. You're using the words wrong, so you're wrong. And it doesn't make sense because it's wrong. That's all. This shit don't work because it's wrong. They're not blessed because they're wrong. This is a hot mess because we're wrong. We're living life wrong. And that's okay. Shit, look at the variables. Look at the weapons formed. Of course. That does not mean that you have to continue doing so. And I think that's what the grace period is that we have at this moment to kind of refigure that out. Sin, repent, go no further with that shit. That way. Sin no more. Sin no more. What are those? You trying to be like Kanye's daughter? You saw how rich her parents are. I rest my case, Your Honor. What do you think the deciding factor is on that outcome besides Kim Kardashian? The mother allowing the shenanigans. The father vocal against them. As crazy as he is. He was serious, he became a famous musician. So, pretty sure Kim Kardashian only had a sex tape. I know it's his fault for choosing her. I know, but whose fault is Kim's for being Kim? Her fucking father was a lawyer. Lest I forget, O.J. Simpson. So Kim was a whore with a dad that's a lawyer growing up in a nice area of Los Angeles. Can you imagine? Can you fucking imagine? As if Benjamin Franklin wrote about this in 1751. Ah, man, every time, the wisdom of these Jews, boy, it's timeless. If you find the right one, it's timeless. Man, oh man, timeless wisdom. Can you fucking imagine what truth is? So yeah, we've been lacking the truth, obviously, if our results are not timeless. There should be a timeless civilization. There was nothing in our way besides people going the wrong way for benefits. So the root here is the benefits being more desirable than the work that it takes to keep what you have the right way. And it's only harder compared to something else, which got it from what? Stealing and borrowing. So the difficulty is just perceived because the alternate reality is an illusion. So it's not actually difficult. It's only difficult compared to something you made up. Working hard and earning is only difficult compared to credit. Working hard and earning is only difficult compared to colonization. Working hard and earning is only difficult compared to nepotism. Working hard and earning is only difficult to people who are addicted to benefits. And we're not talking about social science and welfare. We're talking about civilization. this shit's only difficult because it's made up. It's made up rules, made up regulations, made up numbers, made up statistics, made up percentages. None of it comes back, so it's not beneficial no matter what the number or the rule is, right? That's what everyone's learning right now. Like, oh shit, corporate loyalty and all that shit, everything in that. As soon as they say corporate, that shit fall apart. As soon as you said the word corporate, it don't work. I know, corpse means dead. Can you imagine the living depending on dead idols? That's what the Bible's about. They said the Bible brought slavery. Then what the fuck is the United States of America? I'm trying to find out. I'm trying to figure out where the slavery ends and where the slavery begins. Don't tell me it's working for free. When this whole time we've been spending credit. You didn't work for 25, 35 years and end up with a fucking Scrooge McDuck vault of silver, copper, and gold coins. They talking about you got to pay for taxes and property until you dead. You didn't earn anything. Literally, though. That's what I'm talking about. Like, literally. Literary. Like, as it is written. Is it not written? Is it not literal? Of course it's literal, because what's the point of us fucking saying it? If we're saying something against the pretenders, right? Come on now. Law of polarity. So, I think, hold on, let me write this shit. Hold on. We them boys. Hold on. I'm gonna draw a chart of freedom and see if this is what people are talking about. Oh shit. Freedom. You have born. You. Dun, 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 dun. Foreign schools. Hold on, I'm getting to it. The crazy thing about the programming is that they did that to white people. They were the target. That's the craziest thing about this shit. They'll wake up soon. They're waking up on their kids waking up to their dream, but they won't wake up to the system in a second. just like a airplane, duck bird. Might solve a mystery. Oh, rewrite history, DuckTales, woo! Or rewrite history, can you fucking imagine? DuckTales, woo! All right, I got it. Man. I might be a teacher one day. 3 said, deep fried. Jonathan 3 says, loyal to a corpse, Dan. Let the dead bury the dead. Come on now. Mr. Now says, the only underground railroad they've been on is the train they got on, ran beside someone else's back. And Jonathan Lee says, and then we segue into our McDonald's universal math from yesterday as the proof. So many 40 plus year olds. Yeah. So this is, y'all telling me this is what they taught you in school? Let me know if they taught you something different. Freedom. The concept of freedom. You're free. Why? Because you can smart, you can get educated. And if you get educated, you get a good job, you can work, and if you work hard enough, you can save, and with what you save, you buy, and eventually you buy things that you own, and you have these privileges to do this because you're a citizen of the United States. All right, let's talk about it. So your schools are foreign. Since they're occupying foreign land, and this land has Indians in it. So if there's Indians still here, and we're still here, definitely, we're still in Indian land because Indians are still in this land. So these schools have to be foreign in origin. All right, and they take you for K to 12. That's a lot of fucking years. And this was created by someone called Gates, who shows up after the 1900s, and Rockefellers. Alleged 13 families of Jewish people. I don't give a fuck how many there are. None of these motherfuckers are in the Bible. So no matter what their name is, we just know they're foreign. So he's a foreign banker and a foreign eugenicist with the same last name as the current eugenicist, Bill Gates. Can you fucking imagine it? Now, parallel to that, if you're a decent civil folk, right, you're going to some type of church, I'm going to assume that Christian's the default here, or it used to be, remember? And then so you have Christians, and this is responsible for the tradition and value programming of the people raising these kids. And this idea of church comes through the Vatican after the usurpation and all the wars that happened on the Ottoman Empire. You can find a timeline for that. So this is brand new as of. Now, today, if there's a church here in the United States where you would go to, they require them to have a 501c3. Shout out to the FBI and shout out to my grandfather, Noble Drew Ali. This is right after him. So this is within the last 100 years. The reason why these still stand there and you can pay tithes and temps and Malachi 3:8 to them and they get like a tax benefit is because of this form right here. That's federal. All right. So that federal form that allows that money that they collect to be divvied up a certain way with them goes to a foreign bank. Because this ain't a Christian land and this ain't a Christian nation. So even Christians are foreign here. Now, foreign bank and they go to white Jesus. That's a foreigner. He got recessive genes. That's a weird fucking story to believe, but you went to their school, so I understand how the foreigner got you to believe some foreign shit. Now. You get through all of this to be a decent you, and then you say, I'm gonna get a good job, part 2. Well, corporations, we always complaining, well, how come they don't pay their fair share of taxes? You'll probably understand that one day. But anyway, they're the biggest ones here. right here, you got these guys. So they take your labor, you go through all of this, or you might skip this or do something else. And then you end up with your labor, aka your breaths, your blood, your sweat. You do something for them. They don't fucking exist, right? They're an umbrella or placeholder for several of you, all right? And then several of you, you're here on this land using native resources, meaning resources that come from this land, including the people, because since we're fucking unratified 14th, 15th Amendment as people, you're also using us as labor, and you're also still using us on our resources. On my grandmother, you are. You do all of that in exchange for Federal Reserve notes. Money. That makes sense. You want to save something. Now, your Federal Reserve notes come from a hidden board. You don't know who they are, nor do you know who really owns these companies. You know who their CEOs are, but CEOs are not owners. They're presidents. Just like the president of the United States doesn't own the United States. He's just like someone you vote every 4 years for. Yeah, the hidden board members are families of people. You don't know who they are, but you know the name of their businesses, and that 1% own everything. That would be these people. Now, this corporation is a dead corpse. So keeping it alive through the hidden board in succession through voting is considered necromancy. The root word necro also rhymes with Negro. Now you understand what they're saying in Spanish. All right. And then you got the United States government regulates these rules. Since this is the United States Treasury that's awarding them for using labor and resources that don't belong to any of them so far, depending on who the you are. Now, it doesn't matter who you are. You're still playing in this game of hypothecation because you don't have any other choices if you want to own something in the United States. Now, these people are all printing these Federal Reserve notes. These people is what you call the government. Now, the government is a bunch of you. Since this idea was set up way before any of us alive got here, that means people like us and you are still participating in keeping this foreign idea alive today. Cool. This started because of a bunch of colonizer armies coming to mind someone else's business. Could have fucking sworn it was. And out of those colonizer armies, they brought prisoners. I could fucking sworn that's what the story is. And then out of those slaves and prisoners, they turn out to be betrayers of kingdoms, depending on where you are, but especially if you're in the A part of America. Now, they have killed tons of Indians. Hi, I'm one of them, which is why we're only 13% left. And they did all of that off of credit. They didn't have no money. So they did all this for somebody else. All right. And then this credit alleged to goes to something called a Federal Reserve or central bank. We'll call ours the Federal Reserve. Did you know that the Federal Reserve is not federal because it's part of a federal foreign government? It can't be. 1933. It's not federal, as in it's not part of your government, and there is no reserve. They're using the free labor resources of you, the people. They don't have nothing. It's not gold backed. It's like a crypto bank. It's a crypto credit. In fact, your dollar, your FRN, is crypto credit already. It's just not digital, but it is because they do computers. Anyway, it's confusing. They have a private board. Isn't that convenient? You don't know who started this, no more than you know who runs the corporations that benefits from this. You notice the pipeline from the corporations to the bank is kind of direct with hidden shit? Yeah, I know. The only thing hidden about these people, because they keep getting born every generation to keep up the same fucking Ponzi scheme, because they don't know the fucking history. That's why it seems like a mystery. Anyway, private board on a foreign land and foreign to the people of the land, and their fund wars. Banks on both sides of the wars. The same families on the same sides of the wars. They will invest, George Soros, add him to the list, Rothschilds, that's who gave them fucking Palestine instead of Madagascar. I mean, if you just add these families up, these K through 12 families up, you might get about 12 or 13 of them. Can you fucking imagine? The same families responsible for your education that has convinced you to do one of these things or to rebel against it. And no matter what you do, you still gonna need some FRN notes, so you might as well get used to that. And then as you figure out how to do this, you wanna put a lot of these back in this bank account, but you can't because you owe these guys, the middleman, so many taxes. Oh, you owe the people who are foreign, colonizers, slavers, and prison havers who betray kingdoms and kill tons of Indians, and instead of keeping that or getting rid of it, you just want the credit. They want the credit for playing in my fucking face and yours. But we supposed to be smart, hardworking slaves who save, who are going to buy and own something one day as citizens of this. Is that correct? We're United States citizens of foreigners, colonizers, slavers, prisoners, betrayers, and killers. And we're trying to figure out what went wrong from here. It's right there. That's who created that. That hidden family that's not so fucking hidden. That's a foreigner that gave you white Jesus with the hidden board members of corporations that they're usually ahead of, who are dealing a weird 360 deal where they skip the government for their benefits, for none of it to have a reserve and for none of it to be federal. But it's still the same fucking people who are who are not the government and don't have any capital. They're just managing the bank. But you notice how the people who manage the bank are the same people that gave your ass a school. Don't miss that. Your school is structured by the bankers. Did I land that? Someone tell me it's something different. There's something different going on? Is that not the history of the United States? Y'all let me know. It seems like all of this is a buffer for them. Who ain't so private when they over here. Who ain't so hidden when their name is taking credit for this. I wonder who it is, ass niggas. Oh yeah, they're Jewish. So we, the United States, are Jewish people? That's crazy that the United States of Jewish people are trying to hypothecate something that belongs to the United States of Jews. Same story. And it's the same story with the history. What we're doing is the story that I'm telling. And the crazy thing is, everybody know that. So that means even our problems and our what's going on is also a part of the psychosis of pretending that it's something else. We're looking for it to be something else. We're looking for a different version of competencies, resolution, and solutions to things when we know what the root problem is. Hello. That's the answer's on this board somewhere. Something on this board ain't like the others. And it's some families who are hidden in private, meaning they're not citizens. So you have some non-citizens that are foreign, dictating every policy that's important to you. And they're foreign. They are foreign. Those are not Indians, Americans, or Europeans. They're not in our story. You would have seen Rockefellers on a boat. You would have seen Rothschilds, DuPonts, Warburgs. You would have seen them in the story somewhere. You don't see them until after 1880. So they brand new to the story altogether. So that means somebody else killed all those Indians. I guess whoever's left over in their government. And I know what their government looked like. Right? I'm crazy? I don't know. Maybe. That's what they told us. I went to school. You went to school? I went to school. I went to that school. I went to school that they funded. They had little extra programs for our school. Project Gateway and shit. That's CIA, by the way. CIA was involved with our school. CIA is not supposed to operate domestically. But what's domestic mean to something foreign? The CIA is foreign, so it doesn't operate domestically. It has no homeland. So the CIA created special programs for the millennial kids in the public schools, funded by the federal government. So far, so good. They're no longer state-sponsored schools most of the time. They're taking all the free lunch and the benefits from the federal government. Now the state is in a 360 deal. Yeah, partnerships. So, but with the hidden partner, oh, there it is again. Is the CIA literally a clandestine organization? So a clandestine organization was brainwashing children with gifts and talents. Can you fucking imagine some shit like that with our tax dollars? All verifiable. This is a foreign Ponzi scheme. So if foreigners are running a Ponzi scheme on locals, who's the victim? the locals. The end. No more mysteries about this shit. It ain't that deep or serious. You just keep dealing with the same families who keep passing down their authority generation to generation for what, 150 years? Like shit. They already fucking lost the plot. But I'm just saying, like, if this was to keep going, this is what was going. And everything else that does not fit into those things, you've noticed, are not valued citizen-wise. Everything else that does not follow this flow chart is just crazy or reprobate or ghetto or doesn't belong. It has to go back to Africa or somewhere else. That's crazy. Where do you go back? All this is foreign. And it don't own anything. It's not federal and there are no reserves. So it literally does not own anything. That thing in the middle, government, the one that's printing the paper for the money, is also printing the paper for the rules and legislation. That's all it does. You notice Donald Trump every day signs papers. It's a paper corporation. That's what a corporation is. It's a dead. It doesn't exist. It's not a person. It's not like McDonald's. Like if McDonald's had a hamburger joint and he was McDonald and he named it McDonald's, after his family, well, as long as he's alive, you go there. You can go to McDonald's and see Mr. McDonald his damn self. Your government is not the same thing. Nobody who created such a government is even alive right now. Nobody who created such a bank is even alive right now. All these motherfuckers that started at the top of these things ought to be dead already. So the corpse in itself, the model itself, the actual map of what you're supposed to do is dead. Literally. The only thing left is the corporation, since it succeeds through votes and board members. We are citizens, not board members. Thus, we don't actually control anything. But we call that freedom. Where the freedom at? There's not even choices. Where's the freedom at? There is no freedom in the system. The system itself is foreign. From colonizers, slavers, former prisoners, and all kind of bullshit and reprobate shit. And they gonna blame that shit on the Bible and Israel and Jews and Hebrews? None of that is that. None of that is that. So how is this one us? Foreign to with shit, you can put that shit on Atlas. Where the freedom at? Yeah, man. It's, you know, that's a little hat trick. Just a little hat trick. It's a, you know, in the world of common sense, man, we're commoners. So, what really grinds my gears. Jonathan, TBFB, Jonathan, Root 3. It's one big sleight of hand. Yeah. They keep you busy, man. And tape, what they call it, bureaucracy and yellow tape and all kind of shit. Yeah, that should keep you busy if you're trying to climb it. What are we trying to climb it for? It's foreign. Chan Art says 3. Mr. Now says probably the only place it doesn't operate is in Sicily, formerly called Sia. Sisi. Sid. City Muhammad. Septimus X. Dave and Tribe. Peace and power. Shout out to you, brother. Hence, main South America to Europe. Trade route for drugs is Sicily. Shout out to the mafia again. Yep. Now they rigging games, entertainment, all owned by Jewish people. I wonder if they're in on it. They don't have to be, except for the reserve notes. They don't have to be. It's their central bank. It doesn't have to be. It's their corporations. Do you understand like how there's no victims if that group or families own everything? You don't own anything. If all you're doing is spending their money and buying their things from their corporations, following their rules. That's why it's a Ponzi. It's a Jewish Ponzi scheme. As of Reconstruction. Yep. They try to reset it. They don't like that word Jewish. Good. Me neither. The fuck? Yep, it's always frozen on Jewish. I wonder who's behind Alphabet Group. I bet they're not Greek or Egyptian. They even named their corporation after our shit. Bitch, the alphabet belongs to Hebrews. We can't have nothing. In their system. Meanwhile, we own everything in real life. Quantum entanglement, man. It'll go the way we say it does. It just takes time to load. So if they don't get you in a school, if they don't get you in a church, or if they don't get you in corporate paper slavery, then they don't have you no more. And that's what I'm saying. They're losing slaves. So if this is any type of war of nationalities and kingdoms, which it's not, this is more like a slave rebellion. This is more like the French Revolution. This is more like a slave rebellion. This ain't nobody free here. Not if you gotta pay to be here. Ain't nobody free here. Because being free here would mean you're free to live, and you're not free to live. So where's the freedom at, Bruce? Martial law, oh my God, can you imagine someone taking away your civil liberties and freedoms? The fuck? On a foreign land with foreign people in charge of it? Can you fucking imagine the madness? Cool in the Gang could never. Summer madness be damned. We're mad all year long. So yeah. Talk about fucking training PTSD in the nervous system. Imagine if the land was yours. I know. Crazy story. So yeah. I don't know. It's only a couple of days left to see if they're going to go to the next part of this story. Famines are interesting. Let's see if I can just do a random one of these. Stop. Jesus answered, "You know neither me nor my Father. If you had known me, you would have also known my Father. Like father, like son." They say, "You don't even know who I am." Rain down, you heavens from above, and let the skies pour down righteousness. Let the earth open, let them bring forth salvation. And this is salvation before Jesus, can you imagine? And let righteousness spring up together. I, the Lord, have created it. Woe to him who strives with his maker. Let the potsherd, P-O-T-S-H-E-R-D. Let the potsherd strive with the potsherds of the earth. Oh, potters. Shall the clay say to him who forms it, what are you making? We see that come up a lot in this book, don't we? Or shall your handiwork say, he has no hands? Woe to him who says to his father, what are you begetting? Or the woman, what have you brought forth? Thus says the Lord, the Holy One of Israel and his Maker, ask me things to come concerning my sons, and concerning the work of my hands you command me. I have made the earth and created man on it. I, my hands, stretched out the heavens, and all their host I have commanded. I have raised him up in righteousness, and I will direct all his ways. He shall build my city, and let my exiles go free. He shall build my city, and let my exiles go free, not for price nor reward, says the Lord of hosts. Thus says the Lord, the labor of Egypt and merchandise of Cush. Now we know we're talking about black people, right? And of the Sabaeans, men of stature, men of renown, can you imagine, descendants of angels, shall come over to you, and they shall be yours. They shall walk behind you. They shall come over in chains. This is like, oh, that's what Africans was like, shut your ass up. This is in Egypt, America. And they shall bow down to you, and they will make supplication to you, saying, surely God is in you. So they didn't come over here to do corporations. They didn't come over here for cotton. They didn't come over here to listen to white people. So that is not the same story then. Why do our people do that stupid shit? They shall bow down to you because they're bowing down to God. You know, the God that made it you, your father, like son. Hence, they're not coming to you for labor. They say they have stature already. They say that they can build cities already. They're not coming to you because they need something. They're not coming to you because you enslaved them. So this is an incompatible. They're breaking the law of gender. They shall bow down to you, and they will make supplication to you, saying, surely God is in you, and there is no other. There is no other God. Those people that come here. And he says, freed, those who are looking for freedom, those who are just freed, those who are exiled, they will find you. Not brought here in chains so that you can tell them what to do. Like, what the fuck wrong, man? Truly you are God, who hides yourself, O God of Israel, the Savior. They shall be ashamed and also disgraced, all of them. They shall go in confusion together, who are makers of idols. So those who are idol makers and idol worshipers, corpse creators, they shall be confused together. But Israel shall be saved by the Lord with an everlasting salvation. I don't lose one sheep, no, not one. You shall not be ashamed or disgraced forever and ever. That's contextual if you're following along. For thus saith the Lord, who created the heavens, who is God, who formed the earth and made it, who has established it, who did not create it in vain, aka for no reason, who formed it to be inhabited. Go forth and replenish the earth and multiply. I am the Lord, and there is no other. I have not spoken in secret. No oaths, no masons, angels don't take vows. Get it? In a dark place of the earth. I did not say to the seed of Jacob, seek me in vain. aka, I did not say to the tribes of Israel, hey, seek my face for no reason, for no benefit. I, the Lord, speak righteousness, meaning it's good as money. Like, if I shoot the shot, it's going in. I declare things that are right. Assemble yourselves and come, draw near together. You who have escaped from the nations, they have no knowledge, who carry the wood of their carved image, and pray to a God that cannot save them. Oh, that sounds like church. Tell and bring forth your case. Yes, let them make counsel together. Who has declared this from ancient time? Where your grandmother stay? Where did you get it from? Who declared this from ancient time? Your people? You? Who has told it from that time? You know somebody from back then? Have not I, the Lord of Israel? Is there no other God besides me? If there is, who? A just God and a Savior. Now this is God talking. This ain't Jesus. There is none besides me. This Isaiah. Look to me and be saved. So, but mind you, he's talking to Israelites. But that's why I think the Gentile thing is like they need Jesus instead. And they're like, but there's only one God. God has a son. What is it? A God. So y'all saying y'all follow Jesus and Genghis, the son of God. Still a God, but understand where it gets confusing if you don't know what families are. But yet, they're saying that they're following him, but they made him white. And then they come to this book and said that their new best friends, their cousins, is following the old book somehow, but they're supposed to be going to God directly for salvation. Yet there's a church somewhere. Doesn't make any fucking sense. Look at me and be saved, all you ends of the earth. So no matter where you are, for I am God and there is no other. I have sworn by myself on me. The word has gone out of my mouth in righteousness. Math, good math. If I say it, it goes. And shall not return, that to me every knee shall bow, no Kaepernick. Every tongue shall take an oath, to me, covenant. He shall say, surely the Lord I have righteousness and strength. To him men shall come, and men is italicized, and all shall be ashamed, who are incensed against him. In the Lord all the descendants of Israel shall be justified and shall glory. In the Lord all the descendants of Israel shall be justified. In the Lord, in this covenant, in this, the descendants of Israel, all of them, all corners of the earth, shall be justified and shall glory. 46, Isaiah. Baal, the dragon, right? The idol that Daniel came for. Baal bows down. Nebo, another one, stoops. Their idols were on the beast and on the cattle. Glyphs, sigils. Your carriages were heavily loaded, a burden to the weary beast. They stoop, they bow down together. They could not deliver the burden, but have themselves gone into captivity. So they stunting. They said all these idols and all these things that these other peoples believe, they themselves are now gone into captivity. Listen to me, O house of Jacob, Israel, and all the remnant of the house of Israel, and all the remnant, and all the mixes, and all the places we've ever been, and all the remnant of the house of Israel, who have been upheld by me from birth, meaning he's still involved, who have been carried from the womb before you got here on your soul, right? Even to your old age, I am he, and even to gray hairs, I will carry you. I have made and I will bear, even I will carry and I will deliver you. To whom will you liken me and make me equal and compare me that we should be alike? So he's talking to people who are worshiping foreign, nations, gods, idols. Like, who you know like me, descendants of Jacob? The lavish gold out of the bag, and the weigh silver on the scales. They hire a goldsmith, and he makes it a god. Remember, this is the story of Exodus, the first thing they did, Aaron. They prostrate themselves. Yes, they worship something else, a foreign god made out of gold, right? They bear it on the shoulder. They carry it, and they set it in its place, and it stands, an altar. From its place it shall not move. It's pretty heavy. Though one cries out to it, yet it cannot answer, meaning they go there for their supplications, and like some people do with their altars in their home and nothing happens. Nor save him out of his trouble, meaning all those instances, all those sacrifices, yet still here we are in captivity. Remember this, and show yourselves, men. Recall to mind, oh, you transgressors. Transgressors are those who know what they're supposed to do, but they end up going in a different direction. So transgressor is just a person who's on one path, and then they decide to go the other direction, and that other direction is in conflict to the original path. You're transgressing against God, and God chose you. Imagine the story here. For I am God, and there is no other. So they're transgressing God by going to foreign bitches, foreign nations, doing the foreign idol thing, for benefits, gold and silver, apparently. For I am God, and there is no other. So they're not saying gold and silver is a bad thing. They're saying pursuing gold and silver in exchange for the benefits of forsaking where you come from. That is the root of all evil. The love of money, meaning you love money more than you love God and your ancestors. Declaring the end from the beginning, prophecy, and from ancient times, things that are not yet done, and yet by this time they saw it done, saying, my counsel shall stand, and I will do all my pleasure, calling a bird of prey from the east, the man who executes my counsel from a far country. Indeed, I have spoken it, and I'll also bring it to pass. I have purposed it, and I'll also do it. So he's talking to all the people who have transgressed against their ways. He would bring a bird of prey from the east of a foreign land, I guess to get us into this position if we were to hypothecate it to this timeline, right? They ain't come from, if we're over here and they came from the land, they came from the east already. Listen to me, stubborn-hearted, who are far from righteousness. I bring my righteousness near you. It shall not be far off. My salvation shall not linger. And I will place salvation in Zion, for Israel my glory. All right, Montezuma. Come down and sit in the dust, O virgin daughter of Babylon. Sit on the ground without a throne, O daughter of the Chaldeans. Damn it, Sarah. For you shall no more be called tender and delicate. Take the millstones and grind meal. Remove your veil. Take off the skirt, uncover the thigh, pass through the rivers. Your nakedness shall be uncovered. Yes, your shame will be seen. I will take vengeance, and I will not arbitrate with a man. He said, I ain't going back and forth with you niggas. As for our Redeemer, the Lord of hosts is his name. I wish I knew what that word was. Lord of hosts is the translation. The Holy One of Israel is the Lord of hosts. That's a different name. Sit in silence and go into darkness, O daughter of the Chaldeans, for you shall no longer be called the Lady of Kingdoms. All right, Libra. I was angry with my people. I have profaned my inheritance and given them into your hand, Babylon. You showed them no mercy. On the elderly you laid your yoke very heavily, and you said, I shall be a lady forever. So you're talking about metaphor, right? And the metaphor of a foreign occupation is a feminine principle. Have you noticed that? So that you did not take these things to heart, nor remember the latter end of them. Therefore, hear this now. You who are given to pleasures, who dwell securely, who say in your heart, I am, and there is no one else besides me. So you're talking about vanity, narcissism. I shall not sit. God is saying, I know the loss of children, his tribe, his covenant. But these two things, now he's talking to Babylon, the one that's occupied. In a moment, in one day, the loss of children and widowhood. In one day, November 1st, in one day, the loss of children and widowhood. They shall come upon you in their fullness because of the multitude of your sorceries. Money, paperwork, sigils, all over it. For the great abundance of your enchantments. For you have trusted in your wickedness, in your own ways, going against what you're supposed to do. No matter who's here, but he's addressing Babylon. You have said, no one sees me. Your wisdom and your knowledge have warped you. All the books, all the education has warped them. And you have said in your heart, meaning they really mean it, I am, and there is none else besides me. So these are all these atheists and people that said there is no God of Israel. It's just men. It's just us. It's just me, the person who's behind Babylon, right? Therefore, evil shall come upon you. You shall not know where it arises. You shall not know where it arises. You shall not know where all this evil and all this confusion and where all this things not working comes from. That sounds very familiar, bro. How old is this book? Do they know us? I don't know if they know us. Was Isaiah alive when I was born? I don't know. He didn't see this. He didn't have the internet. Did Isaiah have the internet? Therefore, evil shall come upon you. You shall not know where it arises, and trouble shall fall upon you. You will not be able to put it off. Damn, that sounded like Canada a few weeks ago, talking about not putting off their budget. And desolation shall come upon you suddenly. Like, damn, we only got a few days left. Which you shall not know. Stand now with your enchantments. You know, all your little technology, basically. And the multitude of your sorceries. All your games, all your, little tricks. In which you have labored from your youth. Oh, you've been wearing, United States is 250 years old according to them, since a long time ago. Perhaps you will be able to profit. Perhaps you will prevail. You are worried in the multitude of your councils. Congress, shut down. Let now the astrologers, all right, tarot girls, and the stargazers, oh my God, and the monthly prognosticators, all right, Cliff High, stand up and save you from what's about to come. So he's saying, go ahead and tell me what Pluto in Aquarius means when it comes to this shit. You go ahead and tell me what the King of Hearts and the King of Swords means when it comes to this shit. Behold, they shall be as stubble, useless. The fire shall burn them. But they're not talking about fire out the sky and burning alive. They're talking about like it's alliteration to destruction. They shall not deliver themselves from the power of the flame. It shall not be a coal to be warmed by. Oh, this ain't a friendly thing. Thus, now, nor a fire to sit before. They want to run away. Thus shall they be to you, with whom you have labored. Meaning the same way if fire came out the sky again, in that way Pompeii, everyone goes their own directions, all those people that you organize, all these people that you came up with, all your counselors, all your technologists, all the people that you put this plan together with of wickedness, a very specific group of people, right? You're not even going to be able to rely on them because they don't have their own fucking problems. And you notice they've been silent. Your merchants from your youth, they shall wander each one to his quarter. No one shall save you. So even your merchants, right? Even the people doing business, even the people doing the trade routes, tariffs, CDLs, the waters, even them will eventually go back home. Oh my God, this sounds so familiar. Should I keep reading? Isaiah 48. Hear this, O house of Jacob, all right, Israel, who are called by the name of Israel, and who have come forth from the well springs of Judah. All right, Mama Judy, who swear by the name of the Lord and make mention of the God of Israel, but not in truth or in righteousness. So in namesake. So you know where you come from, but you ain't acting like it, right? For they call themselves after the holy city, Jerusalem, Jews, and lean on the God of Israel. The Lord of hosts is his name. I have declared the former things from the beginning. They went forth from my mouth, and I caused them to hear it. Suddenly I did to them, and it came to pass. He's talking to Israel. Because I knew that you were obstinate. In your neck was an iron sinew, stiff neck. In your brow, bronze. Bronze, copper. Jesus Christ. Even from the beginning, I have declared it to you. Before it came to pass, I proclaimed it to you. Meaning you already know what this is about. Lest you should say, my idol has done them, and my carved image and my molded image have commanded them. Just like Eve passing the buck to the serpent, and then Adam passing the buck to her. He's saying that I told you all this So when this time comes, your ass ain't got no excuse. So you can't say some foreigner or something else told you to do it, right? You have heard, see all this. And will you not declare it? I have made you hear new things from this time, so the time of Isaiah, and all other times too, usually, right? Even hidden things, and you did not know them. Based on true story, I experienced that myself. They are created now and not from the beginning, those things. And before this day, you have not heard them. So there's some new shit. Where you get it from? Lest you say, of course I knew them. Narcissism. Surely you did not hear. Surely you did not know. Surely from long ago your ear was not open. So you've been hard-headed for a while. For I knew that you would deal very treacherously. He talking to Jacob now. He talking to the house of Israel. The ones who are transgressing. And were called a transgressor from the womb. Oh my God, you have your dad, father, the devil. What happened to you? For my name's sake, I will defer my anger. So Isaiah is channeling this and saying, hey, yo, y'all fucked up. But mind you, they're in captivity with Babylon too. Keep the science. For my name's sake, I will defer my anger. And for my praise, I will restrain it from you. The same story as Jonah, right? Jonah's like, I already knew you're just gonna forgive him. Same story right here in Isaiah 48. So that I do not cut you off. Behold, I have refined you. I mean, they talk about pottery. He's a potter. He's like, all right, we got to put some more fire in your ass so that I won't have to cut you off. I will chastise you because your ways are transgression. Your ways are of idol worship. Your ways are of mishandling resources and people. Your damn self at whatever time this is. Isaiah, right before Genghis. And of course it loops. I have tested you in the furnace of affliction. Job. For my own sake, I will do it. He's saying, I'm doing it because of me. For how should my name be profaned? It's like, you making me look bad. Where they do that at? And I will not give my glory to another, meaning I will not give what I created to something else. I will not give up all the things that I have done to something else. AKA, you ain't going nowhere. You don't have to take this ass whooping. Listen to me, O Jacob, and Israel, my called. I am he, I am the first, I am also the last. That's where they get Alpha and Omega from. 1 and 0, right? Morse code or binary code. Can you imagine? Yin and yang type shit. Indeed, my hands has laid the foundation of the earth, and my right hand has stretched out the heavens. When I call to them, they stand up together. It's talking about all the luminaries in the sky. Sonoluminescence. They're there by sound. All you assemble yourselves and hear this. Who among them has declared these things? Meaning, out of all your idols and all the places you've been, who else can claim that? The Lord loves him, he shall do his pleasure on Babylon, and his arm shall be against the Chaldeans. Ooh, hence all the sorcery and stargazing, all that stuff. Abraham and Sarah is right out there, man. Shit, you talking to Jacob's kids, Abraham's grandkid. Yeah, man, that's that part of that bloodline that got all the magic I be talking about. Come near to me, hear this. I have not spoken in secret from the beginning, from the time that I was there, and now the Lord God and his Spirit have sent me. That's a third party right there, boy. Must be talking about angels. Thus says the Lord, your Redeemer, the Holy One of Israel. I'm the Lord your God. So he's talking to Israel. So it's almost like the Lord of hosts of Israel is a different son of God. It's the only way I can reconcile it in this phrasing. Because he's saying, I was there at the beginning. I use my right hand to do this, meaning he was invested. And now the Lord God and his Spirit have sent me. And this is in quotes. Isaiah's quoting this. He's saying it out loud. Thus says the Lord your Redeemer, the Holy One of Israel, the one who visited Jacob, the angel, remember? That makes sense. It is an angel. It is a son of God. Quetzalcoatl. It's the same story. They come down from heaven and he wrestled with Jacob. And then he gave Jacob the name Israel. And he said, you're mine now. And the only one that I know would fit that description is indeed Michael. The only one that would come down, the bear. And then when Michael's prophets are tested, and they're like, Baldy, Baldy, a bear came to eat those kids. But that's Michael. It's Michael. This is about Michael as the Lord of hosts. He's the Lord of hosts because he's the emperor of heaven's army. But his father is God. And that's the only thing confusing about it. Is forgetting that Mercury has a father named Jupiter. Anyway, I am the Lord your God who teaches you to profit, like money, or to grow, who leads you the way you should go. Oh, that ye have heeded my commandments. So that's part of it. It's like doing what he says do. And he's talking to the people that he set aside, Israel. That your peace would have been like a river, and your righteousness like the waves of the sea. Your descendants also would have been like the sand on Abraham's promise, and the offspring of your body like the grains of sand. His name would not have been cut off nor destroyed from before me. Can't do shit about it. Go forth from Babylon, flee from the Chaldeans, with a voice of singing. Now imagine that at this time they're leaving the Chaldeans, but by this time they're mixed in. With a voice of singing, declare, proclaim this, utter it to the end of the earth. Say, the Lord has redeemed his servant Jacob, aka the house of Israel. Let my people go, part 5. And they did not thirst when he led them through the deserts. You know what I'm talking about? He caused the waters to flow from the rock for them. He also split the rock and the waters gushed out. And that's very similar to a throwback to Aaron and Moses' time. There is no peace, says the Lord, for the wicked. That's a warrior right there, boy. Well, Michael, that's a warrior. I'm telling you, Michael is nothing nice in none of the stories. Listen, O coastlands, to me, and take heed, you peoples from afar. The Lord has called me from the womb, from the matrix of my mother. He made me, he has made mention of my name. The Lord has called me from the womb, from the matrix. So womb and matrix in the same conversation. Can you imagine that? The Lord has called me from the womb, from the matrix of my mother. Math, algebra, portal. Has made mention of my name. He has made my mouth like a sharp sword. In the shadow of his hand, he has hidden me, and made me a polished shaft. In his quiver, he has hidden me, like arrow quiver. I wonder where arrow quivers in history. I wonder if American Indians had arrow quivers right after Egypt was flooded. I don't know. And he said to me, you are my servant, O Israel, in whom I will be glorified. How I say TikTok in that freeze? I want to know how I say TikTok. What about saying TikTok makes this shit freeze? How much battery I got? I got enough to not worry about that daggone charger. Streaming and charging don't get along. It froze at Israel, didn't it? And he said to me, you are my servant, O Israel, in whom I will be glorified. Then I said, I have labored in vain. I have spent my strength for nothing and in vain. Yet surely my just reward, my entitlements, what I'm supposed to get, is with the Lord. In my work with God, with my God. And now the Lord says this, who formed me from the womb to be his servant. Yeah, that makes sense. Servant doesn't mean slave in the way that they paint it when it's some foreigners. Especially all these gifts and all these powers and all these abilities. Can you imagine? I would have stayed on the plantation if they teaching us magic. Can you imagine? Anyway, to bring Jacob back to him, the house of Jacob, bringing everyone back under covenant, back to the commandments, back to what they're supposed to do. So that Israel is gathered to him. For I shall be glorious in the eyes of the Lord, and my God shall be my strength. So I think this is whoever Isaiah is referring to, the speaker, this king or this leader. He's saying that this is what OG told me, and this is what I'm going to do. And I'm not going to fail either. Y'all better listen. You know what I'm saying? Y'all better fucking listen. I ain't playing with y'all. Indeed, he says, it is too small a thing that you should be my servant to raise up the tribes of Jacob and to restore the preserved ones of Israel. So you got the tribes in general, and then you have the preserved ones. Those are two different statements. The preserved ones of Israel, meaning they're in captivity, but they're still, they're still of their right mind. They're preserved, but they're not. They're dealing with Babylon. That sounds so fucking familiar right now. Anyway, I will also give you a light as a light to the Gentiles. There we go. Now we're starting to make sense. Everybody else that's not of the bloodline, and they'll recognize us by our light, so that they too can be under the covenant with the God of Israel, right? That you should be my salvation to the ends of the earth. So that means that includes everybody. But we got to get our shit together at all times. Can you imagine? Consistency. Thus says the Lord, the Redeemer of Israel, their Holy One. Ownership, right? To him whom man despises, to him whom the nation abhors. That sounds like the United States. I wonder if there's a prophet writing about now. To the servant of rulers, kings shall see and arise, princes shall also worship, because of the Lord who is faithful, the Holy One of Israel, and he has chosen you. Thus saith the Lord, I in an acceptable time I have heard you, and in the day of salvation I have helped you. So it's any time you need to be saved. I will preserve you and give you as a covenant to the people. So he just said Gentiles in the last paragraph. He says, when I save you and put you back in your right configuration, you are the covenant. As a covenant, I will preserve you and give you as a covenant to the people to restore the earth, to cause them to inherit the desolate heritage, that you may go to the prisoners and say, go forth, be free. To whom are in darkness, show yourselves. Just like Genghis Khan did. Our military is used to free slaves. Why would we then use Christianity to create them? It's in the book. They shall feed along the roads, and their pasture shall be on all desolate heights. They shall neither hunger nor thirst. He's talking about the whole world, Craig. He's talking about like everybody who, if we're the lighthouse, like anyone that we're around, right? Neither heat nor sun shall strike them. We've been outside lately. You see what's going on with people? For he who has mercy on them will lead them. Even by the springs of water, he will guide them. I will make each of my mountains a road. Tell this mountain to move and it will jump. And my highways shall be elevated. There's highways in the Bible? What you need a highway for? You need a highway for a horse? Or they just calling highways after the highways? They didn't know what it was. I don't know. It sounds like we're Romans. Anyway, surely thou shalt come from afar. Look, those from the north and those from the west, and these from the land of Sinim. Sing, O heavens, be joyful, O earth, and break out in singing, O mountains, for the Lord has comforted his people. And again, shout out to the hateful crate, Germany in the building. I like them. They all get fired up, yeah. They all get fired. All of a sudden, I'm starting to sound conspiracy theorists. That is the language model lately. And it's this book. No matter what page, I'll be the story. Quantum entanglement. But Zion said, the Lord has forsaken me, and my Lord has forgotten me. So the empire, right? Can a woman forget her nursing child and not have compassion on the son of her womb? Surely they may forget, yet I will not forget you. See, I have inscribed you on the palms of my hands. Your walls are continually before me. Your sons shall make haste. I'm one of them. Your destroyers and those who laid you waste shall go away from you. Oh my God. God don't make promises he can't keep on Drew Hill, boy. Lift up your eyes. Lift up your eyes. Look around and see. We talking about the UAPs in the sky, ain't we? All these gathered together and come to you. Isaiah 49 and 18. Same story. Lift up your eyes, look around and see. All these gather and come to you. Yeah. This book ain't lie yet. As I live, says the Lord, you shall surely clothe yourselves with them all as an ornament. and bind them on you as a bride does. For your waste in desolate places, in the land of your destruction, will even now be too small for the inhabitants. Meaning right where we stand will grow even bigger than where we are now. And those who swallowed you up will be far away. The children you will have, so it's a prophecy, after you have lost the others, will say again in your ears, this place is too small for me. Give me a place where I may dwell. Eber again, right? Split up, move, grow, expand. Then you will say in your heart, who has begotten these for me? Since I have lost my children and I am desolate, a captive, wandering to and fro. And who has brought these up? There I was, left alone. But these, where were they? Thus saith the Lord God, behold, I will lift my hand in an oath to the nations, and set up my standard for the peoples. They shall bring your sons in their arms. Adoption. It's going to bring in other nations' people. And your daughters shall be carried on their shoulders. Kings shall be your foster fathers, and their queens your nursing mothers. They shall bow down to you with their faces on the earth, and lift up the dust of your feet. This is alliteration. Then you will know that I am the Lord, for they shall not be ashamed who wait for me. Shall the prey be taken from the mighty, or the captives of the righteous be delivered? But saves the Lord, even the captives of the mighty shall be taken away. Even the captives of the mighty shall be taken away, and the prey of the terrible will be delivered. So even if you're in a bind, for I will contend with him who contends with you, meaning whoever did this to you, I will handle them. Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. And I will save your children, even from them. I will feed those who oppress you with their own flesh. And they shall be drunk with their own blood, adrenochrome, as with sweet wine. All flesh shall know that I, the Lord, am your Savior, and your Redeemer, the mighty one of Jacob. It's all during kingdom times. Where's the certificate? Where's the certificate of your mother's divorce? So we know that's, getting closer to now. So anyway, this is recent-ish. But it's the same story. Book of coders written to code. If you only had eyes to see it. That's all they're saying. But the book itself is a paradox, because I feel like they put it together recently. And they talked about it like history, but they're doing prophecy the whole time. Because it's always a loop anyway. Shout out to the Chaldeans for teaching us, I guess. So yeah. It's all saying the same story. It's saying what happens when you find out who you are, where you are in the story. And then you find out you might be captive. What happens to that? The illest shit about it all is the journey is to figure out that you're a captive. Especially in this time period. It's like the journey of those people is to find out that they're captive. And then, of course, you're going to wonder, like, why am I captive? Who am I? Where do they get me from? What are they doing? What am I doing here? And you only asking that because shit don't work. Most people, where it's working for them, they don't come to these aha moments. They're not pursuing, they're fitting in. You know what I'm saying? Or they're being forced or made more severely to do a thing, being manipulated for their gift. More common. But no matter how you cut that up, it's saying the same fucking story. If you find yourself looking for answers, looking for God, you might be in captivity if you can't find them. And then you go, oh, I am in captivity. It's starting to feel and sound like it. Osama bin Laden. So then what you do? And that's what that book is attempting to remedy every time it happens. So they were finally free again by 1611. And then by the Civil War, here we go again. So yeah. But that's not even a thing. Because even if he's refining every generation after every generation that finds themselves up and down law rhythm, the beautiful part of it is that the people who wake up and snap out of that are going through that refinery. Let nothing go to waste. And this captivity isn't as bad as it ought to be and could be based on our history. So it's kind of like a paper captivity, but there is some foreign enforcement and irregularities and evil done against us specifically. That's cool. It doesn't have to be that way, but it is. So for us, we interpret it, if we're following that path, differently. And I have just naturally as a child, like, I need to hurry up and find God. That's why I like Logic so much. He the only recent rapper that came out in the last few years who talks about God. And no matter how, close or holy or whatever those values are, it's just the fact that he talks about it. Like, with it, knowing his background, knowing his story. And Logic, he got a black dad, a Jew dad. I mean, he got a white mother. And he's disowned his mother. She didn't like black people. Imagine the story there. Drugs. And then his dad, being a former crackhead. But he in Maryland, he in Gaithersburg. Can you imagine what families those are? And then he grows up. And being of that bloodline, it comes out in his art on Judah. He raps, he rhymes. He's really good at it. But I know his content ain't for everybody. But he'll always say something about God eventually. And as soon as he got his just due, what did he do? He got married and started a family and got the fuck out the way. That's literally bar for bar everything that anyone like us says. We're not with the fuck shit. We survive and endure a lot of it. But in surviving it is the problem. When we say we survive some shit, we're talking about shit that we should have died from. I think that's why it's a little bit more intense and different when we speak about it. Like, we come out of the element of things in these stories, in this society, in hip-hop, if you will, in this generation especially. Like, we're put into projects. We're kids. We're put into the hood. We're kids. We're in the ghetto. We're kids. We're in poverty. We're kids. So we didn't choose nothing. We're put into those situations. And we survive the other side of those situations with all those weapons are formed against that situation. And we know people who did not make it. We know people who transgress and keep going the other way. I can tell you about so many of them. Dead or in jail or washed up, fucking crazy on drugs. Or you have some that aren't that bad. You have some who only go to jail for a little while. And they come out and they get their life right. But their light is gone. I got cousins like that. Who absolutely was saved by jail. Abso-fucking-lutely. Monsters waiting to be born. And they had to park it. And sit still. And God be like, but what did I say? And then they come out of jail and they end up starting families and having a whole bunch of fucking kids. Can you imagine? People locked up right after puberty. So, and then they just kind of sit in that energy. Like, waiting for the next thing. Same story here, minus the kids and all the jails and all that shit. My legal issues and stuff deals more with people just being people. I never wanted to be a street dude. Never. Because if you become a street dude, you know you're gonna have to do something. I'm more concerned about it's common sense. It's like, well, if I'm out here and I'm dealing with these idiots, eventually one of these fucking idiots are gonna try me. Eventually the bad guys, eventually the police, eventually, it may not be me, but you're gonna witness some gory details if you keep going that direction. On that side of that mountain, if I keep hanging out down there, I already know what can happen. And that's what the whole thing is about. It's like, that is your free will. That is your options. Your options is not the quality of the path you're on. Your option is the path that you take to get to where you're going. You know how like if you do a GPS on Waze or Google Maps, actually, it'll give you two paths to the same place. And it'll be like, well, one of them you save 1 minute or 5 minutes. So you can take this one. And it's like, one's light blue, one's dark blue. One of you trust things, right? Like, that's free will. But you go in that direction no matter what. You feel me? Like, yeah, that's the part that makes it free will. Like God is sending me a particular direction. But you get to choose, you know, which path to take. You can get there the easy way or the hard way. But you're going there, Jonah. You feel me? Jonah could have chose to chill out and be cool. Enjoy the ride, man. Jonah could have took a boat by himself. Jonah had options, free will. But no matter what, God would send his ass to that city for that message, to tell them to repent real quick. His will is he wanted to die. We don't know if he died or not, because it ended on a different note. Like, before you get what you wish for, idiot, do you have the right to be this damn angry? That's up to the reader. So it's the same thing. Like, we go through a lot of gory details and fucked up reality and a fucked up childhood and fucked up relationships and fucked up things with corporate money, all kind of resets and all kind of bullshit, and then be like mad at God. That's the most common one that I've seen amongst my people. Like, they're mad at the idea that they have of a God. So it's not even personal. It's just like, why would God let these things happen to me? Why did God do these? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, God is micromanaging everyone else's choices. Yeah, God can intervene. And God can let people's choices manifest, especially if they're not aligned with the covenant, right? We always leave that part out. Why did God not deliver on his promise if I did not deliver on my righteousness? We always ask why after doing everything we're not supposed to do. Then we ask why. And we don't know if it happens to someone else and we're affected by it. For instance, if someone set up my mom to die, I can say in conversation, like, I wonder why God would have just let my mom die that way. Like, why wouldn't he just let her live? Or why wouldn't you know what I'm saying? Like, most people live in that energy. But then if there's something or someone else involved in that equation, then the question, I'm not really asking God. I would have to ask first before we get to why God let her die. I would have to figure out, well, who did that to her car? Or who did that? Or who did that? Why did her mother pull her off of life support? And then I have to ask, all right, then why did God let those people do these things? And then go through all that things and you just drive yourself crazy. But then we never do the same thing to ourselves. Why did God let me get away with those things? Why did God let me live through some things when I know I was in the wrong? Why did God let me get away with whatever the fucking money thing was? No one does that. No one asks God, why did God give me so much grace? But as soon as there's something they don't like, they go, well, how come God didn't do enough? Because I said, right? Like, and that's why that whole commentary is kind of like, but you're crying over plants and the leaves, and you didn't want to deliver righteousness and a message to save 120,000 people. You're sad that the leaf is dead, but you're disappointed that 120,000 people weren't sacrificed. What you angry about? The truth of the matter is, no man knows why. The truth of the matter is, every man is going to die anyway. So I've seen a lot of people sidestep the accountability of who we are based on these common things. No one said it was pretty. No one said it was awesome. No one said it would be without struggle. No one said it would be easy. Even if you took us, God, and the Bible out of the equation, you can just go outside to a fucking jungle. You're gonna see this animal tear apart that animal. You're gonna go to the most beautiful plant and flower ever, and your ass is gonna break out in hives. You're gonna go into that water thinking it's so clear and so beautiful, and all of a sudden a riptide gonna get your ass. From the prey to the gazelle and the lions. Like, what a part the math of this physical reality is guaranteed to be nice if everything does what it's doing for survival. The Bible, at the very least, is teaching you how to survive better, given the context of wherever you are. You're here, start here. Like in the mall, right? You go to the big signs like start here. This is where you are, the red arrow. Start here. All right, where am I? All right. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Whatever I'm going through brought me to a Bible, obviously. Law of correspondence. Like, what's bringing you to a Bible? Let's start there. Why do you even care, right? Why even look for another person with you at school and your TV and your parents and your neighborhood and your friends and everyone else down the street? Why are you even in a Bible? Because you're seeking something. Mm-hmm. What's got you seeking it? That's the weirdest story about it. Be mad at God at the same time that the Spirit of God is causing you to seek it. Can you imagine? We got an attitude problem, that's all. And that makes sense. And honestly, it makes sense why so many people have an attitude fucking problem with the concept thereof. But the thing about God is that God is not a concept. It's not a literary device. It's not something that the first time they can read or write, they're going to make up this greatest story ever. And nothing else, by the way. That's crazy. So like, no, I don't think so. I just speak from my experience, not the experience of the ancestors. And my experience with or without understanding that book, because it only took me years. It only took me years, bro. It only took my whole life so far, right? It's still taking. I still don't understand all of it yet. I'm at 15% finally. I could read that shit and deduce 15% of their reality better, but I'm still not all the way there. And then and even in that little bit that I'm aware of, I know I'll never understand all of it. But then I already understand from what I do understand that I don't understand that it's not the point of God is not the Bible. God did not create us to read a Bible, right? Like, so people interpret, you know what I'm saying? They interpret the relationship that the people of the book and the book have. Those books are our testimonies of everyone that has survived all of the things that are survivable, especially when it comes to groups of people. Some people say Bible, basic instructions before leaving Earth, if you will, or Europa. Maybe. Those are not basic instructions when everything's going against it. So in itself, it exists in a paradigm of the whole world where no one goes that direction. That's what's even more interesting about it. A tool of slavery is suggesting that you live your life decently, and that is so contrapositive to the default settings of everything else in your civilization. That is a weird fucking story right there. Like a book that is holding people accountable to actually be good people, but they don't use the word good, they use righteous. Gender. Good and bad, perception. Right and wrong, law, universal. Nah, that's absolute because you're going to see it in the results. Bad things happen to good people. Flip-flop. But the righteous have a certain outcome and the unrighteous have a different outcome. Opposites. Becoming righteousness isn't a personality trait. It isn't a quirk. Mind you, a lot of these people that are being quoted here are soldiers going out to murder motherfuckers in a war. So I wouldn't rank that as a good person per se. You understand? We're talking about people who are fighting giants and boars. I don't know if today, as soft as our fucking country is, we would say that, well, that's a good person, right? No, but it makes them a righteous person when you understand why they're fighting these things. It's a righteous battle. The results and the ending and the prosperity for everyone involved in it is proof thereof. Whereas this one, righteous, escape tyranny, no problem. Afraid of Indians, no problem. Build up things, feed your own families, take care of it, build your own houses, no problem. Up until when? They start going to war and doing false flags with the Masons and turning the Indians and the French against each other and then taking advantage after everything's desolate and destroyed and burned anyway and then proclaiming these things and taking the kids and the captives of these things and indoctrinating them in threat of prison or death. So if the end of their righteousness was that for us, then their beginning wasn't righteous. It wouldn't end like that. And thus why they will lose everything for lying to us, witnesses. So that's what I'm saying. It's not about good, or it's not a moral compass, although more is the root word of moral, but it's not trying to get you to be a good person or a better person or more healed and evolved human on an independent spiritual contract journey. No. It's trying to get you to fear God so that you can become righteous, so that that covenant and that promise manifests on earth as it is in heaven. There's a purpose for your existence bigger than you. And it goes back to before you got here. Obviously, you got here because something before you was here. Unfortunately, most of us are disconnected from what was before us, I don't know, 1,000 years ago. So can you imagine the narrative back then of how they got where they got? And then up into here in captivity, they're telling us all these new ideas and theories. But what does God say? But more importantly, what's the Bible say? More importantly, what do any of those people say? They don't say nothing like any of the shit that they teaching them. Evil. Very Babylonian, Chaldean, right? So I don't know. I don't know what people expected to get from a book that seems to be so straightforward. And the only thing that causes our people to lose contact with that is that everyone else tells us we are something else. We're the only ones. We're the only ones where the rest of the world get to tell us what we are. Why they quite clearly and commonly are just assigning values to themselves based on a map or someone else's book. Meanwhile, we speak the language of that book. And I'm the descendant of the people who brought it here. I'm descendant of the people in there. And I'm probably descendant of the person that wrote it. So, I don't know, man. I hope for the sake of everybody, man, that they're not trying to go down that path with us. I hope they're not trying to fuck around and find out for real what those disasters are like. Because it's for what? For what? What are they trying to gain that they don't already have? It doesn't make sense. It's not even greed no more. It's just some other shit. And that's when you realize that's not our problem. It's out of my hands now. Final answer. It don't fucking matter what they're doing, what they're trying to do, and what they're going to do when they do it. Their ass is cooked already. So for me, and us, and ours, man, I guess we just got to get our shit together and watch the fucking movie, because that's not how this game goes. I've seen too many UAPs and UFOs coming closer. So whatever effects that they have on man is very interesting. I don't think they're shooting lasers. That'd be heavy-handed. They don't want those problems. They better keep using these AI generators acting like they're at a war somewhere, because they don't want to put no fucking hands on us. We didn't do nothing. Like this time, my generation, we have not done anything to these people. We're not in none of their stories. We don't have none of the resources and definitely none of the weapons. Yet they still fucking targeting us. Cool. Cool fucking story. I also want to see the ending of it. So mote it be. Let's see where it goes. They'll see. But El Cool J says, yo, listen to Logic in his Young Sinatra series. It's one of his best sounding pieces of work, akin to Dr. Dre's The Chronic, according to MG. Akin to Dr. Dre's The Chronic? Not that one. His first album is mixed very well. It's called Under Pressure. Sonically, it was good for 2015. It was one of the best mixed albums of that time. They got one of the best mastering houses out in New York, and his guitar player, his co-producer, that No ID hired. One of the best musicians as well. Mm-hmm. That was No ID's project. It sounded like it too. Using that one. And if home is another planet, they have not prepared a ship to leave yet. They'll be yanked out. Instantly, South America to Europe trade route for drugs, essentially. Oh, that's from earlier. Okay. Okay, sorry, y'all. Under Pressure was a mixtape. That's a... Hold on now. We're saying two different things, though, Cool J. Both of them are good. Young Sinatra and the mixtapes and stuff, that's his MySpace, Tumblr, independent thing he was doing. That is good. He's rapping good on that. When I'm talking about referencing his album, though, for producers sonically, I'm talking about Under Pressure. I'm talking about his first album, the way that sounds. But that's also the song that I'm thinking about. It's called Under Pressure. Listen to it. It's 9 minutes. He's rapping the whole time. But you'll listen to him. Just listen to what he's talking about. More important. No. Listen, he's rapping, but what is he rapping about? It's what he's rapping about. He raps well. He rhymes well, but it's what he's rapping and rhyming well about that makes him different. Not too many people can do that. Most rappers don't rap about their life. Most rappers rap about the character they're pretending to be or a character that they saw or a character that they heard about. He's rapping about himself. He raps like that about his life. That's impressive. Like, I can listen to other rappers and mirror their flow and their mechanics and just rap like that. But in filling in the blanks and doing the pattern, it wouldn't be necessarily me, my life. Now, he has to take his life story and his viewpoints and then reference that and then reference the forms. Mind you, No ID and Jay-Z in common. No ID, Jay-Z, Kanye common. No ID and Logic Under Pressure. They be disrespecting Logic. I'm like, the fuck? No ID picked him. No ID from Chicago. Like, he picked him. He produced that. He didn't make the beats. He produced it. He put it together. He put Logic and his beat maker friends and that guy I was telling you about that played the guitar and put them in a room and submitted that to Def Jam. Yeah. That one. But he's always been around. Too. He started experimenting visionary music. His second album's decent too. They're all decent. Like, they're all, like, sonically and rapping wise, yeah. But then when he went through the shit, you remember he was well, you probably don't remember. Because he's the type of person that's channeling his life, when his life changed, he's with that girl during that album. He ain't with that girl no more. He got with another girl and then had a son. And that changed. Like, now he's trying to think, like, how can I rap like this as a father? Like, he's an artist. Like, one of the very few of that generation. He's trying to put himself into music. He's not trying to create music. He did a weird type of project this year where he's like, fuck it, that's all y'all want? On some Playboy Cardi shit. He got one of those too. But I didn't hear the lyric shit. I don't like that type of music. I don't like the beats. So yeah. He got mad albums, yo. Mm-hmm. But that's not what impresses me. What impresses me is his wisdom. Like, wow. Mm-hmm. He always tells the truth. I can tell by his functions, just like reading the Bible kind of thing, the way it flows. I can listen to what he's talking about until he really went through it. I can tell he was first or second person to what he's talking about. Either it's happening to him or it's happening around him. Like, he's lucid like that. That's why I remember what the fuck Arson was talking about. He was mad that he was light skinned and identified as a black guy. Oh my God. Y'all call Steph Curry black. Y'all call Steph Curry's daughter black. You call Aisha Curry black. If they're black, Logic is black. Logic is bleached, but he's black. Same fucking story. Quite literally, that's why the word black came from light-skinned people. But anyway, we would have to be. Shout out. Your recent project, he's doing dice and spirit symbols in a video, and everyone's dead already. Yeah, and he conspiracy theorist. He like Tarantino films, so he a millennial. So shout out to him. And all my other cousins, obviously. Obviously, actually. It's obvious we're related. So yeah. We all over this bitch. Just not many of us. We all over the place. We're just not densely all over. We're all over though. We, especially in Asia, a lot of Africa would have to be. Europe, East Europe, Russia, the whole world, Craig, the whole known world, I should say. We all over this bitch. Italy, obviously, we out here, man. Australia, New Zealanders, they out there. There's quite a few, man. Stars in the sky, sands on the beach, man. We gonna be somewhere, boy. Yeah, we gonna be somewhere, boy. They still using English for a reason. We still are here. So, the language ain't changed yet. And the names of the maps and the lands ain't either. So we must have been here recently. It ain't ancient America, nigga. It was America lately. And it's still named after our shit. So tell them to cut it up now. So that their kids can live, at the very least. I'm not pleading for me. I don't give a fuck either way. I'm more like Jonah. Yeah, my life cooked already. I don't care about my human storyline. I don't. Because I didn't do anything. I don't care. I'm not in that game. Perhaps I never was. Makes sense. Can't win a game I'm not playing. Thus, either way it go, it's the same thing for me. I was just pretty cooler for me to see everyone else. Hence, get me in a car and I'm gone. I'm not trying to sit still. For what? Sit still on this whole plane for what? To accumulate what? To placate and pander to who? Amongst this generation. Not our dream, not what we hope, not the expectations, but what it is today. Stay put and rebuild what for who? My daughter that doesn't exist? That's a crazy fucking story. I could only imagine if though, you know? Get him next time, Gadget, man. I'm telling you, thank God that book is insinuating reincarnation. I'll have another shot at it one time. But this ain't that shot, boy. 40 days and 40 nights, I can promise you. I'll be 40 in 40 days and 40 nights, actually. Same story. It always is. So yeah, I won't get through my 40 days and 40 nights. That's it. Lord willing. To Americon. Come on now. And to all of our brothers and all of our cousins. Your favorite Logic song is called Black Spider-Man. I'm familiar with it. Mr. Now says, land, scout, howl, report, clean up, recover, eat, drink, be mad. That's all we gotta do. We're a bunch of nerds. We just gotta do math and geometry. And a little language arts. Just a little magic to get the vibes right. That's all we had to do. Just a little Simon Says or 2 or 3 or 4. And for whatever freaking reason, Gabrielle's still down here, so. Actually, I don't think it's Gabrielle. It is, but I don't think it's Gabrielle. I think it's a derivative of Gabrielle that's doing this. It's like her granddaughter. It's like the same story as Michael's kids. I think it's Gabrielle-ish. Or it could be Gabrielle. I mean, why not? But I don't get that impression. I wrote about it. I auto wrote about it, and it came out in the language that came out automatically. It was like, everything down here on the king side is four. It's like, it's generations. It'd be like Gabriella the fourth, but we're not talking humans. We're talking about the I guess the spaceships. The fuck, I don't know. I don't know. I'm going. Listen. Them spaceships ain't say nothing to me. They ain't put a person. Don't come down. They ain't bring me up. As far as I remember or understand the shit. Maybe they do. I don't know. But it's definitely Gabrielle-ish. Gabrielle-ish. There could have been an Archangel Michael named Gabriel. And he could have had a daughter named Gabrielle. I'm telling you. It'd be like that. This one is feminine. I'm almost certain. This generation, it's a female. It's a woman angel or whatever the fuck. I don't know the difference for real with that, with the unseen part of it. But it's not really unseen for real, honestly. You know they're shapeshifters. Hebrews 13 tell you they shapeshifters. Jesus coming back to shapeshifters. They recognize them, so they're shapeshifters when they're of that degree. So maybe they are down here, and anywhere we look, they might just be there. Just, it's a weird story to me too. Like, why they go through all of that instead of just saying, hey, follow these lines, tick for attack? Why not? I can't answer that. Above my pay grade. Not my marching orders either way to ask. I think if we're in the military, and then once you finally get calm and you get peace and relief about it, it's like that doesn't have to make sense. What makes sense? Going that way or going the other way you've been going? I start with one GPS turn at a time. Like, I'm just turning away from the nonsense and the destruction, the chaos and the lies and the misery and the legacy of taking advantage of people. I should go away from that. I'm not going to double down and master it for myself. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't like it to begin with. I don't like the idea of it. I never like reading this shit. So imagine if I want to be the best version I can be in such a system. Never. Like, always, this is not a black sheep thing. This is common fucking sense. It's sad that it takes one sheep out of so many to notice that the shit don't work. So for me, it's different. It's like, nah, I don't have a choice in Hades, I don't think. Not me, at least. I can do whatever the fuck I want to do, but but the way our minds process choices and decisions and desires, it don't ever line up to do whatever I want to do. Like right now, I can just get up and take a bus to the strip and hang out and gamble and, I know other people and try to figure that out and, fit in to get along and be part of a bigger social network of things, of chaos, actually. Nah. Get off of this and watch the store, buy one more Black and Mild. Drink in Arizona. Pray. I got some rations, eat, journal. And it may seem like every day is the same, but I know as a witness, it's not. My results are varying. I mean, different things that have been vexing me in my life. Every day there's a new, not every day, but as linearly, as days go on, there's one less thing for me to worry about. I'm a witness of that. Yeah, it's Jonathan or Mr. Now. Like, all my fucking weird shit going on is starting to finally move on. And it moving on is just letting me move on. Like, it's, it's letting go of me, if you will. Like, it's freeing up resources in my mind and my spirit. AKA now there's other things I can pray about. I don't have but so much mana. But a lot of things I spent most of my mana on, now it's like, okay, now I can go a little bit further. And irregardless of, like, we got me, that spiritual story, the YouTube thing, but all of it's moving away from where I started. All of it. And it's almost like I didn't have a chance in the 80s. And then when you look back on things in time, you're like, what was I worried about? I was like, no, I had every right to be worried about things. I had every right to fucking figure it out. I have every fucking right to stay grounded. I have fucking every right that every fucking day I gotta fight for my grounding. Nah, I can't give up my peace to the past. I can't give up my peace to nobody else. I can't. Because if you know, you know. But I know that I know more now. I was like, shit. You can't even look that way. You don't even want to. You don't even want to. You don't even want to. You get out of why, and you start crawling out the fucking cave. And as soon as you start crawling out the fucking cave and you start seeing light and shit, you're like, yeah, there's nothing I fucking need in that cave. It don't matter what cavern I'm in. This ain't Diablo. No, I'm happy to be out of that cave. I'm happy to be leading towards the light of things. I understand I'm in a cave. Thus, I ain't at the end of it yet. But I'm quickly getting out of a cave. And that's just what it is at this point in time. At this point in time, I'm in the desert. I'm headed out the desert. I'm in the mountains. I'm climbing down the mountains. Whatever that story said about my grandfathers and all of them, and all your grandfathers, whatever they said about them, me too. Hashtag me too. I believe it. All right, we're on the way out. So there's no reason why I should be looking around where I'm at to resemble what it is when you're out. You gotta get out first. First step, get out of darkness. First step, get out of transgression. First step, get out of whatever your personal local story is and everything that got you fucked up. And I'm sure there's plenty of it. You gotta learn how to get out of that before you add anything on top of it, right? Amazon don't deliver to Plato's Cave. So, here's to getting out the cave again. You keep all of your equipment and all your special abilities, though. Don't miss that shit. There's a lot more shit that I'm aware of that I never would have been aware of if my path was any other path or if anything that I wanted to worked out. Because all that would have led away from what gave me my, whatever the fuck, I don't know what to call it, really. No one does, I don't think. I don't think it's talked about that way. Reference point. I don't think it's pivoting, contrast. I don't think it's contrasting off of what we go through. Being lost. And you're not lost. Being considered lost when you're not lost. Looking for a home when you are home. Looking for a purpose when you are the purpose. Like, once you start seeing it for what it is, and then you stop fighting it, actually. You stop being angry at so many different types of things or taking it so personally so often. I only get angry if I have to think about it or make it make sense. But I know how these stories go, man. He's like a thief in the night. They say that so many times. This shit will change overnight. They're not talking about tomorrow. They're talking about like one day you awake, you're hungry, you eat, you go to sleep, and you wake up somewhere totally different. Like a thief in the night. You go to sleep, all your things are there, you wake up, all your things are missing. In an instant, if you will. So, when you're dealing with that type of fire, what I have learned to do, or because it's not a choice actually, it's a mental health choice maybe, or emotional choice for some people, depending on where they are on this path. But what you inevitably have to learn how to do is what they always say. Be in this world and not of it. So once he, she, they pull you away from said matrix of society, society don't go nowhere. Society going to society. And society is going to notice that you're not society. Especially the further you get out of the cave. Light. So when you start lighting up, yeah, you'll have problems with the people who consume light and vampiric and narcissistic. But thank God that ain't everybody else. You still get out of the matrix while in the matrix. And then your light and your example shows other people that there's another way besides the matrix. We keep saying, why don't we all come together as a big cell, a big charge, and do it all at once on some spirit bomb shit? Yeah, you notice we can't. At least not on this level yet, right? So that waiting for, you're not waiting. Nah, you can get yourself out the cave. You can take the trip by yourself, Aaron. Or was it Caleb? You can do it. You can walk through the desert by yourself on a horse with no name. I know it. There's a song about it. You can literally do it by yourself. Yeah, like Jonah literally made it to Nineveh by himself. There's a whale involved, or a fish, a giant fish, obviously. But whatever it was, UFO, UAP, Refume, whatever it was, if you understand everything, whatever it was, he got the mission done. And he didn't want to. So as I'm saying, you may not want to go out of the cave. You may not want to do it by yourself. But guess what? You're going to. I know what part of the story we're in. This is not the kumbaya, we unite and go against dragons part of the story. This is the, you're in the remnant of Babylon captivity. You're in the remnant. You're in the beginning of a reprobate mind. You're at the beginning of a judgment against such things. And then you are going to have to endure and survive whatever it looks like in your version of the story, whatever it looks like in our current generation. It ain't as gory as that Bible, thank God, but it's just as fucking heartbreaking, sad, depressing, and all those other words where it's not right. Yeah, it's not righteous, is what we're describing. It's the unrighteousness of everything. It's not fair, it's not equal, yeah, it's not righteous. It's not right. And the only reason why you have that disappointment is because you're comparing it, contrasting it to what they advertise as righteous. It's not even aligning with itself. That means it's exponentially spinning out on itself the more that you wake up. The more that I wake up, the more that he and she wake up, is the more that people start to recognize that something is wrong because it's wrong. Not something wrong suddenly, not something wrong because something wrong happened. No, you're noticing it's wrong because it is wrong. And if it is wrong, it's not righteous. And what you're noticing is unrighteousness prevailing. And once unrighteousness is loud like that and prevailing like that, it's on its way out. The thing is, are you on your way out with it being connected to the narrative and the story and all that shit? That's what that Bible would be warning of. Let the dead bury the dead. Stay out of the council of fools. Like, it keeps telling you to separate yourself. It keeps telling you that. It's like once you notice, like once you notice, it's not racist. Notice it's not about skin color. It's not about not hanging around Indians, Chinese, or black or white people. No, it's whoever the people are. Oh, Jacob House. It's whichever ones are not righteous and are leading towards a path of destruction or manipulating and hurting you and or others, and then get you on code to do the same thing. I don't know, capitalism, like whatever that is trying to go to, whatever end it's trying to go to, you're not trying to go there. Ain't nothing for you there. You wouldn't be questioning if it was. You just be doing. And thus, it kind of writes itself, but most people get stuck in the middle looking behind them. So many people are more Saracens than they think they are. But I'm trying to be like more like roofing them. Like after all the gory details, we get to roof the Moabitess, and she was a cool grandma, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm trying to be more like them. Like, I'm trying to get past this. I'm trying to get out of Sodom and Gomorrah. I'm in the city of sin. Like I'm trying to get past the Sodom and Gomorrah story. You know what I'm saying? Spare me the gory details of all these fucking pillars of salt around this bitch. Trust me, I know. Like it's real. Like damn it, if you've seen this shit from a plane. Like, all right, Death Valley, let's keep, though I walk through the valley of the shadow and death, I fear no evil. All right, Khalifa, like, let's keep going somewhere. Yeah, man. I'm not quite yet there in California. I got somewhere to fucking go. So, that's the principle. Think about that. I come across all this knowledge and awareness just trying to go to California. That's what Dwayne wanted. That's what the body, the flesh, that's what I wanted. I just wanted to go to California. I don't like the South anymore, or you know what I'm saying? Like I got my fill. I got 25 years of it. Trust me. How many more I got to go? I don't know, but if I want to check something else out, I should start going. Right? That's all. That's all it was. It's like I want to see what that feels like before it's gone. For me, I mean, like me. Oh shit, that's crazy. Multi-genetics, I guess. The fuck. I grew another blonde hair. Oh. shit. What does that mean? Blonde red. Fucking gingers. They want that Mama Inga map. That's the craziest thing about it. They must have been fucking bitches too. Can you imagine? But yeah. Yeah, there it is. I found it. It usually grows on a different part of my arm. What that is. Epigenetics, I guess. Yeah, so yeah. That's the same story. Brother L. Cool J says, are you interested in attending a Raider game? Over the years, I noticed you don't talk much about sports. I just played football. I never watched sports. I've never gotten into sports. I don't know how to. That's why I don't talk about it. I don't know how to. I played Madden. I played Joe Montana. I played Mike Ditka. I'm 5-1 and 15-1. I'm really good at football, but I don't know how to. I'm not from, I'm not that ilk. I'm not that kind of guy. I'm not a man's man in that way. I'm solo. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's weird. I just don't fit into that. You put me on the team to do my position, I'll do it. We'll win. I'll pray and everything. We'll win. But if it's like as a pastime, an American tradition, that wasn't my life. And I didn't inherit, I should have inherited it from my grandfather, but I was never with him during those seasons because he had me during the summers. So we'd start up at the end of the NBA finals and All-Star games. And then there's like golf and NASCAR and CNN. That's why I have all those degrees. Then back home with my dad, he loved sports and things as any man of his time would. They're boomers. But he also, like, he loved the Redskins back whenever the Redskins was good in the 80s. And that's like versus the Raiders back then too, right? So Redskins and Raiders time period. But after that, we're all technology. Remember, he's a DJ doing music, doing parties and clubs and shit, bars and all kind of shit to make money. And then I'm a kid. And it's just me and him. So it wasn't like, come home and watch the game and order pizza or drink beers. Nah. I told you I went to a strip club on the last Super Bowl in Atlanta. We didn't watch the game. We went to a strip club. So it's not really, no one that I looked up to besides my grandfather was really on it like that. And I never seen him watch sports. Like, I never seen him watch football because I was never there during those seasons. I just hear him talk about it. But because he was a star football player too. Like, my grandfather was a star football player. So like, he was like trophy room, pictures, newspaper articles, stitches, all that shit. And all the stories about how it didn't work out. His attitude. So I just played football. I wanted to play basketball. I couldn't run enough. That's all. And I played extreme sports, which was different for us at the time. I was the little black kid by himself on a skateboard, on rollerblades, on a bike with pegs, looking for others. And I hung out at basketball courts, playing basketball. But I still don't watch basketball like that. Because it's like, for me, it's like, I don't know. It's a bloodline thing. I think it triggers us that we're not doing it. So what's the point of watching? Right? Because you start imagining, like, if I watch football games, I'll be like, can it be me? I'm 15-1, bitch. Like, I don't know about that. Our plays worked. You know what I'm saying? Like, my grandfather, he was a champion too. So it's like, it's a fucked up thing. It's the same reason, probably not as great a degree as Michael Jordan, but the same way why Michael Jordan doesn't practice shooting fouls when he wake up. He's like, what's the point of picking up the ball and shooting it, right? That's all. But sidestep all that bullshit. Raiders game, Las Vegas. And the homies were like, hey, you want to come out and watch the football game? Yeah, absolutely, I would. Because I know it's about the moment. I understand the energy of the stadium. I understand football. So I'm like, oh, they're going that way, you know? And be around the people, energy, the food, the beer, or whatever the fuck it is. That's like $100,000 right there. But in the good days, like, you know what I'm saying? In the ideal way. Yeah, hell yeah. But I'm an empath too. So I absorb the energy of that whole moment and it'll burn me the fuck out by the time I get home. And it's worth it to me, like to absorb all that energy and the smells and the lights and the feelings and that thing it does to us. It's like, yeah, that was either a good reading or that was, I don't know what's going on out here. You know what I'm saying? But I'll feel every part of it in the way that I feel things, and then I can transmute that. And I've usually transmuted those moments into creativity. I absorb the energy and the impressions and the senses and what it informs me, and then somehow my brain can change that into music or ideas for music. Transitive property of alchemy, if you will. Mm-hmm. Yep, same thing with music. I don't go to a lot because of that thing that they gave us for no fucking reason. And so for me, like, I enjoy making music. When I make music, one day I want to make a hit song. I'm not a musician. I'm not a piano player. I'm not a specialist. I'm not Juilliard. I'm none of those things. No, I'm learning how to make hit records. Energy. It's a difference in intensity for me. Just like there's a difference in intensity for my grandfather to watch football. That's all. That's all it is. But I can understand the gradient of everyone else, America's favorite pastime, too. But I'm usually not friends with those people. That's all. Black Spider-Man, you can see my brother now. I like the Sim Solo bridging that. Hence the OL story of Guy, Maya. Yep. All sports is dead currently. Harut on the track. No more V8 or V10, nor Ronalditos. Oh shit. AKA there's no magicians left on the field. Damn it. Sosa Ribeiro, baking soda peroxido. What, you trying to make some mouthwash? But anyway, make sure you like, comment, subscribe, pray. Pray for your people, pray for our people. Going on in Jamaica, Canada. That's what I'm saying, man. Don't shoot the messenger, man. They already got to. They try to kill me in March, so please spare me the gory details. But I'm glad I'm here, man. I'm glad it's making sense again, and hopefully, in me trying to make it make sense, help some of it make sense to you. Mission complete, shit. I wish, you know what I'm saying? So anyway, until next time, peace.